Let's discuss about Python language. Before going to Python language, I want to explain you what is scripting language. Our Python is a scripting programming language. Before going to explain the concepts which we have in our Python, I want to explain you what is this scripting language. So you will get 100% clarity. Before going to Python, we will see what is scripting. What is scripting? What is scripting? What is mean by scripting language? What is difference between scripting language and programming language? We will discuss all those concepts in our lectures. First, let me tell you what is scripting. Scripting is nothing but the lightweight programming language which we have in our software industries are called scripting languages, or we can call them as a weakly typed programming languages, and also we can call them as a loosely typed programming languages. Why it is lightweight or weakly typed or loosely typed? Because some of our scripting programming language are loosely typed. We can integrate with other technologies very easily. And these scripting languages are also lightweight programming languages because those scripting languages are interpreted languages. We don't need any compilers for these scripting languages because scripting languages are internally interpreted languages. First, let me make a note about this. What is scripting? Script is a lightweight programming or weakly typed programming, or we can call them as loosely typed programming. This is about scripting. In scripting languages, we have two types of scripting languages. In our software industry, we have two types of scripting languages. What are those? We have client-side scripting languages and also we have server-side scripting languages. We will see what are these client-side scripting languages and server-side scripting languages. What are those? First, I will make a note about this. Types of scripts. In software industry, scripts are divided into scripts are divided into two types. What are those? We have client-side scripts, client-side scripting languages, and we have server-side scripting languages. These are two types of scripting languages we have in our software industry. Let's see what are the client-side scripting languages we have and what are the server-side scripting languages we have. we will discuss briefly about all those. When it comes to client-side scripting languages, this client-side scripting languages will run within the web browser. Whatever the browser you are using in your system or laptop, that browsers will internally have some interpreters to convert our client-side scripting language into browser understandable language. We will be having interpreters, or we can call them as engines, will be having in our web browsers, and this client-side scripting languages will run within the browser. That's the reason this scripting language is called a client-side scripting language. A script which is running within the browser is called a client-side scripting language. Those are nothing but we have JavaScript, and we have jQuery, and we have TypeScript, and we have VBScript, and we have ActionScript, and we have Ajax, and we have LiveScript. All these scripting languages comes under client-side script, because these scripting languages will be running within the browser. Next, we will discuss about server-side scripting languages. When it comes to server-side scripting languages, the script which is running within the web server, which is at backend development. In server side is nothing but backend development. If we use a scripting language to run within the web server, is called a server-side scripting languages. For example, we have server-side scripting languages like Python. Python is also a scripting language which will be running within the web server in our backend develop server side. When it comes to .NET, we have ASP, and we have PHP, and we have CGI. CGI is nothing but Common Gateway Interface. All these scripting languages comes under server side scripting languages, because all these scripting languages will run within the web server. That's the reason within the web server, or these scripting languages we use in development at backend development. If we use any scripting languages, those scripting languages are nothing but server-side scripting languages. Those will be running within the web server. First, let me make a note about this client-side scripting languages and server-side scripting languages, so you will get 100% clarity. First, we will see client-side scripting languages. Client-side scripting languages. A script which is running within the browser is called as client-side scripting languages. What are those we have discussed just now? JavaScript, jQuery, TypeScript, we have VBScript, we have Ajax, we have LiveScript, All these scripting languages comes under client-side scripting languages. Why these scripting languages are called client-side scripting languages? Because all these scripting languages will be running within the browser. That's the reason all these scripting languages are called client-side scripting languages, because all these are executing at client side. Next we will see server-side scripting languages. Server-side scripting languages. Just now we have discussed a script which is running within the web server or at backend development. Those comes under server-side scripting languages. A script which is running within the web server is called server-side scripting language. Or backend. Let's see some examples. Python also comes under server-side scripting language. We have ASP. We have PHP. And we have CGI. All these comes under server-side scripting language because all these are executing at server side or backend or within the web server. That's the reason all these scripting languages comes under server-side scripting languages. Next, we will discuss about what is the difference between these scripting languages and programming languages. Let's discuss about what is difference between scripting languages and programming languages. We have discussed about scripting languages till now, and we already know what is programming languages. What are the programming languages we have in our software industry? Let's discuss about what is the difference between these two. When it comes to scripting languages, these scripting languages are interpreted based languages. That means it internally converts line by line by using interpreters. Here we no need to have any compilers to compile our code. For example, we have a Java programming language. Java programming language is a object-oriented programming language which works based on compiler and JVM. When we write our Java program, when we write a class in our Java, compiler will convert that Java code into bytecode by using compiler. After that, JVM will execute that bytecode. That is a programming language architecture. But when it comes to scripting language like Python or any scripting language, all these scripting languages are interpreted based. Means all the lines of code which you write in your scripting languages internally by using interpreters, it will convert into computers understandable languages. And in scripting languages, we no need to declare data types explicit. Most of the scripting languages will be having implicit declaration of data types. For example, I want to store 10 value in my some a variable. If you store this in scripting language, we no need to declare any data type. Internally, implicitly, the scripting languages will be having implicit declaration of data type. If you give the value 10, it will be int data type implicitly. But when it comes to programming languages, it is mandatory. You have to explicitly declare data types for your variables. And when it comes to scripting languages for application development, only limited support will be there. But when it comes to programming languages will be having a rich support for application development. For example, let's consider any scripting language based web application. If you want to develop a huge projects like any bank application or any shopping website which will be having more traffic is nothing but huge number of request and response. For those type of web applications or application development, this scripting languages will give limited support. I'm not telling you that application development by using Python language is not good. Python is excellent and awesome for all types of development, whether it is a data science or machine learning or IoT or any web application. But only limited support will be there for application development. So you will get a doubt when we have only limited support for application development, why we need to use scripting language. Let me clear your doubt, because when you work with machine learning or data science, for example, if you want to develop any project by using data science and machine learning, so when you want to develop those projects, lot of time will be taken for data science and machine learning libraries and built-in modules itself. At that time, if you want your web application to work with data science and machine learning, so at that time, if you want to learn any language fastly to develop a web application, there you need to choose Python, because Python is very easy and interpreted based language, and it is easily integrated with other technologies. That's the reason Python is topmost demanding language nowadays, because artificial intelligence and data science and machine learning is growing rapidly. Because of that reason, Python has become topmost demanding language nowadays. Still, it is having limited support for application development, but it is ruling the world. Why? Because it is giving huge support for AI. AI is nothing but artificial intelligence. For that reason, we use Python language to develop web application. But don't think Java is not a demanding programming language. Java is also a topmost demanding programming language. It is having a rich support for application development. And you know, before in the initial days when we used to work with web development projects, at that time Java is having huge benefits. By using Java, everyone used to develop applications, because Java is having a rich support for application development and also graphic design and also games development at that time. But now, because of artificial intelligence and data science, because of all these growing technologies, Python came into limelight. Why? Because Python is a helping language for our artificial intelligence and data science. So now you got clarity. Scripting languages are having limited support for application development, but why Python is in more demanding language nowadays? You got an idea why Python is in more demanding language nowadays? Because Python is a helping language for artificial intelligence and data science and machine learning. Nowadays, artificial intelligence is growing rapidly and fastly. For supporting language, our data scientists use Python, because Python is easy, it is interpreted and also easily integrated with other technologies. That's the reason for huge big projects, they are taking Python as their first choice to develop their applications. Let me make a note about this difference between scripting language and programming language, so you will get 100% clarity. First we will make a note about scripting language. scripting, whatever the points we have discussed, making a note on those points. So people who didn't understand or people who didn't get clarity, if student miss any point while I'm explaining, they will get benefit if I make note about those points. Interpreted based language means it reads line by line. Implicit declaration of data types. Limited support for application development. Limited support for graphics design or gaming development. Easily integrated with other technologies. This is about scripting language. Next, we will make a note about programming languages. It is compiler based. And also explicit declaration of data types. A rich support for application development. A rich support for graphics design or games development. difficult to integrate with other technologies. This is the difference between scripting languages and programming languages. So now you got clarity what is difference between scripting languages and programming languages. Next, let's discuss about programming language paradigm. We will discuss about programming language paradigm. What is this paradigm? Paradigm means it's a model or it's a pattern. Paradigm means it's a model or it's a pattern of our programming language. That's the reason we call it as a paradigm. Paradigm means it's a model or it's a pattern, software pattern. In our programming languages paradigm, we have two types of programming language paradigms. What are those? We have imperative paradigms and declarative paradigms. What is imperative paradigms and declarative paradigms? First, I will make a note about this. Then we will discuss briefly about imperative paradigms and declarative paradigms. Paradigm means model or pattern. In programming language paradigms, in programming language, paradigms are classified into two types. What are those? Just now we have discussed imperative paradigms and declarative paradigms. In programming language, paradigms are classified into two types. What is our first paradigm type? Imperative paradigm. Next we have declarative paradigms. These are the two types of paradigms we have in our programming languages. First, we will discuss about imperative paradigm. What is imperative paradigms? We will discuss now. Imperative paradigms. Imperative paradigms are nothing but imperative paradigms are classified into two types: procedural programming paradigm and object oriented programming paradigm. Whatever the languages which comes under procedural programming are nothing but our C language and Pascal language. These type of languages are called procedural programming paradigm. This procedural programming paradigm languages are comes under imperative paradigms, and also object oriented programming, like for example we have C++, Java. All these are comes under object oriented programming. This object oriented programming also comes under imperative paradigms. These are the two types of imperative paradigms we have under programming language paradigm. Let me make a note about this. Imperative Paradigms are classified into two types. They are procedural programming paradigm. Just now we have discussed whatever the programming languages comes under procedural programming. What programming languages are called procedural programming languages? For example, we have C language and we have Pascal language. The type of programming languages comes under procedural programming languages, and that procedural programming languages are nothing but imperative paradigms. Example, C language, comma, Pascal comes under procedural programming paradigms. And we have object oriented programming paradigm. Whatever the languages which comes under object oriented programming are also called as imperative paradigm. What languages comes under object oriented programming? For example, we have C++, comma, Java, comma, etc. All this comes under object oriented programming, and these are also called as imperative paradigms. Next, we will discuss about declarative paradigms. Declarative paradigm. We have two types of declarative paradigms. What are those? Whatever the languages which comes under functional programming, those are called declarative paradigm. And whatever the languages which comes under logical programming, they are also called as declarative paradigm. First, let me make a note about this. Declarative paradigms are classified into two types. They are we have functional programming paradigm, what are the languages comes under functional programming? For example, we have Lisp. Lisp is a programming language. It's a functional programming language. It's a list processing functional programming language. And we have logical programming paradigm. Whatever the programming languages which comes under logical programming, those are called declarative paradigms. We have, for example, Prolog. What is mean by Prolog? Prolog is nothing but programming in logic. These type of functional programming language or paradigm, logical programming type of language paradigms are comes under declarative paradigm. Then when it comes to Python, first itself I need to explain you what is Python. But directly if I explain you Python, you cannot understand. That's the reason I'm coming from very scratch level, from very ground level I'm teaching you. That's the reason I'm explaining programming language paradigm. What are the types of programming language paradigms we have and what is Python language paradigm. That's the reason I'm explaining all this to you. So we have seen what are imperative paradigms, what are declarative paradigms, what are the languages and programming comes under imperative paradigms, and what are the languages programming comes under declarative paradigm. When it comes to Python, Python is not only declarative paradigm or imperative paradigm. Python is a multi-paradigm programming language. That means Python is a procedural programming and also object-oriented and also functional, everything. Python is everything. That's the reason Python is called a multi-paradigm programming language. Who invented this Python? Guido van Rossum. Guido van Rossum invented Python, and this Python is a multi-paradigm programming language. Now you got an idea of what is multi-paradigm programming language. To make you understand definition very easily, I explained you all these basics. Now I will explain you what is Python. Let's define Python. Python is a multi-paradigm programming language invented by Guido van Rossum. Python is a multi-paradigm programming language. Means Python is a functional programming, procedural programming, object-oriented programming, everything. You can use any paradigm. Python consists of all the models and patterns which is used internally. That's the reason Python is called a multi-paradigm programming language. In first itself, we have discussed what is paradigm. Paradigm is nothing but it's a model or it's a pattern. These are the types of models and types of patterns. But when it comes to Python is a multi-paradigm because Python is having different types of models, different types of patterns. That's the reason Python is a multi-paradigm programming language. It's a object-oriented programming, it's a functional programming, and also we can call it as a procedural program. So now you got an idea. Next we will discuss about what is the history of our Python. We will discuss about history of Python. Our Python is an open source and interpreted language. Means our Python is a open source. Anyone can use it. Anyone can use it without paying money. Open source is nothing but without paying you can use it. That's the reason Python is a open source. Some languages and some technologies will be having paid source, but our Python is a open source and interpreted language. What is interpreted language? Interpreted language means here our Python code will be converted to machine understandable language by using interpreter of our Python. Here we don't have any compilers or JVMs. We have only interpreter which will convert our Python code to machine understandable code. Who will convert? Interpreter will convert internally. And this Python is considered as a scripting language, but it is not only scripting language, it is much more than that. It is object oriented and also functional. It is a multi-language paradigm, means multi-language pattern or multi-language model. It is not only considered as a scripting language, it is also a object-oriented programming and also functional programming language. It's a multi-language paradigm. And our Python is a scalable, and Python is used by so many MNCs like for example Google and Microsoft. They use Python for their development, and in Python we have so many libraries. One of the biggest reason why Python is in more demanding languages nothing but the libraries which Python is having internally. Python is having such a huge libraries internally. That's the reason Python is in more demanding language. We will discuss and we will see all the concepts and we will see what are the built-in libraries which we have in our Python in our next lecture. First, let me give the introduction of our Python. For example, we have libraries like very important libraries like we have NumPy, we have CP, and we have Pandas, and we have Matplotlib, and we have IPython. All these are libraries which we have in our Python. NumPy is nothing but it is a numerical Python. Inside NumPy we have lot of built-in modules libraries to work with numerical calculation. And we have CP. CP is nothing but it is a optimization and linear algebraic library. CP is having lot of built-in modules to work with optimization and linear algebra. By using Pandas, it's easy to use data structures, and Pandas provides high performance. And we have Matplotlib. Matplotlib is a library. It is a 2D plotting library. We will see all these libraries, all these concepts in our next classes. First, let me introduce all these things to you. And we have IPython. It is a command line terminal for our Python. And our IPython name is recently changed as a Jupyter. This we have Jupyter in our Python. The Jupyter is nothing but it's a IPython. Before it has named as IPython. Now recently it has changed as Jupyter. First, let me make a note about all these points. Python is open source and interpreted language. Python is considered as a scripting language but it is much more than that. It is also object oriented and functional programming. And Our Python is used by lot of MNC companies. Mainly Python is used by Google and Microsoft for their projects development. We have some libraries, list of libraries. We have NumPy. It is nothing but numerical Python. CP. It is nothing but optimization and linear algebra. All this we have discussed just now. I am making a note about all these points. So if any students is having any doubts, he will get clarified. Pandas providing high performance and easy to use data structures. Next, matplotlib. It's nothing but matplot library. It is a 2D plotting library. Next we have IPython. It is command line terminal for Python. Jupyter, recently named as Jupyter. These are the points we have discussed just now. In our next lecture, we will discuss about extensions of our Python. Types of extensions of our Python we will discuss in our next lecture. Next, we will discuss about Python file extension. What are the different types of Python file extensions we have in our Python? We will discuss about all those now. Python file extensions. Before 3.0 versions, we have .py. .py is a regular Python script file extension, and we have .py3 which is rarely used in our Python. .py3 extension is rarely used in our Python. .py3 is nothing but Python 3 script, and this is before 3.0 version. And we have .pyc. .pyc is nothing but compiled bytecode or compiled script. .pyc, if you see .pyc extension Python file, it is a compiled bytecode, or you can call it as a compiled script. And we have .pyd extension files. In Python, we have .pyd extension files. It is nothing but it is Windows DLL file. If you see .pyd file extension with any file, then that is a Windows DLL file. And we have .pyo extension. If you see any Python file with .pyo extension, that is optimized pyc file. All these py, .py, .py3, .pyc, .pyd, .pyo, all these are before 3.0 versions. From 3.0 onwards, we have .pyw extension for our Python files. What this .pyw extension file contains? That file contains Python script for our Windows, and we have .pyz extension Python files. If you see any Python file with .pyz extension, that is Python script achieve. That is Python file, Python script .pyz extension file is Python script archived file, or you can call it as a zip formatted file, or you can call it as a compressed file. These are the different types of extensions we have for our Python file. Don't get confused by seeing these many extensions. That's the reason I'm explaining you before 3.0 version and from 3.0 onwards, or 3.4 or 3.0, from 3.0 to and 3.0 after extension. Let me make a note about all these extension files. Before 3.0 version or versions, .py extension. Regular scripts. If you see any Python file with a .py extension, those files are regular scripts files, regular Python script files. Next, .py3. This is a rarely used Python 3 script. .pyc. This is compiled bytecode or compiled script files. Next, .pyd. This is Windows DLL file extension. Next dot pyo, this is optimized pyc file extension. These are before 3.0 version Python extension files. Python files with these type of extensions you will see in before 3.0 versions. From 3.0 onwards, dot pyw, this extension file is Python script for Windows. Dot pyz, this dot pyz extension is Python script archived file, or you can call it as compressed, or you can call it as zip formatted file. These are the different types of extension files we will be having in our Python. Next, we will discuss about script mode. Script mode. So, what is script mode? Script mode is nothing but whatever the programming we are going to write, whatever the development we are going to do in our project scenarios, all those comes under script mode. Technically, it is called as a script mode. Whatever the development you are doing, the development or writing the code or writing the program comes under scripting mode, and in this mode you can save the code in a separate file. Saving the code in a separate file with .py extension is called development mode, and in this script mode you can write your code in a separate file and you can save it with .py extension. Script mode is nothing but development mode. First, let me make a note about all these points. It is popularly known as development mode. In this mode, you can save the code in a separate file with .py extension. Let's go to script mode. Script mode is nothing but development mode. Let's go to development mode. Just open Python ideally, where we write our Python code and we execute. That ideally is nothing but script mode. This is our Python ideally. These three shifts are nothing but Python prompt. We call it as a triple chevron. This symbol is nothing but for this symbol we call it as a triple chevron. Let me make a note about this also. This is triple chevron. Now we will create a separate Python file. There we write our code and we will execute in this Python ideally. First go to file, click on new file. Here we are going to write our code. Just write shebang bin slash python. This is called shebang in our Python. I will explain you after executing this program what is this shebang, why we are writing this shebang in our Python program. I will explain you after executing this file. First we will print some values. We will print like some welcome to Python. Next we will write print thank you. I want to print welcome to Python and thank you on my Python ideally. For that reason, I have created a new file. This is my Python file. I have written shebang at the top of my file. I will explain you what is shebang, and I have written print with statements I want to print on my ideally. Welcome to Python and thank you. Just save this file with .py extension. We will save in some folders. We will create a new folder, Python files. Here I want to save this file, some a1.py. This is my .py extension file. Just save it. Now go to run. Click on run module. You can see here whatever the statements which I have written in my print, it has printed on my ideally. Welcome to Python. Thank you. This is how you can work in development mode of our Python IDLE. IDLE is nothing but integrated development learning environment. IDLE is nothing but integrated development learning environment. And in my Python file, I have written first line of my code. This is my first line of my code, right? This is called shebang in our Python. Let me explain you what is shebang. This is shebang. What is mean by shebang? Shebang is nothing but whenever you are writing this line in your Python file at the top of your Python file, means when you write this shebang at the top of your Python file, you are telling to Python interpreter where your files are located and script files are located. That path will be associated with your program. Whatever the program you are writing, that program will be associated to this interpreter, this shebang and bin with Python. This is my script files location which are predefined, and whatever the program you are writing in your Python file, that associated program will be referred by this predefined libraries and interpreter. Let me make a note about this. The term shebang refers to the term shebang refers to the slash exclamation mark located at the top of many scripts or many script files. If you write this line at the top of your Python file, that points to the path of our associated program. That's the reason you will write this shebang at the top of your Python script files. That points to the path of the associated program. This is about shebang. So let's start our discussion on practicals. For any programming language like C or C++ or any Java or Python, we need to write a code, right? To write a code, we need a editor or IDE. For example, I'm opening a notepad. In notepad, so we don't know Python code how to write. So we are just beginners. I'm going to teach you from scratch how to write the code. So let's start. Python is used in many areas like for application development, for machine learning, for artificial intelligence, for scientific calculation. For everything Python is useful. For example, I want to add two numbers like 10 plus 20. This we cannot add in notepad, right? So we have to download an interpreter, a Python interpreter we have to download from Google. So we will download it. Just go to Google, type for Python. Open the page. This is the Python web page. Go to downloads. So this is the new version of Python. Download Python 3.8.5. Click on it. Now Python is available in my system. Just click on it. It is going to install in your system. So just click on add Python 3.8 to path. Install launcher for all users recommended. Just click on install now. It is going to install. It will ask you, do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? Just click on yes. So Python is installing in my system. This is very easy, right, for downloading Python. So as we are done installing Python, setup was successful. Just close it. And we have an IDE. Python IDE is downloaded in my system. Just click on Windows, search for Python. It will show you Python 3.8. Just click on it. A command prompt will be opened on your screen. So in Windows it is called as command prompt, and in Linux it is called as shell. So this is called a Python interpreter. This is not a integrated development environment, like it is not an IDE, it is just an interpreter. So we can do a scientific calculations here. So whatever we have written, for example, we have written 10 plus 20 in Notepad, right? But we can't get an answer for this in Notepad. To get an answer, we have to use Python interpreter. In this, just type 10 plus 20. Press enter. Yeah, 30. It is giving 30. So in Python interpreter, in command prompt, whenever we are typing 10 plus 20, it's giving me answer like 30. So for simple scientific calculations, we can use this Python command prompt, like Python interpreter. Python interpreter we can use for simple calculations. Python interpreter we can use for simple calculations, but we cannot write a big programs for web developments. In interpreter. So what is the other option to develop a programs for a web application? At this time we have to move for IDE. IDE is nothing but integrated development environment. We have to use an IDE, integrated development environment, to develop a Python projects like web applications or any Facebook applications or any big applications. To develop that, we cannot develop it in Python interpreter. We have to use an IDE. The best Python IDE is a PyCharm. PyCharm is an IDE for Python developers, which is developed by JetBrains community. This is an IDE developed for Python developers by JetBrains community. So we will see how to download PyCharm IDE. Just go to Google, search for PyCharm. So you will get a web application link. Go to this. So it is showing Python IDE, the Python IDE for professional developers. Just click on download. After clicking on download, it is showing two versions, like one is professional and one is community. Like professional is for both scientific and web Python development with HTML, JavaScript and SQL support. We have a free trial version for 30 days and we have to download it, but it is a paid version. And we have another version like community for pure Python developer. It is for free. It is an open source. We can download it. So you want to develop you want to go to professional, you can see the price and you can buy it. So we will be downloading community version. Just click on download. So we have successfully downloaded PyCharm IDE in our system. Just click on it. It is installing in my system. Click on yes. Welcome to PyCharm Community Edition setup. Just click on next. It is showing download browser. Yeah, next. Yeah, we are going to create a .py programs. Like .py is nothing but a Python programs. We are going to create Python programs. So just select it. Go to next. Install. It is installing in our system. This is the process how to install PyCharm in our computer. So this is the place where we write code for our web application development. So we have successfully installed PyCharm in our system. Just run PyCharm community edition, just click on it and finish. It will open PyCharm in my system. Yeah, PyCharm. So just click on do not import settings and click on OK. So it is showing like the screen we want black or white. So I prefer white screen because we are recording a video. It will be good for looking. I would prefer white. Then go to next. These plugins we will install later. Just click on start. Just click on start using PyCharm. We are going to write our code. Click on new project. So just click on a location. Just create. Click on create. This is same as Eclipse IDE for Java developers. Java developers they use Eclipse IDE for developing projects. Python developers they use PyCharm for developing projects. It is creating an environment for us. So this is the Python project. This is the location where we are going to create projects. So this is the IDE. This is the setup how to install a Python interpreter and a PyCharm IDE to develop projects with PyCharm IDE. For just scientific calculations, we can use a Python interpreter. Next, we will discuss about why we use Python. What is the reason to choose Python when we have in so many languages, so many programming languages, so many scripting languages. We have lot of programming languages, we have lot of scripting languages. Why we need to choose Python? We will discuss about all these concepts and we will discuss about what are the features we have in our Python and what are the characteristics we have in our Python. Why Python is in more demanding language. We will discuss about all this. Before discussing what are the features we have in our Python, let's discuss about why we need to choose Python when we have so many programming languages in our software industry. Because in Python, whatever the development you are doing by writing programs, you will get a quality support in your software development, and also developer productivity is more in our Python, and our programs is having portability. Portability is nothing but you can easily integrate with other languages. This is the main reason why we need to choose Python. And one of the most important point is having internally. When it comes to libraries, Python is having huge libraries internally to work with development environment. Almost in my working experience with Python programming and data science and machine learning, in my working experience, I have seen more than 80,000 libraries which are available in our Python. This is the main reason why Python has become such a demanding programming language. In my working experience, I have worked with lot of projects which are Python projects, and I have seen more than 80,000 libraries which we have in our Python programming language. And component integration is more in our Python. And also one of the common reason is Python code is very easy. You can learn very fast and you can write the code easily. This is the most common point why we need to choose Python. One of the most common reason is Python is very easy. Python is very easy. You can learn very easily. You will be having very less code to write. While writing the Python programs, while writing the Python codes, you will enjoy a lot. These are the main reasons why we need to choose Python. First, let me make a note about all these points. Why Python? Reasons are we have software quality, and developer productivity, and program portability, and we have lot of supporting libraries, component integration, and enjoyment. These are the reasons why we need to choose Python. And in Python, 80,000 libraries are available. Let's discuss about what are the characteristics of our Python. Characteristics of Python. When it comes to characteristics of Python, we have different characteristics in our Python. Our Python is a general purpose programming language. It's not object oriented, it's not like only functional, it's not like only object oriented. Our Python is a general purpose programming language, and in Python we have automatic memory management. If you use object oriented programming, memory management will be processed automatically internally by using interpreter. And when it comes to large and comprehensive standard library, Python will be in first position. We have such a large and standard libraries in our Python. This is the main characteristic of our Python. And when it comes to strong high level language, if you want to choose any high level language which is strong, the first thing which comes into mind is Python. And our Python is an interpreted language. Whatever the code you are writing, that code will be translated to machine understandable language by using interpreters. And our Python is a dynamically typed. And when it comes to garbage collection is nothing but when you use object oriented programming concept, when our interpreter creates objects automatically, if that object or any variable reference is not in use, automatically garbage collector will remove from its memory. And our Python is a multi-paradigm programming language. We have discussed in our before lectures. These are the main characteristics of our Python. First, let me make a note about this so you will get 100% clarity. Python has characteristics. We will see what are those. General purpose programming, automatic memory management. It has a large and comprehensive standard library. Python is a strong high level programming language. Python is a interpreted programming language. And also it is dynamically typed. And our Python is open source. and we have automatic garbage collector or collection. And Python is multi-paradigm programming language. These are the characteristics of our Python. Next, we will discuss about what are the features we have in our Python. Features of Python. When it comes to features of Python, our Python is very easy to learn and very easy to use. This is the main feature of our Python. And our Python is an expressive language and also interpreted language. We have discussed about this in our before lectures. And our Python is a cross-platform language. What is mean by cross-platform? You can execute your Python code in Mac OS, in Windows OS, either it is Linux or either it is Unix. Either it is Linux, Unix, any operating system. In any operating system, you can execute your Python. That's the reason our Python is called a cross-platform language. And our Python is free to install and open source. And also Python is free to install and also it is a open source. They don't charge or it's not a paid resource. It's a open source and it is free to install. These are the main features of our Python. And also our Python is also a object oriented language. By using object oriented concepts, you can develop a web application by using Python language and the concepts which we have in our object oriented programming. And our Python is having such a huge awesome online community. Why? Because whatever the updates we are getting, whatever the enhancements we are getting, our online community professionals who work on our Python language will be supporting developers every time, anytime when we need them. You will be having updates and documentation procedures and you will be having extensible and awesome online community from our Python. This is the main feature of our Python. And Python is having such a large standard libraries which we have discussed just now. We have almost 80,000 libraries in our Python. And also Python is a GUI programming. And one of the most important feature of our Python is either it is Java, C++, C, .NET, any language, you can easily integrate with our Python language. This is the main feature of our Python, and this is one of the reason why Python has been more demanding language till now. Let me make a note about all these points. It's easy to learn and use. And it is an expressive language. And it is an interpreted language. And cross platform language. Like Mac OS, comma, Windows, comma, Linux, comma, etc. and it's free to install and open source. And it is also object oriented programming. And it is having awesome online community. and large large standard libraries. And it is a GUI programming. GUI is nothing but graphical user interface. And Python is easy to integrate with other languages, like for example C comma C++ comma Java comma etc. These are the main features of our Python. Next we will discuss about Python comments. What are Python comments? Comments are nothing but some non-executable statements, or we can call them as ignore statements. By using these non-executable statements or ignore statements, which we call them as a comments in our Python, we use those comments to declare customized statements within the source code. Whatever the source code you are writing, within the source code itself, I want to declare some customized statement. What is meant by customized statement? Within the source code, I want to write some customized statement. Customized statements are nothing but those statements will not be executed by interpreter. Those are non-executable statements, but I want to write in my source code, within the source code, those customized statements. Those are nothing but comments. We call them as Python comments. When those comments are not executable statements, why we need to write? Because those customized statements will represent the information about that source code. To write the information of that source code or the details, the person who has developed that source code, those information we call them as a customized statements. Those are non-executable statements. Those are nothing but Python comments. In Python we have two types of comments. We have single line comment and we have multi-line comment. First we will make a note about this. Then we will see what are single line comments and what are multi-line comments. First, let me make a note about this. Comments are non-executable statements or ignore statements. Using this Using these comment notations, we can able to declare customized statements within the source code. In Python programming, comments are classified into two types. These are the points just now we have discussed. What are the two types of comments we have in our Python? Single line comments and multi-line comments. These are the two types of comments we have in our Python. Let's discuss about these two types of comments briefly. First, let's discuss about single line comment. Single line comments. Single line comments are nothing but these comments are applicable to a specific line. For example, I have a source code which consists of 10 lines. Only for single line I want to write a comment. If you want to write a comment which is applicable to a specific line, specific single line, then those comments are nothing but single line comments. First, let me make a note about this, then we will see example. These comments are applicable to a specific line it always indicates with hash. Symbol. Let me show you an example. Just go to Python IDE, create a new file. Here I want to write print hello, welcome to comments. I want to print this. For this single line, I want to write comment, single line comment. How? Just use hash, or you can call it as pound script designed by Hemant. Some task assigned by some John. And some assigned or assigned date. I want to write some other date. We will write some 01/01/2021. These are my single line comments. Why we call it as single line comments? Because these comments are applicable to only single line, which is Python, which is print hello welcome to comments. For this single line of my code, all these comments are applicable. That's the reason these comments are called single line comments. Now let's execute this file. Just save it. Go to our Python files, some a2.py. Just click on run module. You can see here it is printing hello welcome to Python. But whatever the comments, single line comments we have written in Python file are not executed. Why? Because these single line comments are non-executable state. These lines will not be executed in our terminal. Those are just customized statements. These statements will be just like information. This is how you can work with single line comments. Here we have written comments are non-executable statements. That's the reason comments did not execute in our single line comment. Don't get confused. Next we will discuss about multi-line comments. Multi-line comments. Multi-line comments are nothing but whatever the lines of statements you are writing in triple quotes. If you write one line or more than one line, or more than one line in triple quotes, these are triple quotes. If you write one line or more than one line in triple quotes, these are triple quotes, then those comments are considered as multi-line comments. You can write multi-line comments for your single line of code, or you can use this multi-line comments for one line or more than one line. How you can write multi-line comments? By using triple quotes. First let me make a note about this, then we will see example. These comments are applicable to one or more lines these comments we can write with help of triple quotes. Let's see an example how to work with multi-line comments. Just go to Python shell, create a new file. First let me write print some hello. Here I am using triple quotes. Script designed by Hemant. Task assigned by some John. These are my multi-line comments. You can close this multi-line comments by using triple quotes. These are non-executable statements and multi-line comments. Now we will execute this. First save it. Python files a3.py. Now just click on run module. You can see here it is printing hello. This is how you can work with multi-line comments in our Python. Next we will discuss about Anaconda Python distribution. Now we will discuss about Anaconda Python distribution. So what is Anaconda Python distribution? Anaconda is nothing but it's a framework. Anaconda is a framework, and this Anaconda contains lot of Python packages. Inside these packages we have lot of built-in libraries which is used to work with data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, deep learning, internet of things. Like this, lot of packages are available inside this Anaconda Python distribution to work with data science, machine learning, deep learning, and internet of things, such kind of platform. Python supports. Anaconda Python distribution is a framework. This framework is having two popular IDEs. What is meant by IDE? IDE is nothing but integrated development environment. Our Anaconda Python distribution contains two popular IDEs. Those are nothing but Spider and Jupyter. Just now I have explained you what this Anaconda Python distribution contains. What it contains? It contains Python packages and a package manager. And the main package and package manager is called Conda. Conda is a package manager which contains a lot of inbuilt libraries and packages to work with data science, machine learning, deep learning, such kind of platforms. In this Anaconda Python distribution, we have popular IDEs like Spider and Jupyter. Spider is an integrated development environment which is available in our Anaconda Python distribution. By using this Spider integrated development environment, it's nothing but IDE. By using this Spider IDE, you can develop Python projects which has scientific computing. If you want to work with Python with data science, or Python with machine learning, or Python with artificial intelligence, this Spider is a good choice to work with such kind of platform. And next we have Jupyter Notebook. In the initial years, this Jupyter Notebook is called IPython. Now it has renamed to Jupyter Notebook. What is this Jupyter Notebook? This Jupyter Notebook is nothing but it is an open source web application, and it allows you to create and share documents. The main use of this Jupyter Notebook is you can do live coding in this Jupyter Notebook, and you can use it for interactive widgets, and you can use it for plots, and it is having narrative text, and it is having equations, and you will be having visualization of your code, and you can create images, diagrams, animations. All these things you can do in Jupyter Notebook. Why Jupyter Notebook is different from PyCharm and Spider? PyCharm is a IDE which is used to develop Python projects, but PyCharm is more popular for web development. First, let's discuss about PyCharm and Spider. Let me explain you what is difference between PyCharm and Spider. Then I will come to Jupyter Notebook. This PyCharm is also a IDE which is used to develop Python projects and which is used to work with Python programming. But PyCharm is more popular to work with web development environment. To create a web application, PyCharm is having lot of inbuilt plugins, and it gives higher in the performance. You can work with Python popular framework like Django. Django is a Python framework. It is developed by using Python language. And when it comes to Spider, Spider is also a popular integrated development. PyCharm is also integrated development, but it is for web applications. For web development, this is the best choice. PyCharm is the best choice. But when it comes to Spider, Spider is nothing but scientific Python development environment. The full form of Spider is nothing but scientific Python development environment. The name itself, it is saying this Spider IDE is mainly used to work with Python projects with data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. It gives good performance for scientific calculations and advanced editing. And this Spider is having a large libraries which is used to work with data science, machine learning, and deep learning. PyCharm is having its own features and Spider is having its own features. We have to decide for what development we have to choose which IDE. For web development or web application, we have to use PyCharm. If you want to develop any scientific computing or If you want to work with data science, machine learning, or AI, which is artificial intelligence, if you want to work with these type of projects, you have to use Spider IDE. So now you got an idea of what is difference between Spider and PyCharm IDEs. Let's come to Jupyter Notebook. Jupyter Notebook is nothing but it's an open source web application which allows you to create and share documents. For example, in MNC companies, lot of developers will be there who is working in your project. Team members will be there. You people have to share the code, have to share the graphs, diagrams, images. Lot of communication should be there between your team members and developers. At that time, this Jupyter Notebook will help you a lot. It allows you to create and share documents, and also it allows you to live code so developers can interact with you easily, and it's having interactive widgets internally. And the main feature of this Jupyter Notebook is code visualization. That's the reason Jupyter Notebook is more popular in our Anaconda. First, let me make a note about all these points. So if any student is having any doubt, he can clear by seeing all these points. After that, I will show you how to install Anaconda distribution, and we will see how to work with Spider IDE and Jupyter Notebook. First, let me make a note about all these points. Anaconda is popular framework it contains Python packages and a package manager which is called Conda. And in Anaconda framework contains two popular IDEs. What are those? We have Spider. Spider means scientific Python development environment. And next we have Jupyter Notebook. These are the two popular IDEs which we have in our Anaconda framework. And let me make a note about Conda package management system. It is an open source package management system and environment management system for installing multiple versions of software packages. For example, if you want to install NumPy package from Conda package management system, you have to give a command like Conda install NumPy. This is how you can install package by using commands. This is the command of our Conda package management system. Next, let me make a note about Jupyter Notebook. Jupyter Notebook. What is Jupyter Notebook? We have discussed all these points. The Jupyter Notebook popularly known as IPython notebook it is an open source web application that allows you to create and share documents. What you can create and what you can share, let me make a note about all those things which you can share by using Jupyter Notebook. Live code, interactive widgets, plots, narrative text. All these things you can share by using Jupyter Notebook to multiple developers with whom you can work in your MNC companies. Visualization. Next, we will see how to install Anaconda and how to work with Jupyter IDE and how to work with Spider IDE and Jupyter Notebook. I will show you how to use it and I will show you how to install Anaconda in your system. But before downloading and installing Anaconda in your computer or laptop, I want to tell you a very important point. Please don't download or install Anaconda in your system if it is less than 8 GB RAM. If your system desktop or it is laptop or it is anything. If your system is having less than 8 GB RAM, please don't install Anaconda in your system, because if you want to work with Anaconda, only Anaconda framework itself will use 2 GB RAM to run Anaconda. That's the reason if you download and install, if you use Anaconda in 4 GB RAM or less than 8 GB RAM, either it is any, your system will get stuck and your system will be lagged every time. So make sure and don't spoil your system's working capacity. If your system is having more than 8 GB RAM, it's very happy for me. And if it is 8 GB RAM, you can install and you can work with Anaconda Python distribution. This is the most important point I have to tell before installing or downloading Anaconda framework. Before, so many students installed this Anaconda framework in their laptop who is having less than 8 GB RAM. They faced a lot of problems. I don't want you to face those problems. That's the reason now itself I'm telling you, if you want to run Anaconda framework, your system should be more than 8 GB RAM, because 2 GB RAM itself will be consumed by Anaconda framework. Make sure your laptop or system is having more than 8 GB RAM. If less than 8 GB RAM, you can see my lecture how I am installing and how I am using. It will be useful for you. But if your system is having less than 8 GB RAM, my request is not to download or install Anaconda in your laptop. It may spoil your laptop, or it may make your laptop working very slow. It gives a lot of problem to your laptop. I don't want you people to face that problem. So in next lecture, I will explain you how to install and how to work with Anaconda framework. Next, we will see how to download and install Anaconda framework in our computer. Just open any web browser, either Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge, any browser. Search for Anaconda. You can see here it's showing Anaconda, the world's most popular data science platform. Just click on it. You will be forwarded to Anaconda framework web page. Just click on get started. Just click on download Anaconda installers. Here you will see the download options of Windows, Mac OS and Linux. If you are using Windows operating system, just download 64-bit graphical installer. If you are using Mac OS, then click on 64-bit graphical installer. If you are using Linux operating system, then click on 64-bit x86 installer. After clicking on this 64-bit graphical installer, then Anaconda framework will be installed in your system. After that, it will ask you to restart your system. After restarting, Jupyter and Spider will be downloaded and installed in your system. In our next lecture, we will see how to use Jupyter and Spider practically. Just click on it. Anaconda will be installed in your system and you have to restart your computer. It will ask you to restart your computer, then restart it. I already downloaded and installed Anaconda in my system. After restarting your computer, you can see Spider Anaconda 3 has installed in your system, and also you can see Jupyter is also available in your system. Automatically after installing Anaconda, Jupyter Notebook and Spider will be installed in your system. Just open Spider Anaconda 3. We will see how to work with Spider IDE. You can see here my Spider IDE is opening. It will take a lot of time to open Spider or Jupyter Notebook or Anaconda. Why? Because it is having large libraries and huge support from their community, because they have lot of built-in libraries and package management system which will be used to work with data science, machine learning kind of things. So this is my Spider IDE. Now we will see how we can write Python programs in our Spider IDE. Let's write some print, some welcome to Spider. I want to print this. Just click on run. You can see here it is printing welcome to Spider on my console. Let's see some other. X is equal to some 10, y is equal to some 20, some z is equal to x plus y. Print sum of numbers z. Just run this program. You can see here sum of numbers, it is printing as 30. This is how you can write your code in your Spider IDE and you can print on your console. So now you got an idea how to work with Spider IDE. There's nothing difference between this PyCharm IDE and Spider IDE. The only difference is for web development or application development, PyCharm IDE will give high performance. If you want to work with scientific computing or if you want to work with data science or machine learning, artificial intelligence kind of things with your Python programming, then Spider IDE will give good performance. For which purpose we want to use depends on the purpose. If you want to use for web application or web development, PyCharm is best choice. If you want to choose for scientific computing or data science or artificial intelligence, Spider is the best choice for scientific computing. This is how you can work with Spider IDE. Next we will see how to work with Jupyter Notebook. Just open Jupyter Notebook, click on it. It is opening Jupyter Notebook. So this is our Jupyter Notebook. I just want to create new folder. This is our new folder. Just now I have created. I want to create a new file. Just click on text file. Just name it as some example1.py. This is our Python file. Let me write a method, some def m1. This is my method. I want to print some hello world. Print some welcome to Jupyter. I want to print these two statements. Just save it. It will not automatically save it. We have to save it manually. Just click on save. It has saved our code. Now this is our example class. Just click on Python 3. Here first you have to import our file. Import example1. After that you have to click on shift plus enter. Then by using example1.m1, I'm calling my method. Again you have to click on shift plus enter. You can say here hello world, welcome to Jupyter. Whatever I have written in my file, it is printing on my console. This is how you can work with Jupyter Notebook. I have shown you how to create files, Python files, and I have shown you how to execute those files in your Jupyter Notebook. This is how you can create files and you can save it and you can execute in your Jupyter Notebook. Next we will discuss about PyCharm IDE. First we will discuss about PyCharm IDE. I will explain you how to work with PyCharm and why we need PyCharm. First I will explain you about PyCharm IDE. After that in next lecture I will explain you how to download and install PyCharm. First we will discuss about PyCharm IDE. PyCharm IDE. Mainly this PyCharm IDE is specially used for our Python programming and it is developed by a company called JetBrains. JetBrains developed this PyCharm IDE. Our PyCharm IDE is specially for our Python programming and this is an integrated development environment. It's nothing but IDE. This PyCharm IDE we use for developing Python project and it provides code analysis and graphical debugger. We can integrate unit tester and we can do integration with version controlling systems. Everything you can do in one single platform, that is nothing but PyCharm IDE. It is perfectly supporting for our web development. Web development is nothing but developing a web application by using Python programming related frameworks like Django. First let me make a note about all this, then we will see clearly about PyCharm IDE. After understanding PyCharm IDE, then I will tell you how to download and install PyCharm IDE. But before downloading, you have to know why we use PyCharm IDE, what is the use of PyCharm IDE, and what are the benefits we get by using this PyCharm IDE. That's the reason I'm explaining to you. First, let me make a note about this. It is used specially for Python programming. It is developed by JetBrains company. This PyCharm is a integrated development environment. It's nothing but IDE, especially for our Python programming. It provides code analysis, graphical debugger, integrated unit tester, and integration with version control systems. It is perfect match for our web development with Python frameworks like Django. With framework Django. Django is a framework which is developed by using Python language. By using Django, we can develop web applications. So this is about PyCharm IDE, and PyCharm is also a cross-platform, means it supports all operating systems. PyCharm is cross-platform, supports all operating systems. Let's see how to work with PyCharm IDE. We will create a project. Inside project, we will create a Python file and we will execute it from PyCharm platform itself. Let's open PyCharm. Let's create a new project. Just go to File, click on New Project. Just give the name which you want for your project and change the location. I just want to store my project in my Python files. This is my location. And I want to name my project as my project someone. This is my project. Just click on create. this window. This is my project. Just click on project, just right click on project, new Python file. Just give a name for your Python file. I just want to give some example 1 Python file. This is my Python file. Here I want to print some welcome to Python scripting. Print. It is easy and simple programming. And print some thank you. Let's execute this file. To run this file, just click on Ctrl Shift F10. You can see here it is printing welcome to Python scripting. Whatever I have written in my Python file, it is printing on my console. It is easy and simple programming. Thank you. This is how your file will be executed inside your project in your PyCharm IDE. Let's see some more examples, like some x is equal to input enter any number, y is equal to input enter any number, z is equal to int x plus int y. Next, print sum of two numbers is z. What I am doing here I am taking string value from my console or from user. From x and y, by using input function, I am taking string value from our console or from user. That x plus y, I'm converting that string value into int value by using typecasting. After typecasting, that value I am storing in z. Here I am parsing my string to integer, because coming value is number. Let's execute this file. You can see here it is asking me to enter any number. Let me give some space here. Ctrl Shift F10. It is asking me to enter any number. I will enter 10 and 20. You can see here it is showing me sum of two numbers is 30. It has added this x value 10, y value 20, and it has stored in z. That z value I am printing here. This is how we can work in PyCharm IDE. This is how you can create project. Inside project, this is how you can create file, and this is how you can take input values from console or user, and you can use parsing to change the coming string value into int, and you can store in Z. That Z value you can print by using print function. Let's execute once again. Just click on Ctrl Shift F10. Here I want to give 20, 30. You can see here sum of two numbers is 50. It has added 20 plus 30. This is how you can work with PyCharm IDE. Next we will see how to debug our Python program in our PyCharm IDE. We will see the debugging process, how to debug our code. First, let's create a file, Python file, some sample. Just click on enter. This is my sample file. X is equal to sum 10, y is equal to sum 20, z is equal to x plus y, print sum of two numbers z. Now I want to debug this code. To debug your code, you have to press Alt Shift and F9, or else after clicking on Alt Shift F9, it is showing which file it should debug. Just click on our sample file, press on enter. You can see debugging process has been started, or else you can directly click on run. Here you have debug option. You can click this debug option to debug your code. Now I want to debug my code from my first line. First, you have to put breakpoint at your first line. Then you have to press function F8 to check line by line or to debug line by line. Just click on function F8. You can see here my code is debugging and it is showing my value which I have stored in my x is equal to 10, and here it is showing it is showing me data type name which I am storing in my x variable. I am storing 10 and it is int variable. Now I want to go to next line. Just click on function F8. You can see y is equal to 20. Here it is showing me int data type with 20 value. This is how you can debug line by line. Here it is showing z is equal to 30. It is also int value. You can debug line by line in your Python code. Here I am showing you how to debug your code. But when you work with real world projects, you will be having some thousands of lines, some hundreds of lines. So for example, if you have any bug in between 20 to 30 lines, then you have to follow this process to debug your code. You don't need to check all your hundreds of thousands of lines. You need to put breakpoint at your 20 line and you have to check from 20 to 30 where you got bug in your code. This is how you can work with debugging in your PyCharm IDE. Next, we will see how to work with Python variables. Create a new Python file. Just click on your project, new Python file. I want to give name as some example3 Python file. So this is my new Python file. Here I want to create a variable, like for example some x is equal to 10. What is meant by this x is equal to 10? This 10 is a value and this x is a variable. Some people may know about these topics about variables. People who are beginners who don't know about any programming language, don't get confused. This x is a variable name. This x I'm using to store my value inside this variable. Whenever you give statement like some x is equal to 10, what happens internally means a container will be created with a reference x, and this 10 which is value will be stored inside this container. This is how you can work with variables in your Python. If you want to print this x variable value which is inside x variable, just use print x value x. By using x variable name, I can print my value which is there inside x variable. Now I want to print my value which is available inside this x variable. How you can print it? Just click on run. run. I want to run my example3.py class. This is my example3 class. You can see here x value, it is printing as 10. Whatever the value I'm storing inside x variable, it is printing on my console. Next we will see how to print strings. I just want to store some name is equal to some Hemant. I want to print this Hemant. How you can print it? Just use print name value comma name. Just click on run example 3. You can see here it is printing name value Hemant. This is how you can store values inside your variable. And in our initial classes itself we have discussed our Python is implicit declaration of data type. Whenever you store some value or some number or some string inside a variable, implicitly internally it will declare data type based on the value which you are storing. For example, you have created a variable x. You are storing 10 as a number. 10 is a int type of value. When you store 10 inside your x variable, internally implicitly this x variable will be declared as type int. And if you store string inside any variable, internally implicitly this name variable data type will be declared as string. Let me show you. Here I will write a print x type. I want to print my x type. How you can print it? You can use type function. Inside this type function, just give the variable name which is x. Now run this file. Just click on run example3. You can see here it is showing us int which is the value I'm storing inside my x value. Now I want to show you the type of name variable. Print type of name variable. Use type function. Inside this type function, give your variable name. Just click on run example3. You can see here type of name variable, it is showing us str which is string. This is how you can see the internal declaration of data type of your variable. And also in Python we can able to assign a single value to multiple variables. For example, I want to store some number like 5. I want to store this 5 in multiple variables. Like I want to store in A, B, C, A, B, C. I want to store in A, B, C only single value. This is possible in our Python. Let me show you. Here I will create a variable. A is equal to B is equal to C. I have created 3 variable names and I want to store single value 5. If you print a value, I want to print a, print b value b, next print c value c. If you print a value, b value, c value, same 5 value will be printed because I have assigned my single value to multiple variables. Let's see. Just click on run example3. You can see here a value 5, b value 5, c value 5. This is how you can assign a single value to multiple variables. Next we will see what are the standard data types we have in our Python. Python standard data types. So when it comes to data types in our Python, in Python we have 6 types of standard data type. We have number type, we have string type, we have tuple type, and we have list type, and we have set type, and we have dictionary type. These are the different types of standard data types which we have in our Python. First, let me make a note about this. Then we will see practically about this standard data types. First, let me make a note about this. In Python, we have 6 types of data types. They are we have number, we have number type, we have string type, and we have tuple type, and we have list type, and we have set type, and we have dictionary type. These are the different types of standard data types we have in our Python. Number, string, tuple, list, set, and dictionary. First we will see Python number data type. Already we have seen this x is equal to 10 also comes under number data type. First let's discuss about Python number data type. Python number data type. When it comes to Python number data type, in Python, usually if you create any variable and if you store any numeric value like numbers, either it is 10, either it is 50 or 200 or 5000, any value, if it is numeric value, internally for your variable, implicit declaration of data type will be decided. Implicitly for your variable, Python will decide the data type by the value which you are storing inside that variable. For example, I want to store some 200. I want to store some 200 in my some a variable. Then implicitly internally this a variable will be declared as number data type because I am storing numeric value, and these numeric objects are mutable. What is meant by numeric objects are mutable? Numeric objects are mutable is nothing but it means if an object is created or any numeric value you are storing inside any variable, that value can be changed. Whatever the value you are storing inside variable or inside object, that created value can be changed. That's the reason these numeric objects are called mutable. Mutable is nothing but if you are able to change the value which you are storing inside variable, then those objects are comes under mutable object. First let me make a note about this, then we will see example. Number data type stores numerical values. This numerical values or objects are mutable. What is meant by mutable? Mutable means when an object is created, its value can be changed. Let's see an example. Just go to PyCharm IDE. Here just create some A variable and store some 200 and B variable some 400. Next I want to print this variables A, print A, print B. Let's run this file. Just click on run, example 3. You can see here it is printing 200, 400. Now we will change this variables values. A is equal to some 500, B is equal to some 800. Now let's print this A and B. Just run this file. Click on run, example 3. You can see here my A value, B value has been changed to 500 and 800. Before it is printing 400 and 200. But after modifying, it has changed that variable value to recent modified value, which is 500 and 800. Means now you got an idea what I am saying. Numeric objects are mutable. Means you can change the value after its creation. Now we will see how to delete these variables. To delete these variables, just use del, which is delete function, and variable name. I want to delete A. Just click on run, example 3. I will print A value after deleting. Just click on run, example 3. You can see here name A is not defined because I have deleted A. You cannot print A because A is not defined. This is how you can delete a variable by using del function. But you can print B because B is not deleted. Just click on run, example 3. Just remove this print A because A we have deleted. Just click on run, example 3. You can see it is printing 800 again. Now we will delete B also. Delete B. Just click on run, example 3. I will print this B, print B. I want to see the B value after deleting, whether it has deleted or not. Just click on run, example 3. You can see name B is not defined because B has been deleted by using del function. This is how you can delete variables in your Python. If you see the statements or lines in our Python programming, every statement or every line is a unit of code in our Python programming which represents meaningful answer. Whatever the statements or lines you write in your Python programming, those statements are nothing but a unit of code, and that unit of code represents some meaningful answer. Every line of code will be having some meaningful answer. First let me write a sample program. Some A is equal to 100, B is equal to 200. Now C is equal to some A plus B. If you see these three statements or these three lines, here this A is a variable name. This A is a variable. Inside this A I am storing value 100. When it comes to B, B is also a variable. Here C is also a variable. C is a variable. But This C indicates an expression. This C indicates an expression. What type of expression? If you see clearly, this C is having collection of operands and also operators. What are operands and operators in this C variable? This C is an operand. Inside this C, we have operators like is equal to and plus. Whatever you are seeing is equal to and plus, these comes under operators, which is used to operate our operands. And whatever the A variable and B variable you are seeing, those are comes under operands. So all these collection of operands and operators comes under C. It is nothing but we call it as an expression. This C indicates an expression. Let me make a note here itself. C indicates an expression. Expression is nothing but collection of operators and operands. Here this C is an operand. Is equal to is operator in this expression. Next, A is a operand. Next, this plus is operator. Next, this B comes under operand. These are the statements, or you can call them as lines in our Python programming. Whatever the statements or lines you write in your Python programming, all these comes under unit of code. And next, if you pass a value to any variable, then you call them as a parameter. For example, C is equal to some 100 comma 200. This 100 comma 200 are nothing but you call them as parameters. Passing a value to an operand is called parameter. This is about statements or lines. You can call them as unit of code. Every line of code will be having some meaning. That's the reason I want to explain you every line of code, whatever you write in your Python programming. Because of that reason, I explained you all this. In our next lecture, we will discuss about Python numerical types. What are the types of different numerical data types we have in our Python? We will discuss in our next lecture. Next, we will discuss about Python numerical data types. Our Python supports different types of numerical data types, like we have int, we have long, we have float, we have complex. But this long data type is only available till 2.x version. From 3.1, long is not available. They have deprecated this long from 3.x version. It is deprecated means it is removed. Long data type is removed from our Python. First, let me make a note about all these data types. We will see practically all these data types. Our Python supports different data types, different numerical data types. What are those? They are first one, int. Next we have long. This long is available only in 2.x versions. In 3.x versions, it is removed. Technically, we call removed as deprecated. Deprecated means removed. In software industry, technically we call removed as deprecated. This long is deprecated from our 3.x version. Don't get confused by saying deprecated word. And we have float. And we have complex. These are the different numerical data types which Python supports. We will see practically about all these data types. I think there is no use of working with this long data type because it has already deprecated, it has already removed. Let's see how to work with int, float and complex data type. I will show you practically about all these numerical data types. Let's forget about long because it has already removed from our Python. No need to learn long. Just go to our Python ideally. Here I just want to store some value in variable x is equal to 10. Here I am storing x is equal to 10. I want to print x. Here it is showing 10. I want to see the type of this 10. I am storing 10 in my x variable. I want to see internally what data type it has declared for my x variable. How you can see? By using type function. Type x. You can see it is showing int data type. Now let's create one more variable. We will store float type value. A is equal to some 0. Some number 654. Now I want to see this A type. You can see here internally for A variable it has taken float data type. Next we will see complex data type related values. First let me create some y is equal to complex some 1 comma 2. What this complex function is doing here? This complex function we use to store the number or values which I am storing in this y variable. I want to store it in complex data type. This complex function will store these numbers by using European convention. It will end this complex data type related value with j, whatever the value you are storing. For example, I am storing 1 comma 2. What this complex function will do? First, this complex function will store these numbers by using European convention by ending with j. It will store 1 plus 2 ending with j. J will be added to this 2 and it will store these values as 1 plus 2j. At last it will add j. Here this j represents square root of -1. Let's see how it stores data. Now we will print this y. You can see here it has stored my value in complex data type format 1 plus 2j. In European convention it has added j to our number. This j represents square root of -1. Let's see the type of my variable x. Print type of my y. You can see here it is showing me y variable is of complex type. So we have seen int data type, float data type, complex data types. how the values are storing internally, how this numerical data will be stored in variable, and what data type internally it will declare for variables. We have seen practically. Long is removed from our Python from 3.x versions. Because of that reason, I thought working with long variable is waste of time because it has already removed from our Python. So this is about our numeric data types in our Python. Next, we will discuss about binary literals, octal literals, and hexadecimal literals in our Python. We will see how our Python will convert our decimal number to binary number by using built-in functions. First, let's discuss about binary literals. Binary literals. When it comes to binary literals, if you assign any decimal value to your variable by using bin function, then the decimal value will be converted to binary number. How it will be converted? By using bin function, because you are assigning your decimal value with function bin to your variable. Then that decimal value will be converted to binary number. Let me show you one example. For example, I am having some x is equal to some 64. This is my decimal value. I want to assign this decimal value to my x variable by using bin function because I want to convert it to binary number. Now I am assigning decimal value to my x variable by using bin function. This 64 will be converted to my binary number. How it will convert? Let me explain you. This 64 will be converted to 1000000. This is binary number of my 64 decimal number. But when it comes to Python, whenever you use bin function to convert your decimal value to binary number, it will add a prefix 0b to your binary number. Why it will add 0b to your binary number? Because no one should get confused by seeing this number whether it is decimal number or binary number or any other number. Because of that reason, our Python internally contains some built-in libraries inside this bin function that will add this 0b to our binary number to tell to users that this is a binary number. This prefix will be added before your binary number. 0b will tell us that this is a binary number. Let's see how we can convert this decimal value 64 to binary number. Some people may don't have idea on this, so some people may know this basics, but I want every student to get clarity on concept clearly. That's the reason I am explaining this. If any student already know this, you can skip this lecture, but people who don't have idea on this, I will explain you now. Please understand the concept. First we will do division for this 64. When it comes to binary, our binary base value is 2. This you should never forget. You should not forget this binary base value is 2. By using 2, I want to do division for my 64 decimal value. 2 32 is 64. Here remainder you will get as 0. Next, 2 16. 2 16 is 32. Here also you will get 0 as a remainder. Next, 2 8 is 16. Here also you will get remainder as 0. Next, 2, 4 is 8. Here also you will get 0 as remainder. Next, 2. 2 2s are 4. Here you will get remainder as 0. Next, 2 1s are 2. Here you will get remainder as 0. Now whatever the remainder value you are getting, that remainder value is nothing but your binary number of your decimal number. This is how you can get your binary number of your decimal number. If you want to convert to binary number by using binary base value, you have to do division. If you want to convert to octal number, you have to use octal base value, which is 8. If you want to convert to hexadecimal, hexadecimal base value is 16. Then you have to do division with 16. This is our binary number. You have to come from bottom to top. From bottom to top, 1 0 0 0 0 0 0. If you observe here, we have 0b, which is prefix to tell that this is binary number. Next, 1 0 0 0 0 0 0. We have calculated how to get binary number. Same number is available here. This is how you can get binary number of your decimal number. Let me show you practically how this bin function works. Just go to Python ideally. X is equal to some bin. Here I want to use 64. Next I want to print this X. You can see here 0b1 0 0 0 0 0 0. Now you got an idea how to work with binary literals and bin function. Next we will see how to work with octal literals. Octal literals are nothing but if you want to convert any decimal number to octal number, we use octal literals are nothing but if you want to convert any decimal value or integer number to octal number, we use a function called oct. By using this function, we can convert our integer number, or we can call it as decimal value. We can convert to octal number. How we can convert it? Let's see one example. For example, some a is equal to some value 8. This is my OCT oct. This is my decimal value, which is integer number. I want to convert this integer number to my octal number by using OCT 8. I already explained you, to convert any number to octal number, the base value will be 8. 8 ones are 8. Remainder you will get a 0. Don't get confused why I have used 8, because our octal literals base value is 8. If you want to convert to binary, binary base value is 2. If it is hexadecimal, hexadecimal base value is 16. You should not forget this. So here for octal literals also we have a prefix called 0O. We have 0O has a prefix to this octal literals. Why we have prefix? Because no one should get confused by seeing this number whether it is integer or any other number or it is binary. People should not get confused by seeing this number. Because of that reason, internally it will add a prefix to that number. That prefix is nothing but 0 and O. By seeing this 0 and O, everyone can understand this is an octal number. Let's see whether this is an octal number of our 8 or not. Just go to Python IDE. Here what we will do is, I want to print octal number. We will come from reverse, so you will get more idea about this. Here what I will do is, I will assign octal number to this A variable and I want to print decimal value. A is equal to 0 O. 0 O is prefix for our octal number, and our 8 binary value is, just now we have calculated 1 0. This 1 0 I will give here. Now I want to print A. You can see here it is printing 8. Now you got an idea what is octal number, how we can convert octal numbers to integers. You got an idea. Next we will see how to work with hexadecimal literals. Hexadecimal literals. When it comes to hexadecimal literals, if you want to convert any number to hexadecimal, you have to use predefined function which is hex. That function will return your hexadecimal value of your decimal number. Let's take some examples. For example, x is equal to some hex, hexadecimal function. I will give some number, some 19. I want to convert this 19 to my hexadecimal value. How we can convert to hexadecimal value or hexadecimal number? I already explained you. If you want to convert any number to hexadecimal, you have to use hexadecimal base. Hexadecimal base is 16. By using hexadecimal base number or base value, you can get hexadecimal value of any decimal number. Now we want hexadecimal number of our 19. Our hexadecimal base is 16. In 16, ones are 16. What remainder we will get? We will get 3 as a remainder. Now you got an idea. This remainder is nothing but our hexadecimal value of 19. Let's see practically whether we will get 1 3 or not. Just here I will put x is equal to some x 19. Print x. You can see here it is printing 0x13. Here I forgot to tell you, for hexadecimal number also prefix will be added to your hexadecimal number. For this 13, internally it will add 0x to your hexadecimal number to tell to users that this is not normal number or integer number, this is hexadecimal number. Internally it will add prefix called 0x to your hexadecimal number. Then by seeing this number and by seeing this prefix, everyone can understand this is hexadecimal number of 19. That's the reason it has added 0x to our hexadecimal number. This is about hexadecimal literals. We have seen how to convert decimal number to binary number, and we have seen how to convert decimal number to octal number by using octal base value 8. We have converted to octal number which is 10, and for that 10 octal number prefix will be added 0 to know that this is octal number of 8. This process is to get binary number, this process is to get octal number of decimal value, and this process is to get hexadecimal value of decimal number or integer number. Here I have used 2 because our binary base value is 2. Here I have used 8 because octal base value is 8, and in hexa base value is 16. Base value you should never forget. So now you got an idea how to work with binary literals, octal literals and hexadecimal literals, how it will convert internally. We have seen everything. Next we will discuss about order of operations. We will discuss about order of operations. So what this order of operation topic contains? Order of operations are nothing but when an expression contains more than one operator, when an expression that contains more than one operator. For example, I am using two operators. I am using multiplication and also division. Both operators I am using in one expression. Then the order of evaluation depends on the order of operations. Here Python follows PEMDAS principle. PEMDAS principle are nothing but the order which Python follows is shortly called as PEMDAS. First let me make a note about this. Let me show you an example first. For example, I am having some 1 plus 2, some into 3. This is my expression. This expression contains two or more operators. This expression is not having only one operator. Here I am using two operators, which is multiplication and addition. If my expression contains more than one operator, then this order of evaluation depends on the order of operations. Our Python follows PEMDAS principle. Let's see what is PEMDAS principle. First I will make a note about this. When an expression contains more than one operator, the order of evaluation depends on the order of operations. Which order our Python follows? Our Python follows PEMDAS principle. PEMDAS principle. Don't get confused by seeing this PEMDAS name. I will explain you what it is. This PEMDAS is nothing but PEMDAS means P means parenthesis. E means exponential. M means multiplication. And next D means division. Next, A means addition. Next, S means subtraction. S means subtraction. This is the order followed by our Python. How it will be followed? Let me show you an example. For example, let's take an expression 2 into 3 minus 1. This is my expression. Here I am using multiplication operator and subtraction operator. I am using more than one operator in my single expression. Then our Python follows PEMDAS principle. PEMDAS principle are nothing but P means parenthesis, E means exponential. This is the order our Python follows. If in your expression parenthesis is there, then parenthesis will be calculated first. After that, other operator will be calculated. If your expression is having exponential after parenthesis, then after parenthesis calculation, exponential operator will be used. After using exponential operator, if multiplication operator is there in your expression, then multiplication will be used. But for example, this is my expression. In this expression, I am using multiplication operator and parentheses. Now, according to our Python pandas principle, first parenthesis will be calculated. First, this parenthesis will be calculated. 3 minus 2, 2. After that, we don't have exponential in our expression. We have multiplication in our expression after parenthesis. That's the reason multiplication will be done after parenthesis. Now, 2 into 2 will be calculated. Value will be written as 4. This is how our PEMDAS principle will be followed by our Python for order of operations if you use more than one operator in your expression. For example, let's use some exponential expression. For example, 1 plus 2 power some 3. This is my expression. This is my expression which contains exponential and addition operators. In this expression, first according to our PEMDAS principle, what will be calculated? We have exponential and addition. When it comes to PEMDAS principle, addition is there after exponential. First we have exponential. Because of that reason, first this exponential will be calculated. This exponential value will be calculated 2 power 3. You will get answer as 8. After calculating exponential operator, then control goes to addition operator 1 plus 8. Then you will get result as 9. This is how order of operations will be followed by using PEMDAS principle. Let's see some examples in our Python ideally practically. Here first we will create some x is equal to some 2 into 3 minus 1. Print x. You can see here value is returning as 4. Whatever I have explained here, you are seeing on Python ideally practically. Next, one more example I have explained. 1 plus 2 exponential 3, 2 power 3. Let's see. Some y is equal to 1 into 1 plus 2 power 3. Let's print it. Print y. You can see result you are getting as 9. First it is calculating exponential. After that it is adding 1 with this exponential value. This is how our Python follows PEMDAS principle in our operations. Let's see some more examples. For example, I am using some 5 into 3 plus 1. Here I am using two operators which is multiplication and addition. According to our PEMDAS principle, first which will be calculated? Multiplication will be calculated. Means first 5 into 3 which is 15. After multiplication, addition will be there. 15 plus 1, you will get 16 as output. You can see here. For example, for this same expression, I will use parentheses. You will get different value. 5 into, I will use parentheses, 3 plus 1. Here you will get output as 20. Why you will get output as 20? Because here order of operations will be followed according to PEMDAS principle, which is parentheses will be calculated first. That's what I have explained here. Parentheses will be calculated first. 3 plus 1, 4, and 5 into 4, and 5 into 4 you will get as 20. This is how order of operations PEMDAS principle will be followed by Python. Let's see some more examples. Some 4 plus 3 exponential 2, 3 power 2 I am using. Here first 3 power 2 will be calculated. You will get 9 as answer. After getting exponential value, this value will be added to your 4 by using plus operator. Why exponential will be calculated first? Because our Python follows PEMDAS principle. Exponential is on top of addition. Here you will get output as 13. You can see you are getting output as 13. Let's see same expression with different style of operators. For example, I will use parenthesis here. Some 4 plus 2, and I will use exponential 2. Here first parenthesis will be calculated because upon exponential we have parenthesis in PEMDAS principle. Because of that reason, parenthesis will be calculated first as 4 plus 2, 6. After that 6 power 2 you will get as 36. You can see output you are getting as 36. So now you got an idea about PEMDAS principle and order of operations, how Python follows. Next we will discuss about Python math module. Python math module. We have a module called math in our Python. Let's discuss about this math module. This math module contains some operations which is related to mathematical, like trigonometry, logarithms, probabilities, statistics, everything. Whatever the operations which is related to mathematical, to perform all those operations, we have predefined functions which is available in this math module. And our Python offers many modules like math, random, and we have OS and we have sys. Lot of modules contains internally. All these are related to mathematical operations. First, let me make a note about this. Then we will see practically about math operations. Python offers many modules like math, random, OS, sys, etc. This math contains all mathematical related properties and methods. Those are related to calculations, and we will be having some trigonometric and also logarithms, etc. To use the methods or functions or properties of this math module, first you have to import it. For example, first you have to import it by using import keyword like import math, and you have to use function name some math.power, which is power function. This is how you can use math module related functions in your Python programming. Let's see practically about all these functions. Let's go to Python ideally. First we will see about ABS function. What is this ABS function? This ABS function will return absolute value of any number. Absolute value is nothing but, for example, if you use some negative number, it will return the exact absolute value of that number. For example, if I use -1 with this ABS function, it will return 1 as absolute value of my -1. And if I use -2 with this ABS function, it will return 2 as absolute value of my value. Let's see. Next we will see how to work with math module related functions in our Python programming. Just open Python ideally. Here first I will use ABS function, which returns absolute value of my number. If I assign -1 to my ABS function, it will return 1. If I assign -2 value, it will return absolute value of that number, which is 2. First let's see. First we have to import math. After that use print. Inside print ABS. I want to see the absolute value of -1. You can see it is returning 1. And I want to see absolute value of -2. Next we will see how to work with cell and floor functions of our math module. The cell function returns higher precedence number of the value which you are assigning. For example, if you assign some 2.7 or 2.8, it will return higher precedence number, which is 3. And if you use floor function with some 2.3, it will return smaller precedence number, like it will return 2 as output. Let me show you practically. Just go to Python ideally. Here first import math. Print math.cil some 2.8. This math.cil will return higher precedence value, which is 3. You can see it is returning 3. If you use floor function, some math.floor, it will return lower precedence value, 2. You can use some 2.2. Just press enter. You can see here math.floor is returning lower precedence value, which is 2. This is how cell and floor functions work in your math module. We will see how to work with square root function in our math module. Just use print math dot. Our square root function name is sqrt. I want to see square root of my 25. You will get value as 5. It will return square root of 25. You can see it is returning 5.0. This is how you can work with functions which you have inside math module. And we have some predefined functions like pow and round. Let's see what are those and how to work with that. Some print math.pow. Pow function will return whatever the numbers you are giving. For example, I want to see the value of 2 power 3. It has to return 8 as output. Let's see. You can see it is returning power of 2 power 3. And in our math module, we can get the const from our math module by using, like for example, we have pi. This pi math.pi will return some 3.14, which is constant value. Let's see whether we will get constant values or not. We will see now. Just import math print. I want to see the constant value of my pi, math.pi. You can see here it is returning 3.1415. Whatever the constant value we have, it is returning. Let's see some print math.e. You can see it is returning 2.7182, which is constant values. These are the constants we have in our math module. Next we will discuss about number type conversions. Number type conversions. So what is number type conversions in our Python? Number type conversions are nothing but if you want to convert any data type value to another data type. For example, I have a int data type number. I want to change that number data type to float data type. You can change it by using some predefined functions which we have in our type conversions concept. Let's see an example how it works. Just go to Python ideally. Just write some print. This is my int function. I want to convert some float value to int type value. This is my float value. I want to convert it to int. After converting it to int, it has to print only 3. You can see here it is printing 3. Next, we will see one more example. I want to convert to some float type. I want to convert some int type value to float type value. I want to convert this 4 means it has to print some 4.0. You can see here my int type number has been changed to float data type value. This is how you can do type conversions in your Python programming. Let's see what are the predefined functions we have in our Python to do type conversions. Sometimes it's necessary to perform conversion between sometimes it's necessary to perform conversion between built-in types. Built-in types. To convert between types, we have some predefined functions in Python. We will see what are those predefined functions. We have int function to convert any type value to int type, and we have float function and we have ORD function. This ORD is nothing but ordinal. Ordinal means it is used to convert, it will convert single character to its integer value. We will see practically. First, let me make a note about this. Fourth, we have hex. Hex is nothing but converting any number to hexadecimal number. And we have oct to convert any number to octal value. We have complex and we have str and we have tuple and we have list and we have set and we have dict. All these functions comes under number type conversion. Let's see practically how to use all these functions and where to use all these functions, how it will convert, how it will do type conversions. We will see practically. We have already seen int and float. Next we will see how to work with ORD. This ORD is nothing but this function is used to convert a character to integer number. For example, let me show you. Print. First, let me assign some value. Some s is equal to some capital letter A. Now I will use ORD function. To this ORD I will send this S variable. Just click on enter. Just print this value. You can see here it is showing ASCII value number of my character. Whenever you give any character, this ORD function internally converts this character into ASCII value and it will return the number of that ASCII value. And this hex function and awk function, complex function, we have already seen in our before, like I have explained you hex function, awk function and complex function, how it works and how to use it. Next we will see str function, tuple function, list function, set function and dict function. First we will see str function, how it works. What this str function will do in our Python programming, this str function we use to convert any integer number to string. For example, I want to send some integer number 100. That 100 will be converted to a string. Let me show you. Just go to Python ADLE. Here I want to assign some 100 to this x. Now y is equal to, I will use str function. I will assign this x variable to this str function. Now you can see, just use print y. It is printing 100. I want to see the type of this variable. How you can see it? By using predefined function type of y. You can see here this 100 integer data type value, internally it has changed to string. By using str predefined function, we are doing type conversion to this integer number. Now you got an idea. This str is used to convert integer to string. Whenever I have given command like some print type of y, result it is showing us the type of y is str. Now you got an idea about str function, how it works. Next we will see tuple, list, set and dict. In our Python, this tuple function we use to convert to a tuple. For example, I'm having a string. Let's assume some Python. I have a string like Python. I want to convert it to tuple. How you can convert it to tuple? By using tuple function. Let's see practically how you can convert it. For example, some tuple1. I will assign a string value which is Python. Now I want to convert it to tuple by using predefined function tuple. Just assign this variable to this tuple function tup1. Now just print this x. You can see here it is printing in a tuple format. Whenever you are giving string to this tuple function, internally this string will be converted to tuple format. It will store inside parentheses. Here if the data or values stored in parentheses, those values comes under tuple. If it is stored inside list, you will be having square bracket. If any data you are seeing inside this square brackets, means those data consists of list type. If you see parentheses, then in type of tuple. When it comes to set type data will be stored in braces. If any data you see inside this braces, those data are of type set. You should not forget about this format. If you see any data in parentheses, those data are of type tuple. If you see in data in square brackets, those data are of type list. If you see any data in braces, those data is of type set. If you observe here, Python is stored inside parentheses, means those data comes under tuple function. It has converted to tuple by using type conversion function, which is tuple. Next we will see how to work with set function. What this set function will do, it will convert any string data to set type. Let's see some data. For example, I will create a x variable. Inside this x variable, I will store some string data, Python. Now I want to do type conversion. I want to convert this string into set type. How you can convert it? Just create one more variable. Use set function. Send this string type value to this set function. Just click on enter. Now this string is converted to set type. If you see the data of string in braces, then type conversion has successfully done internally. String has changed to set. You can conclude it. Now we will print it. Print y. You can see data you are seeing inside braces. Next we will see an example of list function. Same this string data I will store in some variable and I will assign that variable to my list function to do type conversions. This Python string value I want to convert it to, I want to do type conversion internally to list type. Let's see how to do it. For example, a is equal to some Python. Now b is equal to, I will use list function. I want to convert this a to list type. Just print it. Whenever you are printing it, if the result is in square brackets, then you can conclude that this string has converted to list type internally. You can see here inside square brackets it has stored the data. Means if you see any data in square brackets, those data consists of type list type. So now you got an idea how internally our Python will do type conversions by using predefined functions. Next we will see how to work with this dict function. What dict function will do internally, we will see now. If you want to convert a tuple type into dictionary type, you have to use dict function. Let's see example. Just create some tup is equal to, here let's create some key value formats, some a comma 1 comma b comma 2. Just click on enter. Now I want to convert this tuple data to dictionary type by using dict function. Some x is equal to dict. Send this tup variable to dict function. Internally it has converted to dictionary type. Let's see. Just print it. Print x. You can see here the data has been converted to dictionary type data. This is how you can work with type conversion functions in your Python. Next we will see about Python string operations. Till now we have seen how to do mathematical operation, but if you want to do string operations, we can't perform through mathematical operations, right? In general, you can't perform any mathematical operations on strings. Even that string looks like number, you can't perform mathematical operations on strings. For example, you have a addition operator which is plus. This plus by default it is a concatenation operator when it comes to string. But if you do type conversions with int type, then this addition operator will act as addition operator, or else it will act as a concatenation operation by default. I will show you the examples. First let me make a note about this. Python string operations. In general, you can't perform mathematical operations on strings, even if string looks like number or numbers. You cannot perform. Even it looks like a number also, you cannot perform any mathematical operation on string. The plus operator performs string concatenation, which means it joins the strings by linking them into end. Let's see an example about string operations. Just open Python ideally. In this Python ideally, I will just create two strings and I will add these two strings by using addition operator. If I add these two strings, this plus operator will act like concatenation. But if I use any type convergence of mathematical any type convergence, then that plus operator will act as an addition operator. We will see both examples. First, let me show you the examples of string. First, let me create some variables. First is equal to some Hemant. Second, some John. These are my two strings. Now, by using plus operator, I want to add these two strings. Here we have two strings. If we use plus operator, then by default it will do concatenation. Let me show you. Let's create third variable. Inside this third variable, first plus second. Now I'm going to add my first and second variables value to third variable. Let's print it. Print third. You can see here it is showing Hemant John. If you want to put some space here you have to provide space. Let me show you. You can see here we got space because I'm using space in my second variable. This is how you can provide space between two strings. If you want to do repetitions of any string, how you can do it? Just provide some, I'll just create some variable str1. This is my variable name. Inside this variable, some hk a. This is my string. What I want to do here is I want to repeat this character some 4 times. How you can do it? Just use print. Inside print str1 into just use 4. I want to repeat 4 times. You can say here hka 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 hka. It has repeated 4 times my string characters. This is how you can do repetitions. Next, we will see how to take input values from console. Then we will add it by using string concatenation operations. Just open our Python. Just create a new Python file. Click on project. Right click on my project. New Python file. Give it has some name, some sample12. This is my Python file name. What I will do here is I will take input values from our console and I want to do string concatenation to my two string values which I get from my console. Let's create variables. X is equal to input enter some any number. Y is equal to input enter any number. Now I want to add these two numbers. x is equal y, z is equal to x plus y. Next, we will write a print statement. Sum of two numbers z. Here, input value you will get as a string value. But even though you are assigning a number to this x variable and y variable, and when you add this x plus y by using addition operator, this will not add your numbers. These two data will be concatenated, will not be added, because by default plus operator is concatenation operator. Let's see. Output you will get as a some, for example, I will give 12. You will get output as a 12 12. Just run it. Click on run. Sample 1 2. You can see here it is asking me enter any number. For example, I want to give some 12 and 12. You will get output as 1 2 and 1 2, because it is doing internally concatenation operator. Internally it will do concatenation operator, because plus operator is by default concatenation. You can see here sum of n two numbers, it is showing me 1 2 1 2. Then how I can add this 12 plus 12 by using addition operator? Here comes our type conversion functions, which we have discussed in our before lecture to do mathematical operator. Here whatever the string data you are getting, you want to convert it to int type, means you have to use type conversion function, which is int. Now whatever the string data I am getting, I am doing type conversion and I am storing in my x and y variables. Now if you add two numbers, you will get total value or sum of value. For example, let me assign 12 plus 12, you will get 24 as a result, because you are doing type conversion with int function. Let's run it. Sample 1 2 1 2 1 2. You can see here it is showing me sum of n two numbers is, it is showing us 24. This is how you can work with string operations and how to convert string into another type by using type conversion function. Next, we will discuss about special characters in our string. In our Python, backslash character is used to introduce a special character. We have some escape sequences. Those escape sequences are having some meaning in our Python. Let me show you what are those escape sequences. Next, we will discuss about special characters in string. In Python, the backslash character is used to introduce a special character. We will see what are all those. We will see what are the escape sequences we have in our special characters. And those meanings. First we have backslash n. What it means, if you use this \n escape sequence in your Python programming, means you want to go to new line. If you want to go to new line, you can use \n new line. And next we have \t. If you use this \t in your Python programming, it means you want to use horizontal tab in your code. Horizontal tab. What is meant by horizontal tab? It will give space of tab between your characters. I will show you practically how much space it will provide if we use horizontal tab. Next we have double backslash characters. This double backslash character is used for using backslash special character. If you use these two backslash, you will get backslash in your string characters. Next, backslash single quote. If you use this backslash single quote, you will get single quote in your strings. Next, you have backslash double quote. This represents double quote to your string. Let's see practically how to use this escape sequences to get special meanings in our strings. Just go to Python ideally. Here I will print hello Python programming. Here we will use escape sequence like \n. What it represents, \n represents I want to go to new line. If you want to go to new line, then you have to use backslash in your string. Just click on enter. You can see here after hello Python, because of escape sequence, programming has printed in my next line, new line. Next we will see how to work with all escape sequences. Print hello Python programming. Here I will use horizontal tab escape sequence. Just \t. It will provide space between my two strings. You can see here it has provided horizontal tab space between my two words. Next we will see single backslash. How to get single backslash. Hello Python programming double backslash. Here you will get single backslash. You can see here hello Python, it is printing single backslash programming. Next we will see single quote and double quote. Hello Python programming. Python I want to print in my single quote. Just use escape sequence backslash single quote. Backslash single quote. Click on enter. You can see hello Python is printing in single quote and programming. Next we will see double quote. Hello Python programming. If you want to print Python in double quotes, just use backslash double quote between Python. Just click on enter. You can see here Python is printing in double quotes. This is how you can work with escape sequences in your strings and the meaning of these special characters in your string. We have seen all escape sequences with practicals. This is about special characters in our strings. Next we will discuss about string indices. String indices. What is string indices? String indices are nothing but accessing our string elements by using their index number. If we want to access any string element by using the index number is called string indices. Our strings are stored as arrays of characters in our Python. Our strings will be stored as arrays of characters in our Python. And these elements can be accessed by using index numbers. If you want to access string elements from starting, you can use index number which starts with 0 from left side. But if you want to access any string element from right side, you can use index number from -1, -2, -3, from -1 to -n. First let me make a note about this, then we will see practically how we can access our string elements by using index. String indices means accessing string elements. Strings are arrays of characters and elements of an array. It can be accessed using indexing. Indices start with 0. From left side and -1 from right side. We will see how to access string elements from our Python programming. Just go to Python ideally. Let me store some string. I want to give some string name as str2. This is my variable name. Inside this variable, I will store some Python. Python is my string. Now I want to access a single element. Single element is nothing but a single character from this string. How we can access it? If we want to access from left side, you have to start with index number 0. If you want to access from right side, you have to use from index number from -1, -2, -3. Let's see how to work with string indices. Just print str2. Just give the index number, give the number of element which you want to print from this string. I want to print p from this string, means I want to print p from left side. If we come from left side, just now I have explained you from 0 index you have to start. Now in place of my 0 index we have p. Just give index number 0. Sorry, yes, I have given small letter. S is capital letter of my variable str2. Here my S is capital letter which I have given for my variable name, but here I have given small name. That's the reason we got error. Now I want to print 0th index. You can see here it is printing p. Next I want to print t. When it comes from left, 0, 1, 2. In my second index I'm having t. Just write print str2 0, 1, 2. You have to give 2 as index sorry, print capital letter S str to give the index number 2. You can see it is printing T as output. Now if I want to print a element from right side, then you have to start from index number -1. Just use print str to, from right side I want to print H. N is -1, O is -2, H is -3. Just give -3 as index value. You can see here it is printing H. This is how you can retrieve or you can access string elements from string by using index numbers from left side and also from right side. Next we will discuss about string slicing. String slicing. What is the string slicing in our Python? String slicing is nothing but if you have a string, from that string, if you want to print only some elements or some characters you want to print as an output. That some elements are nothing but we call it as a substring. To cut a substring from a string, from the string which you have, you want to cut some elements or characters, those are nothing but strings, substrings. To cut a substring from a string, we call it as string slicing. For example, let me show you. For example, I am having some Hemant. This Hemant is my string. What I want to do is I want to print from my index number 1 to index number 3. H is index number 0. E is index number 1. From E I want to print till index number 3. How you can print it? By using string slicing. Just assume this Hemant I have stored in my str1 variable name. This str1 is variable name. Now I want to print from 1 index to 3 index. Just you have to give a command like print str1 from index number 1 to index number 3. If you give this command, you will get output as EMA. It will print from 1 index to 3rd index elements from your string. Let's see whether it works or not. Just open Python ideally. str1 is equal to Hemant print str1 from 1 index to 3rd index I want to print. Next we will discuss about string slicing. String slicing. What is this string slicing in our Python? String slicing is nothing but if you want to print some elements from your string. From string, if you want to print only some elements. For example, I'm having some Hemant. From Hemant, I want to print only some 2 or 3 elements. The 2 or 3 elements, you call it as a substring. To cut this substring from a string, we use concept called string slicing. By using this string slicing, you can cut a substring from a string. For example, assume you have a variable called str1 is equal to some Hemant. From this string, you want to print only some elements as an output. How you can print it? For example, I want to print EM. I want to print only EM characters as my output. How you can print it? You have to give index number from starting range to ending range which is other than your ending index number. Now for example, if you want to print EM, E index number is 1, M index number is 2. You have to give end index number as 3. If you give end index number as 3, it will print EM as output. Let me show you practically. Just str1 is equal to HEMATH is my string. Now I want to print str1 from my 1 index to 3rd index. Now you will get output has only 2 elements. EM, only it will print EM because I want to print from first index. That's the reason I have given 1 here. Then it will print from E. I want to print till 2nd index, but you have to give end index value as 3. Means before 3rd index you want to print and from first index. Means you want to print from first index and before 3rd index from your string. Just click on enter. You can see here it is printing EM. Whatever the elements you want to print, you have to give starting number and you have to give ending number which is other than your last element. This is how you can work with string slicing. Let me make a note about this. To cut a substring from a string is called string slicing. Here two indices are used which is separated by colon. This is about string slicing. Next we will see how to update the strings in our Python. You can update existing string by reassigning a variable to another string. For example, let me show you. For example, assume that we have some str1 is equal to some technologies. This is my string 1. I want to update this string. How we can do it? You can update your existing string by reassigning a variable to another string. Means you have to reassign this str1 variable to another string. Let me show you how we can do it. Just open Python ideally. Here let me create a string variable. Some str1 is equal to technologies. This is my string. Now what I want to do is I want to update this string. How we can do it? Just now we have discussed by reassigning this variable to another string we can update it. First let me print this string. After that we will see how to update it. Just print it. Print str1. You can see here it is showing me technologies. Now what I want to do is I want to assign a Hemant string to this technologies. Let me show you how we can do it. Print str1. Here you have to give the index number from where you want to update your string. For example, I want to update from 6th string, 6th index number. What we have at 6th index number? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 5th index number, I want to change this string to Hemant. So here you have to give index number has 6. Then plus, after that plus. Here you have to give string which you want to add to that string variable. This is how you can update your string. Just now I have explained you how you can update your string. By reassigning a variable to another string, you can update the string. Let me see. You can see here Techno Hemant. This is how you can update your strings. Next we will see how to change or delete a string. As we already know, strings are immutable. What is meant by immutable? Immutable means whenever you are assigning some data to your string variable, that means that elements of a string cannot be changed once it has been assigned. Whatever the, for example, just now we have given technologies as a string to str1 variable. That means this string variable is a immutable. Means once you have assigned this technologies to string variable, you cannot change it after assigning, but we can simply reassign different strings to the same name. That's what just now I have shown you. Here we have seen I have reassigned another string to my variable, but directly I did not change string data I have in my string str1 variable, because strings are immutable. Means you cannot change the data once it has been assigned, but you can simply reassign it by different strings to the same name. Let me show you an example whether strings are immutable or not. We will see now. For example, just create a variable some str2 is equal to, we will write some string data like robotic process automation. This is my string data which is assigned to my str2 variable. Just print it, print str2. You can see it is showing me robotic process automation. So what we will do here is, first let me print first index number of this str2 variable. str2 print str2. I want to print 0th index data. You can see it is showing me first character which is R. I want to change this R character to S character, but our Python will not allow to change the data. Why? Because strings are immutable. You cannot change the data after assigning. Let me show you. str2 0 0th index character I want to change to some S. Just click on enter. You can see here it is showing me str object does not support item assignment. Means our Python will not allow string data to change after assigning data. Once the data or characters or elements has assigned to a string cannot be changed because strings are immutable, but you can update it by reassigning a variable to another string. Means, for example, we have seen str1 technologies. If you see this str2 example, for example, you want to update the string str2. How you can do it? Just by using variable and index number, you can add another string to this string variable. That process comes under updating strings. If you add another string to a variable, that means you are updating string, you are adding new string to this variable. But if you want to change the data, you cannot change it because string is immutable. This is how you can update the strings in your Python. Next we will discuss about how to delete a string variable. In Python we cannot delete or remove characters from a string, but deleting the string entirely is possible. For example, if you want to delete this robotic process automation, it is possible. But if you want to delete or remove only some characters from a string, like for example, you want to remove some PRO from robotic process automation, that's not possible in our Python. We cannot delete or remove characters from a string, but deleting the string entirely is possible by using del keyword. del By using del keyword we can delete entire string. Let me show you practically how you can delete this str2 variable just by using del keyword. del str2. I want to delete str2 variable, so by using del keyword I am deleting my string variable. Just click on enter. Now print it, print str2. You can see here name str2 is not defined, means str2 is not available in our Python. Why? Because by using del keyword I have deleted my str2 variable. This is how you can delete or you can update the strings in our Python. Next we will discuss about string formatting operator. String formatting operator. What is string formatting operator? When it comes to Python, one of the Python's coolest feature is this string formatting operator. This is our string formatting operator. When it comes to Python, our Python's coolest feature is string formatting operator. This operator is unique to strings. This string formatting operator is a pack which is having functions from C language printf family. We will see briefly what are the format symbols we have and what it describes. First, let me make a note about this. After that, we will see what are the format symbols we have and what it describes. First, let me make a note about this. One of Python's coolest features is the string format operator, which is percentage. This operator is unique to strings, and it is a pack which is having functions from C language printf family. We will see what are the format symbols we have and what it describes. Format symbol, and description. First, we will discuss about string format with C. This is for character. Next we have %s. This is for string conversion. This is for string conversion. Next we have %d. This is for signed decimal integer. We will see an example how to work with this string formatting operator after writing all this. Next we have %u. This %u describes unsigned decimal integer. Next, %o. This is for octal integer. Next, percentage small x. This describes hexadecimal integer in lowercase letters. Hexadecimal integer with lowercase letters. Next we have string format with capital letter X. This describes hexadecimal integer in uppercase letters. Hexadecimal integer with uppercase letters. These are the format symbols and their description. We will see an example how to work with these string formatting operators in our Python. Just go to Python IDE. Just write some print some string format s having string format s years experience string format operator Hemant comma 11 plus. Now just click on enter. You can see here by using string format operators we are printing Hemant having 11 plus years experience. How it is printing? Because here I am using string format s, which is for string conversion by using formatting. Here we are using string format s. What this string format s will do? It will do string conversions, whatever you are assigning string to this string format operators. Here 11 plus is an integer, but here I am giving string conversion format. Then how it is converting? Here don't get confused by saying this integer number. This integer number I am assigning inside a double quotes. Whatever the value, either it is integer or double or float, any value if you are assigning in double quotes, it will be considered as a string data. That's the reason here I am using string format s, which is string conversion. Let me show you how to change decimal integer by using string format operator. What we will do here is just print string format s having string format d years experience Hemant. Here I will assign only integer, not in double quote. Let's see the output, because here whatever the string format operator we are using with d, what it describes, it will convert decimal integer and it will show you the output. Let's see. You can see here Hemant having 11 years experience. This is how you can work with string formatting operators in your Python. Next we will discuss about Python identifiers. Python Identifiers. What is Python identifiers? Python identifiers are nothing but a Python identifier is a name which is used to identify a variable or a function or a class or a module or a object. In our Python identifier is nothing but it is a name which is used to identify that variable or a function or a class or a module or a object. A identifier starts with a letter A to Z from capital letter or A to Z small letter or from underscore, which is followed by 0 or more letters, or you can have digits, but our Python will not allow punctuation character. Punctuation characters are nothing but, like for example, at the rate or dollar, or we have percentage. Within identifiers, these punctuation characters are not allowed, and our Python is a case sensitive programming language. For example, I have a small characters variable name which is some Hemant and capital letters Hemant. These two are different identifiers in Python. Why? Because our Python is a case sensitive programming language. It will consider as a different identifiers in our Python. First, let me make a note about all this. A Python identifier is a name used to identify a variable, comma, function or class or a module or objects. A identifier which starts with a letter, some capital letter A to capital letter Z, or small letter A to small letter Z, or you can also have underscore, which is followed by some 0 to more characters or more letters, underscores and digits from 0 to 9. Just now we have discussed about these points. And our Python does not allow punctuation characters such as at the rate, comma, dollar and percentage. These punctuation characters are not allowed within identifiers. Python is a case sensitive programming language. That means, for example, Hemant and Hemant are two different identifiers in Python. This is about Python identifiers. We have to follow all this when we develop projects by using Python language. Next, we will discuss about structuring with indentation in Python. structuring with indentation in Python. So what is meant by indentation? Indentation is nothing but a space which is left between the left hand margin of a line or the beginning of a paragraph, which usually we call as an indentation. For example, let me show you. For example, def some my function print hello and print hi. Next return, and next we will call this function my function, my fun. This is a function in our Python. This my fun is a function name. This my fun is a function in our Python. This is a delimiter, space which is left at left hand side margin or the beginning of a paragraph which you are seeing here. This comes under indentation. In other programming languages, this indentation is used only just to make the code look pretty. But when it comes to Python, in our Python, this indentation is required for indicating what block of code a statement belongs to. Let me make a note about this. A space left between the left hand margin of a line or the beginning of a paragraph is usually indented, means it is called a indentation. In most other programming languages, indentation is used only to make code which looks pretty. But in Python, it is required for indicating what block of code a statement belongs to. This is about structuring with indentation in Python. Next, we will see the coding styles which we have to follow in our Python. Some coding standards will be there when it comes to a real world project development. Let's discuss about coding styles in our Python. Python coding styles. The very first thing which we have to discuss is about indentation. You have to use 4 spaces per indentation. You should not use tabs for this. For a function, if you want to use indentation to give a space at left hand side, you have to use only 4 spaces per indentation. You should not use tabs, and you should not mix these tab sign spaces because tabs creates confusion. It is recommended to use only spaces for indentation, and the maximum line length is 79 characters, which helps users who is having a small display. And if possible, you have to put inline comments in your program. This inline comments will help other developers to understand, to see this code actually contains whatever you have written, and it should be complete sentences, and you have to use spaces around expressions and statements. These are the main coding styles you have to follow when it comes to real world working environment software development. Let me make a note about all these points. Use 4 spaces per indentation and no tabs. Don't use tabs. Do not mix tabs and spaces. Tabs create confusion, and it is recommended to use only spaces. Maximum line length should be 79 characters, which helps users with small display. If possible, put inline comments. Should be complete sentences. Next, use spaces around expressions and statements. So this is about coding styles which we use in our Python. These are the main coding styles in real world project developments. Next, we will discuss about string library in our Python. In our Python programming language, string object contains several methods. These methods are used to manipulate the string. We will see what are the methods we have in our string object, and we will see practically how to use these methods to manipulate our string data. First, let me make a note about this point. Python string library. In Python programming, string object includes several methods. These methods are used to manipulate strings. and we will see practically what are the methods we have in our string library, how to use them to manipulate our strings. We will see now. Just go to Python IDE. Here first we will see capitalize method. We have capitalize method in our string library. We will see what is the use of it. This capitalize method will return a copy of string with only its first character capitalized. For example, if I give small letters like Hemant and if I use capitalize method, you will get output as H has a capital letter. Because this capitalize method, it returns a copy of string with only its first character capitalized. First let me show you. First we will create a string object, some Hemant, print str1 dot capitalize. Just click on enter. You can see here first character which is having in my str1 variable has changed to capital letter. Why? Because this capitalize method returns a copy of string with only its first character capitalized. This is the use of capitalize method in our string library. Next we have isDigit method. What this isDigit method will do? This isDigit checks whether the string consists of digits or not. If it contains only digits, it returns true. Let me show you with example. For example, first let me create a variable str2. Here 1 2 3, some 1 2 3 John. Now str2 dot isDigit. What this isDigit method will do? It checks whether string consists of digits only or not. If it contains only digits like 1 2 3, then this isDigit method will return true. But here if you see, we have digit and also string characters. That's the reason it will return false. You can see it is returning false. Let me create one more variable str3, some 1 2 3 4 5 6, only digits. Now it has to return true. str3 dot isDigit. You can see here it is returning true. Why? Because my string variable is having only digits. This is how you can work with isDigit method. Next we have isLower method. What this isLower method will do in our string library? This isLower method will check whether the letters or characters which we have in our string are in lower case or not. If all the letters or characters is in lower case, it returns true. If any character is in capital letter, then it returns false. Let me show you practically. For example, str4 is equal to some str4 is equal to some Hemant. First let me give a capital letter here. Now print str4 dot isLower. You can see here it is returning false because here I am having H has a capital letter. Now we will create one more variable str5 is equal to Hemant. Print str5 dot isLower. You can see here it is returning true. Why? Because all the letters or characters which I have in my string str5 variable All those are small letters. This is how you can work with is lower method. And next we have len method, which is length method. What this len method will do, it returns the length of the string. We will see an example. Some str6 is equal to some a b c d e f g h I. Now I want to see the length of my str6 variable. How you can see? By using len method. Len str6. You can see here it is returning the length of the string. This is how you can work with len method. Next we will see how to use max method in our Python. This max method will return the max alphabetical character from the string. For example, if I store some a, b, c, d after x, then if you use this max method, it returns the last alphabetical character, which is x. Let me show you an example. str1 is equal to some a, b, c, d, e, f, some x. Now let's print it. Print max str1. It returns the last alphabetical character, which is x. You can see here it is printing x. Next we will see how to use a replace method in our Python. What this replace method will do, it returns a copy of string in which the occurrence of old has been replaced with new. Let's see an example. For example, str2 is equal to some hello Python scripting. This is my string. Here I want to replace this Python with some other name, like I want to replace some Python with some any other name. How we can replace it? By using replace method we can do it. Let me show you. Print str2 dot replace Python comma, I want to replace Python with some other name. We will give Java. You can see here Python has replaced with Java. This is how you can work with replace method in your Python. And we have title method in our string library in Python. How to use this title method in our Python? This title method returns a copy of string in which first character of all the words will be capitalized. For example, if you give hello Python scripting all the characters with small letter, if you use title method, this title method will give you the output as every word starting letter will be capitalized. This title method will return the value as every word first letter will be capitalized. Let me show you. For example, str3 is equal to some hello welcome to Python. This is my string. If you use title method with this string, all the first character of every word will be capitalized. Let me show you. Print str3 dot title. You can see here H, W, T and P has been changed to capital letter. This is how you can work with title method in our Python. And we have next we will see how to use split method in our Python. What this split method will do in our Python? This split method, it returns a list of all the words in our string by using str as a separator. It separates words from our string. Let me show you an example. Some str1 is equal to some line 1 is equal to ds, line 2 is equal line 2 some is, line 3 some data science. This is my string. I want to split this string into 3 words, which is line 1 ds, line 2 is, line 3 data science. How we can do it? By using split function we can do it. Print str1 dot split. You can see here line 1 ds, line 2 is, line 3 data science. Whatever the string we have in our str1 variable, that string by using split method I have separated it into 3 words. This is how you can use split method in our Python programming. Next we will discuss about data structures. What are the types of data structures we have in our Python? We will discuss about all those. Before going to data structures, first let's discuss about data. First we will discuss about data. So what is data? Data is a set of values of qualitative or quantitative variables. What is meant by qualitative or quantitative? Qualitative is nothing but if some information we have has descriptive information, those descriptive information comes under qualitative data. And when it comes to quantitative data, what comes under quantitative data? Any numerical information, either it is numbers or decimals, those type of data comes under quantitative data. Let me make a note about this. Data is set of values of qualitative and quantitative variables. What is qualitative? Just now we have discussed. It describes something descriptive information. When it comes to quantitative, quantitative means whatever the numerical information we store, those data comes under quantitative data. This is about data. Whatever the set of values of qualitative or quantitative variables are nothing but data. Next we will discuss about data structure. Data structure means it is a particular way to store the data in a computer. If you want to store some data in a computer, by using data structures algorithms, you can store data in a computer. Let me make a note about this. A particular way of storing data in a computer is called data structure. A particular way for storing the data in a computer is called a data structure. If you want to store some data in a computer, by using data structure algorithms, you can store the data in your computer. What is algorithm? Algorithm is nothing but it is a set of rules to solve a problem. Algorithm means a set of rules to solve a problem is called algorithm. A set of rules to solve a problem is called algorithm. Data structures are nothing but algorithms to store a data in your computer. Algorithm means it provides some set of rules to solve a problem. What set of rules it provides? It organizes the data to store the data in a specified format. Data will be stored in a specified format in our computer by using set of rules. That rules are nothing but algorithms, a set of rules to solve some problem while storing the data, while organizing the data in a computer is called an algorithm. Next we will discuss about what are the types of data structures we have in our Python. Types of data structures. In Python, we have two types of data structure. One is linear data structure and the other is non-linear data structure. What is linear data structure? Linear data structure is a data structure which is sequential and continuous in nature. Whatever we have like array, linked list, stack and queue, all these comes under linear data structures because internally array, linked list, stack and queue will store the data in sequential and continuous in nature. Means it will store the data in a continuous order and you can access the data in a sequential manner. That's the reason array, linked list, stack and queue are comes under linear data structure. And next we will discuss about non-linear data. In non-linear data structures, all these tree, hash and binary tree and graph are comes under non-linear data structures because the data which is arranged in these data structures are arranged in a random manner. It can be used to hierarchical relationships among data elements. What comes under hierarchical relationships? For example, some elements in nonlinear data structures are attached to one-to-many. Means one-to-many is nothing but, for example, I have some student object. Inside the student object, university name is same for my student object. So when it comes to nonlinear data structure, this one-to-many hierarchical relationship is nothing but one to many, the name itself saying which the data which is same, which is stored inside nonlinear data structure can be shared with many objects. Whatever the student objects we have, for those students object I want to share one object or some data. How we can share it? By using one-to-many hierarchical relationships you can share it. Those type of data you will see in non-linear data structures. First let me make a note about this. We have two types of data structure. Linear data structure and non-linear data structure. Linear data structure. A data structure which is sequential and continuous in nature or comes under linear data structures. And also you can access the data in a sequential manner. For example, we have array, we have linked list, we have stack, and we have queue. All these comes under linear data structures, because in these data structures, data will be stored in sequential and continuous in nature. If you want to access the data, you can access it in sequential manner. Next, non-linear data structure. These are arranged in random manner. It can be used to hierarchical relationships among data elements. For example, we have tree, comma, hash, comma, binary tree, and graph. All these comes under non-linear data structures. Why? Because the data arranged in these data structures are random in manner, and it can be used to hierarchical relationships among data elements. We have discussed what is hierarchical relationships. Hierarchical relationships are nothing but data is divided into multiple tables which is interconnected internally. Those type of data are called hierarchical relationships. We will see practically all these linear data structures and non-linear data structures. Next, we will discuss about what are the data structures we have in our Python. Data structures in Python. In Python, we have some built-in data structures. Those are nothing but lists, tuples, sets, and dictionaries. These are the built-in data structures which we have in our Python. In Python environment, we have built-in data structures. Those are, we have lists, we have tuples, we have sets, and we have dictionaries. These are the built-in data structures which we have in our Python. Lists are enclosed in brackets. Lists are enclosed in brackets. Tuples are enclosed in parentheses. Next, sets are enclosed in braces. Next, dictionaries are built with curly braces. Curly brackets. Dictionaries are built with curly brackets. These are the built-in data structures which we have in our Python. Let's see which data structures comes under linear data structure and which data structures comes under non-linear data structures. Lists and tuples comes under linear data structure. And sets and dictionaries comes under non-linear data structures. Non-linear data structures. We have already discussed about linear data structures and non-linear data structures, and these are the built-in data structures which we have in our Python. Lists and tuples comes under linear data structures and sets and dictionaries comes under non-linear data structures. We will see practically how to store data by using these data structures. We will see linear data structures and non-linear data structures practically. Next, we will discuss about list in Python. When it comes to list data structure, our list internally has compound data types. What is meant by compound data types? Compound data types are nothing but internally it has mixing data types. Whatever the data types we have, like either it is int or string or double or float, any data type. You can store any data type related data by using list data structures. And also list items are separated by commas and it should be enclosed within square brackets. These are the main important things for you should not forget when using list. And this list are similar to arrays in our C language. Let me make a note about this point. List internally has Python's compound data types. Compound data types means nothing but mixing data types, either in like int, string, double, float. This type of mixed data types comes under compound data type. A list items separated by comma or commas. And enclosed within square brackets. Lists are similar to arrays in C language. These are the points just now we have discussed, and whatever the values or data which you are storing inside a list, you can access them by using slice operator. Slice operator, how to use, we have seen in our before lectures. We will see again how to use it by using list data. And if you use plus operator in this list, internally it works as a concatenation operator. Means if you want to add one string with other string or one type of data to another type of data, this plus operator works internally as a concatenation operator. Concatenation operator will add these two data and it returns the output. And if you want to repeat some data or some strings or some integers, you can use multiplication operator, which internally works as a repetition operator in our lists. First, let me make a note about this point so you will never forget it. After that, we will see practically how to implement this. The values stored in a list can be accessed using the slice operator with indexes starting at 0 in the beginning and the plus sign is the list concatenation operator, and whatever the multiplication operator we have, this is a repetition operator in our list. We will see how to implement all this by using list in our Python. We will see practically how to implement list in our Python. Just go to Python IDE. Here let's store some data. Some my num list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All these are my int data type data which I have stored in my num list variable. Now I want to see internally in which type it has stored this data. Means whatever the data I'm storing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in my num list, I want to see in which type this data is stored, means internally which data structure it is using. I want to see that. How you can see it? Let's see how to know which data structure internally it is using. Just list type is equal to type my num list. Here what we are doing, I want to see the type of my num list variable. That's the reason by using type function I am getting my num list data type, and the data type I am storing in my list type. Now we will see data structure of our list type. Just print it. Print my data structure is related to this list type. I want to see the data structure of this list type. That's the reason you have to give the name here. Now let's click on enter. You can see my data structure is related to class list. So now you got an idea. When you store some data by using square brackets in any variable, those data will be stored in a list type data structure. If you want to know in which data structure it is storing, inside type function you have to forward my num list variable, then this will return the type of your variable that will be stored in my list type, and I am printing that list type value by using print. It is showing me internally it has using class list. So now you got an idea how data will be stored internally by using list type. We will see some more data like strings, like some my str list is equal to some automation anywhere, comma, some Python, Java. What I am doing here, by using square brackets, I am storing some data in my str list variable. Now I want to see the type of my str list variable. First let's create a variable list type 1 is equal to type function. Inside type function forward this my str list variable. Why I am forwarding this? I want to see the type of this my str list. That's the reason by using type function I am forwarding this. Then it returns type of my variable and it stores inside list type 1. Now we will print it. My data structure is list type 1. You can see here it is showing me internally my str list is using list data structure. This is how you can see which data structure is using internally. Let's see one more example. We will store strings and double and some int data type related values. We will use mixed data types. Let's create some variable my num str list is equal to RPA 1 comma 2.22 comma AA comma BP comma 3 comma 4. Here I am storing string int double string int. I am using all data type related data I'm storing in my nums str list variable. Whenever you see some data which is stored inside square bracket, then by just seeing this example you have to understand which data type internally it is using. If you see square brackets, then it's using list data structure. Let's see which data structure internally it's using. List type 2 is equal to type my num str list, print my data structure is list type 2. You can see here it is printing list because whatever the data you are storing by using square brackets in my num str list variable, those data internally it's stored by using list data structure. Next we will see how to use a repetition operator and concatenation operator in our list data structure. Let's create a variable my num list is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I want to repeat all these numbers by using a repetition operator. How you can do it? Let me show you. Just create a variable, some mul is equal to my num list, a repetition operator into 2. Now you can print it. You can see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will be repeated again. It will print again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how you can work with a repetition operator in your list data structure. Next, let me show you how to work with concatenation operator in our list data structures. Some mystr list rpa comma aa bp. Some con is equal to my num list plus my str list. Here I have given s as small letter. Our variable name is capital letter S. Con is equal to my num list plus my str list. Now we will print this con. You can see my num list which is having data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will be concatenated to my str list which is rpa aa bp. These two variables will be added by using concatenation. Just print it. You can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 which is my num list. My num list variable contains data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus my str list. My str list contains rpa aa bp. You can see here it has added these two variables data. Now we will see how to retrieve this data by using index numbers. We have slice operators. By using those operators we can retrieve the data which is stored inside list data structure. Let me show you how we can do it. My num str list is equal to rpa comma 1 comma 2.22 comma some aa comma some bp comma some 3. Now I want to retrieve the data which I have stored in my mynum_str list variable by using index numbers. How you can do it? Let me show you. Print mynum_str list. I want to retrieve the data of my second index. This is my 0th index and this is my 1. This is my second index. I want to retrieve 2.22 which is stored in my mynum_str list. Just to give the index number 2. You can see here it is printing 2.22. This is how you can retrieve the data by using slice operators. Next we will see how to retrieve the data from one index to another index. For example, I want to retrieve data from third index to third index and fourth index. If you want to retrieve third index and fourth index, you have to give starting index number as third and ending index number as fifth. Then it will print third index number and fourth index number. Let me show you practically. Print mynum_str list three 5. You can see here it is printing third index and fourth index values as output. This is how you can work with Python list data structure in your Python language. We have seen practically and I have explained you how to work with Python list data structure. Thank you. Next we will discuss about Python tuples. Python tuple is a data structure in our Python. When it comes to tuples, this tuple is also another sequence data type which is similar to list. Why? Because data will be stored in the sequence order, same as a list, and this tuple's number of values or number of data can be separated by using commas. And if you see some data which is inside a parenthesis, then you have to consider those data. Whenever you see some data which is inside parenthesis, then those data comes under tuples. The main difference between list and a tuple is list is enclosed in bracket, but tuple is enclosed in parenthesis. We have already seen what is difference between these brackets and parentheses, and the main difference is when it comes to list, their elements and size can be changed, but when it comes to tuple, here data cannot be updated. That's the main difference and important point between these two data structures. First, let me make a note about this, then we will see practically how to use tuple in our Python programming. And also this tuple can be taught as a read-only list. Why? Because you cannot update the data in tuple. That's the reason tuple can be taught as a read-only list. A tuple is another sequence data type that is similar to the list. A tuple consists of a number of values or number of data separated by commas. And these tuples are enclosed within parentheses. The main difference between lists and tuples are lists enclosed in brackets and their elements and size can be changed. When it comes to tuple, while tuples are enclosed in parentheses and cannot be updated. Tuples can be taught as a read-only list. This is about tuples and the difference between list and a tuple. We will see practically how to work with tuple data structure. Just go to Python IDE. Here let me create a variable. Inside that I will store data by using tuple. Some mynum tup is equal to. Here you have to observe carefully, I am using parentheses. Just now we have discussed tuples are enclosed within parentheses. If I use square brackets, then it comes under list. If I use parentheses, it comes under tuple. Now I want to store some 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me check which data structure it internally, this mynumtup internally using, because here we are using parentheses. This mynumtup must use tuple data structure internally. Let's see. Some tup type is equal to type mynumtup. Now let's print it. I want to see which data structure it internally using. My data structure is tup type. You can see here clearly it is showing class tuple. I am storing the data using parentheses in my mynumtup variable. This mynumtup variable internally is using tuple data structure. Why? Because data we are storing inside parentheses. So I want to see which data structure it internally using. If you want to see that, you have to use function called type. By using type function, I am forwarding my mynum type variable, and this type function is returning the data structure of this my num type variable. That data structure I'm storing in my type. Down I want to print data type name. That's the reason I have written print my data structure is. Here I'm using type. That's the reason it is printing tuple has a data structure. So now you got 100% clarity how to work with tuple data type, whether it internally using tuple or not. We are seeing practically. Let me show you one more example. Some my num str tup is equal to some RPA comma 1 comma 2.22 comma some AA comma some BB comma 3 comma 4. Just click on enter. Here we are storing string and int and double, all types of data types, values or data inside my num str tup variable. I want to see which data structure this variable is using internally. How you can see it? First, let's create a variable, some tup type 1 is equal to type my num str to print my data structure is to tup 1. I want to see which data structure is my num str tup internally using. Just click on enter. You can see here it is using tuple data. So now you got an idea about tuple data structure. Now let's see how to retrieve data from our tuple. For example, let's store some my num tup is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6. Let's print it. I want to retrieve my index number 1 value. How you can do it? Just by using variable name and index number. I just want to retrieve 2 data or 2 value. 2 value is in index number 1. You can see here it is printing 2. Now let's update the data. Actually, we cannot update the data in our tuple. Let's try. Let me show you practically that tuple does not allow you to update my num tup some 4th index value. I want to change to some 44. You can see here clearly it is showing me error. Tuple object does not support item assignment. That means just now we have discussed tuples are enclosed in parentheses and cannot be updated. That's the reason here when I'm updating my 4th index data, I want to update this 5 to 44. It is showing me object does not support item assignment. Means tuple data structure will not allow you to update the data. Means tuple will not allow you to update. This is how you can work with tuple data structure in your Python programming language. Thank you. Next we will discuss about set data structure in our Python. Sets in our Python. When it comes to set data structure, this set data structure is an unordered collection. What is meant by unordered collection? This set will not store the data in a order which you store. Means whatever the data you are storing, it will not be in order. Means whatever the data you're storing inside this set, those data will not be in sequence or order. A set is an unordered collection, and also this set will eliminate duplicate entries and it stores only unique elements. First, let me make a note about this, then we will see practically about set data structure. A set is a unordered collection of unique elements it eliminates duplicate entries. Here you have a small note, you should never forget it. By default, this curly bracket comes under dictionaries in Python. Let me show you difference between set and dictionary. For example, set 1 is equal to curly braces, print set 1. This set 1 comes under dictionary. Then how to identify difference between dictionary and set data structure is set at least it will be having one item, then it will be considered as set. For example, set 2 is equal to sum 1, print set 2 set. This set 2 comes under set data structures. Set at least contains one item inside set data structure. Note, if you see at least one item inside a data structure inside a curly braces, then those data structure comes under set data structure. Let me make a note about this. Set at least contain one item. Let's see practically how to use set data structure. Go to Python IDE. A is equal to sum 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5, or we will do one thing. Let me create duplicate entries in this set data structure, and I will show you practically our set will not allow duplicate, means it will eliminate duplicates. For example, if I store two values has 1 and 1, then internally it will store only one integer and other will be eliminated. Let me show you practically. Sum 1 2 comma 1 comma 3 comma 0 comma 0 comma sum 4 comma 7 comma 8 comma 6. Here in these values we have duplicate entries has sum 1 0, that's it. We have 1 and 0 duplicate entries, and this duplicate entries will be eliminated internally and it will store only one value from this duplicate entry. Let me show you practically. First let me convert into set. S1 is equal to set A, print S1. You can see here you are seeing curly brackets. Inside curly brackets, or you can call it as braces, inside curly bracket or braces, 0, it has stored 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 and 8. Here I have stored 2 ones and 2 zeros, but here you are seeing output has only 1 0 and 1 1. Why? Because set internally eliminates duplicate entries. And one more thing we have discussed in our lecture, set is an unordered collection of unique elements. That's what we are seeing here. I am storing 1, 2, 3, 0, 4, 7. I am storing in this order. When it comes to output, it is not storing in an order which we are storing. That's the reason set is an unordered collection, because order will not be there inside set. It will store according to numerical numbers. Data will not be stored in order in our set data structure. This is how we can work with set data structure in your Python programming. Next we will discuss about Python dictionary. Python dictionary. What is Python dictionary? Python dictionary is a data structure. It stores the data in a key value pair format. What is meant by key value pair format? For example, if you store some data like some 1 and 1. In this data, this 1 will be acting as key and this 1 will be acting as a value. This is the format of our dictionary. Dictionary internally, it stores the data in key value pair format, and our dictionaries are enclosed in a curly bracket. Let me make a note about this, then we will see practically. Python dictionaries is a data structure which stores data in a key value pair format. And dictionaries are enclosed in curly braces or curly brackets. We will see practically about Python dictionaries. Just open Python IDE. Some mydic is equal to square brackets. Now I want to see the type of my mydic variable. How we can see it? Just put some data is equal to type. I want to see the type of my mydict. Print data. You can see here it is showing mydict data type is dictionary, dict. Whenever you use curly braces, internally it uses a data structure called Python dictionaries, and it will store the data in a key value pair format. Let's see an example how we can store key value pair format in our dictionaries. Mydict1 is equal to some 1 comma 2 comma 3 3. Print mydict1 dot keys. I want to print keys from my dictionary. You can see here it is printing keys from my dictionary, which is 1, 2 and 3. Just now we have discussed how dictionary will store key value pair format internally. Here when I am retrieving keys, it is returning 1, 2, 3. Now we will retrieve the values. Print mydict dot values. Here we did a small mistake. This is not mydict, this is mydict1. Variable name I have written wrong here. That's the reason it is not printing. Print my variable name is mydict1. This is my variable name. I forgot to give 1 here. Dot values. You can see here whatever the values we have in our mydict1 dictionary, it is printing the output. You can see here whatever the values which we have in my mydict1, it is printing in my output. This is how you can retrieve keys and values from dictionaries. So now you got an idea how to use Python dictionaries. Next we will discuss about list in our Python. We will see how to work with list and what are the basic operations we can perform on list, and we will see what are the predefined methods which we have in our list in our Python. First we will discuss about how to work with Python list. Working with Python list. Whenever we see any data which is stored inside square brackets which is separated by comma, then this data comes under list data. A list is a container which holds comma separated values. This is comma separated values between square brackets. Then those data comes under list data in our Python. Here in our elements, no need to have same type elements. You can store any type of elements inside Python list. First let me make a note about this. Then we will see all types of data how to store in our list. A list is a container which holds comma separated values means items or elements between square brackets where items or elements can be any type data. Any type of data. First let me show you an empty list with square bracket. Then we will see how to store integer numbers in our list. Then we will see how to store strings in our list. Then we will see mixed list, means all types of data we will store in our list. And also we will see nested list. We will see list inside a list. All these types of data inside list we will see. Empty list is nothing but square brackets without any data comes under empty list. We will see how to store integer list and string list and mixed list and nested list in our Python list. How to store all these data in our list we will see practically. Just go to Python IDE. Let me create a variable some numbers is equal to. Here I am using square brackets. That means we are storing data in list data structure, and I want to store 10, 20, 30, 40, some 50. All these integer numbers I want to store in my numbers variable. Next I want to print this data. Print numbers. Now whenever we print this data, if you see the data is stored in square brackets, then we have to confirm that whatever the data we are storing in our numbers variable, internally it's using list data structure. Let me show you. You can see here data which we are storing, it's printing inside square brackets. Next we will store some strings. Names is equal to square brackets, some John, comma, some Hemant, just click on enter. Now I want to print this strings data. Print names. You can see here John and Hemant is printing on our console in our list. Next we will see how to store different data types value inside a list. Student list is equal to some John, comma, student number some 1, comma, some mobile number 2233, or let me store some double data 2.03. Here inside student list we have different data type values. John comes under string, 1 comes under integer, 2.03 comes under double data type. So inside list we are storing different data and we are storing in variable student list. Let me print it. Print student list. You can see here it's printing John 1 2.03. That means you can store any type of data type values inside a list. We will see how to store list inside a list. Means those list comes under nested list. Let me show you. Some my list is equal to some I want to store mouse, comma, I want to create one more list. Inside this list I want to store some numbers 8, 2, 3, 2, comma, I want to create one more list. Inside this list I want to store some A. If you see here we have a list inside another list. This is a list. Inside this list I am storing mouse and I am creating one more list inside this list and I am storing integer numbers 8, 3, 2 and I am creating one more list. Inside that I am storing a character. This is called nested list and I am storing in my list variable. Let me print it. My list. You can see it's printing list inside a list, which is nothing but nested list. This is how you can store numbers, strings and mixed data types, values and list inside a list in our Python. Next we will see what are the basic operations we perform on our list in our Python. We will see how to find a length, do concatenation for our list, and we will see how to find whether a value or variable is available in our list or not by using membership operator. All these basic operations we will see how to perform in our list. Just open Python IDE. Length function is used to find length of our data or list 1, 2, 3. Now length of my list is 3. By using len function we will get output of our length of list. You can see here it's printing 3. Next we will see how to concatenate our list. First let me create a list. Some list 1 is equal to some a comma b comma C comma D comma sum e. This is my list 1. List 2 is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. So I'm having two lists now. I want to do concatenation for this two list. Means I want to add this two list and I want to print as another list. How we can do it? By using plus operator, which works as a concatenation internally. List 3 is equal to list 1 plus list 2. Now let's print it. Print list 3. You can see here it has concatenated a list 1 and list 2. After concatenating, it has added in my third list item and it's printing on our console. This is how you can concatenate your list. Now I want to repeat these two lists by using repetition operation. How we can do it? Just create one more list. List 4 is equal to list 3, a repetition operator which is into 2. Now let's print it. Print list 4. You can see here it's printing A, B, C, D, E 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and again A, B, C, D, E and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's repeating our list. How it's repeating? Because here we are using repetition operation with 2. If you want to see the length of this list, how we can see it? By using predefined function which is len. Print len list 4. You can see here it's printing the length of my list 4. Next we will see how to verify whether a value or variable is available in our list or not by using membership operator which is in. Let me create a variable, some result is equal to, I want to check whether 3 is available in my list or not. 3 in list 4. If it is available, it returns true. If it is not available in my list, it returns false. But here 3 is available in my list. That's the reason it returns true. List 4. Print result. You can see here it's returning true. This is how you can perform some basic operations in our list. Next we will see how to access elements from the list. Means, for example, I am having a list of items inside a list. I want to access a specific element from that list. How we can access it? We can access it by using different ways in our Python. One of the best ways is by using index numbers. By using index numbers, we can access elements from a list or items from the list either by positive indexing or by negative indexing. We can access elements or items from a list, and also we can use list slices. By using list slices, we can access a range of items. Means, if you want to print specific items or elements from your list, then by using list slices, you can retrieve those elements from your list. We will see practically how to retrieve or access those elements by using all these methods. Just open Python IDE. Let me create a list. Some py list is equal to some big data, comma, Hadoop, comma, Spark, comma, some IoT. These are my elements, items inside a list. Now I want to access a specific element from this list. Means, for example, I want to access only big data from this list. How we can access it? By using index number, you can access it. First, let me create a variable, some fe is equal to some py list. This is my variable name which I have stored my list. Now I want to access big data. Big data is in index number 0. That index number you have to specify here. Index number 0. Now by using print, we can print it. You can see here it's printing big data. This is how you can access a specific element from your list by using index numbers. Now let's print some more elements. Py list. I want to access second index number element and I want to print it. You can see here it's printing Spark. Why? Because 0th index big data, 1 Hadoop, 2 Spark. By using index number, we are accessing a specific element from our list. And the other main important point is, if you want to access some elements by using index number, that index number should be an integer number. We cannot use float or other data types in place of this index number. If you use float or other data type numbers, you will get errors. You have to use integer numbers to access elements from your list items. And if you want to access elements by using negative indexing, if you use negative indexing format, then accessing elements will start from reverse. IoT comes under -1 index, Spark comes under -2, Hadoop comes under -3. If you use negative indexing, it comes through reverse while accessing elements -1, -2, -3, -. Let me show you practically. For example, some t is equal to py list. I want to retrieve Spark by using negative indexing. Spark is in -2 negative indexing number, -2. Print t. You can see here it's printing Spark. Whenever we use negative indexing, accessing elements starts from reverse, -1, -2, -3, -4, etc. This is how you can retrieve elements by using index numbers and negative indexing. If you want to retrieve elements by using list slices, why we use list slice? If you want to access a range of elements are nothing but if you want to access big data and Hadoop and Spark, only a range of elements, means some particular elements you want to retrieve from your list, then you have to use list slices. How we can retrieve by using list slices? Let me show you. For example, print, I want to retrieve only big data and Spark. If you want to retrieve big data and Spark, then you have to give index number, starting number and end index number. You should not give a retrieving element index number. You have to give other element after retrieving element. Means if you want to access index number 1, you have to specify index number 2. Let me show you. Print py list. I want to retrieve from index number 0 to index number 1. You should not give the index number of the element which you are retrieving. You have to give the index number which is after the element which you are accessing. Now I want to access till first index. Till one index I want to access. Means you have to give index number 2 here. 2. You can see here it's printing big data and Hadoop. If you want to access till Spark, then you have to give index number of IoT has ending slice. Print py list 0, 3. You can see here it's printing big data, Hadoop, Spark. This is how you can access elements by using slices, negative indexing and index numbers. Next we will discuss about the predefined methods which we have in our list. We have append, extend, we have insert, we have remove, pop, clear, index, count, etc. All these are predefined methods which we have in our list. We will see practically what this list methods will do internally. First, let's see how append method works internally. Just open PyCharm. We use append method in our list to add an extra element at the end of those list. For example, I have some list elements like big data, some Hadoop, some Spark. At last, I want to add another element. How you can add another element? By using append method, you can add another element to your list at the end of that list. We will see practically how to add an element at the end of the list. We will create a new file, new Python file, some sample. This is our new Python file. Let's see how to work with append method. First, let me create a list with some elements. Py list is equal to big data, comma, Hadoop, comma, Spark, comma, IoT. So these are elements which I have in my list. At the end of this list, I want to add another element by using append method. How we can add it? First, let me print this list. Print py list. Let me execute this file. Just click on run. samp.py. You can see here it's printing big data, Hadoop, Spark and IoT. Now we will add another element at the end of this list. Py list dot append I want to add Python at last. Next we will print this. Print py list. You can see here, after adding Python element by using append method, I am printing my py.list. At the end of my list, it has added Python element. So now you got an idea how to add a new element at the end of list by using append method. Next we will see how to work with extend method. What this extend method will do in our list. If you want to add some more elements, by using extend method you can add some more elements to your list of elements. Let me show you practically. Let me create some list. 1 is equal to A comma B comma C. A list 1 dot extend method. By using extend method, I want to add some more elements to this list. Extend, I want to add some more elements to this list. Inside extend method, I will create a list with square brackets. In this, I want to create some D, E, F. I want to add D, E, F in my list. Now let's print this A list 1. Print A list 1. Let's execute this. Just click on run. Samp. You can see here, for A, B, C, which I have elements in my A list 1, by using extend method, I am adding D, E, F to my list of elements. If you see the output, A, B, C, D, E, F is added to my list. How it is adding? By using extend method, internally it is adding these elements to my list. So now you got an idea what extend method does internally. Next we will see how to work with remove method. In our list we have a remove method. This remove method will remove an element from a list. For example, you have a list with elements, some big data, some Hadoop, some Spark. I want to delete Hadoop element from this list. How you can remove it? By using remove method you can remove it from your list. Let me show you practically. For example, let me create some my data is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Print my data. Next, my data dot remove. I want to remove 4 from this list of elements. After removing, I want to print it. Print my data. First, I am printing whatever the elements I am having in my data. After that, I am removing 4 from it. After removing, I am printing my data. Let's see the difference. You can see here 4 is removed from my list of elements. By using remove, you can remove elements from your list. Let me show you one more example. Some data set is equal to A data comma B data comma C data comma D data. I am having all these elements in my list. Let's use print. First we will print this. Data set. Next I want to remove an element. Data set dot remove. I want to remove B data from this. Let's print it. Print data set. Just click on run. Sample. You can see here in my first print statement it is printing A data, B data, C data and D data. In my second print after using remove method, that's the reason it's not printing B data in my second print. And also we have clear method in our list predefined methods. What this clear method will do? This clear method will remove all the elements which we have in our list. Let me show you. For example, my data is equal to some 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Print my data dot clear. Let me print it again. Let's run it. Run. You can see here in my first print it's printing 1 2 3 4 5. In my second print it's not showing any elements because I'm using clear method. This clear method will remove all the elements which I have in my list. Next we will see how pop method works internally. When you use this pop method, when you remove an element or when you delete some element, if you want to retrieve the deleted element by using pop, you can retrieve that element. Let me show you. For example, A data comma B data comma C data comma D data comma E data. All these are elements which we have in our data set. So I want to print these elements. First print data set. Next I want to create a variable, some de is equal to dataset dot pop. Here you have to give the index number which you want to delete from these elements. I want to delete C data element from this list. C data is in second index. The removed element will be stored in this DE. Let's print it. Print DE. Just run it. Run samp. You can see here. First it is printing the elements which we have in our list. After that, by using pop method we are removing C data. That C data is stored in this DE and that element we are printing on console by using print. This is how pop method works internally. Next we will see how index method works internally. What this index method will do. For example, we have a list with some element. I want to retrieve the index number of some element. If you want to retrieve the index number of those elements, by using index method, you can get the index number of those elements. Let's see how we can get index number. Let me create some data list is equal to some big data, comma, Hadoop, comma, Spark, comma, some data science, all these are elements which we have in my data list. Let me print it first. Next, let me create a variable, some ind data list dot index. Next I want to retrieve index number of my Spark element. How we can retrieve it? Spark. Now let me print it ind. Let's run our program. Whenever we use index method with some element, this index method will return index number of this element which is 2. That 2 will be stored in this int and that will be written as output. Run sum. You can see here it's printing 2. This is how index number works internally. Next we will see how count method works internally in our list. When you use this count method, whatever the elements you have in your list, if you have extra elements, it will retrieve the elements count and it returns the count of your elements. For example, here we have one Spark. Here, for example, let me create one more Spark here. Here we have 2 Sparks. If you use count method, that count method returns number of count of these elements. Let me show you practically. COU data list dot count Spark. I want to count Spark elements in my list and I want to print it on my console. Print COU. You can see here it's printing 2 on my console because I'm having 2 Sparks. If we have 3 Sparks, it prints output as 3. You can see here it's printing 3. This is how count method works internally. Next we will see how sort method works internally. This sort method will return the elements in a sorted format, means in alphabetical order or in numerical order. For example, let's create some data. Py list is equal to big data, comma, some Hadoop, comma, Spark, comma, IoT. So these are my elements in my list. If we sort these elements will be printed in a natural alphabetical sorting order. Let me show you. Pylist dot sort print pylist. Just run it. You can see here it's printing Big Data, Hadoop, IoT and Spark. It's printing in a alphabetical order if you use sort method. And if you want to reverse this sorting method, means you want to retrieve elements in a reverse sorting order, in alphabetical order but in a reverse order. How we can do it? By using reverse is equal to true. You can retrieve elements in a reverse sorting order. You can see here it's printing Spark, IoT, Hadoop, Big Data. This is how sort method works internally. And we have list method which works same as sort reverse method. Let me show you. Some nlist is equal to, let me create some numbers 2, 3, 4, 1. Print nlist nlist dot reverse print nlist. You can see here first it's printing 2, 3, 4, 1 which is in same order. After using reverse method it's printing 1, 4, 3, 2 in reverse order. This is how reverse method works. Next we will see how copy method works. This copy method we use in list to copy the elements which we have in our list. Let me show you. Some nlist is equal to 2, 3, 4, 1. Print nlist print nlist dot copy. Just run it. You can see here it's printing the copy of that list element. Copy method will copy the elements of our list. Next we will discuss about Python enumerate method. What this enumerate method will do? It adds counters to an iterate. For example, if we are iterating some amount of elements from a list, for those elements it adds counters, means it adds some numbers to those elements in an iteration and it returns it as an enumerated object. Let me show you practically. For example, let me create some b data is equal to some data, comma, science, comma, some Hadoop, comma, some Spark. These are my elements. Let me print it directly first. B data. Next E data is equal to enumerate B data print list E data. Here I am using enumerate method. This enumerate method will add counters to my elements in my list. Means it adds numbers, integer numbers for my elements which starts from 0. Let's run this. You can see here first it's printing only elements. Whenever we use enumerate method, it's printing counters for my elements which is 0, 1, 2, 3. And we can also change these counters. I want to start counters from 500. You can run it. You can see here it's starting from 500, 501, 502, 503. This is how enumerate method works in our Python. Next we will discuss about tuple data structure. Tuple data structure. We already know what is tuple data structure. In our Python, tuple data structure we use for a collection of data or collection of elements. We already know that. But the difference between this tuple and list is when you use tuple data structure, data cannot be modified because tuple is a immutable object. But when it comes to list, you can change or you can modify the data in list because list is a mutable object. But when it comes to tuple, you cannot modify the data once after assigning. And we already know tuple data structure uses parentheses to store the elements or to store the collection of data. The only difference between tuple and list is tuple is immutable and list is a mutable object. Mutable is nothing but you can modify the data after assigning. Immutable means you cannot modify the data. Our tuple is a immutable object. That's the reason you cannot modify the data after assigning. The main advantage of this tuple is iterating through tuple is faster than list because tuple is an immutable object. You can iterate is nothing but retrieving the data. Retrieving the data is very fast in our tuple. So that makes some slight performance boost in our tuple. And if you have some data which doesn't change, for that you have to implement a tuple because it guarantees you that it remains protected because data cannot be changed if you use tuple data structure. How we can create a tuple data structure? Let me show you. The data inside parentheses comes under tuple data structure. The data which is inside parentheses, all those data comes under tuple data structure. This is an empty tuple. Let's create a tuple data structure with some integers and with some mixed data type. Let's see practically. Here I want to create some my tuple is equal to parenthesis 1, 2, 3. Whenever you store some elements or data inside parentheses, then those data comes under tuple data structure. Now we will print it. Print my tuple. Run SAM. You can see here it's printing 1, 2, 3. Now let's store different data types inside tuple data structure. My tuple is equal to 1, some data science, 3, 4. Now I want to print it. Print my tuple. You can see here it's printing 1 data science 3, 4. That means in tuple data structure you can store mixed data types as an element. You can store any data type value or element in a tuple. Now let's see how to retrieve an element from this tuple. For example, I want to retrieve only data science element from this my tuple. How we can retrieve it? Just by using index number you can retrieve it. Print my tuple index number 1. Just run it. You can see here it's printing data science. Now I want to see the type of my tuple. How we can see it? Print type inside type my tuple. Just run it. You can see here it's showing these elements internally using tuple data structure. Now let me print elements from negative indexing. Means I want to print element from reverse order. I want to retrieve elements from negative indexing means I want to retrieve from last index to first index. How we can retrieve? Print my tuple. Just you have to give index number some -2. Just click on run. You can see here it's printing 3, because in -2 index I am having 3 as an element. And let's check whether the element is available in my tuple elements or not by using membership operators. What this membership operator will do, it will check whether the element is available or not in our data structures. Now from this print some 3 my tuple. I want to check whether 3 is available in my tuple or not. Just click on run. You can see here it's printing true, means 3 is available in my tuple. Now let's remove it. It has to return false. You can see here it's returning false because 3 is not available in our tuple. Next we will see how to iterate this tuple data by using for loop. How we can iterate? Let me show you. For example, let's create some for item in big data comma science comma some Hadoop. I want to print item is here. What we are doing is, in this tuple element, whenever you see some elements stored inside parentheses, then those data comes under tuple data structures. This data I am retrieving by using for loop. I am storing in this item variable. Each element will be stored in this item and it will be printed on my console. Let's run it. You can see here it's printing big data, science and Hadoop. This is how you can retrieve elements by using for loop in our tuple. Next we will discuss about methods which we have in our tuple data structure. We have count method and index method in our tuple data structure. We will see how to use it in our Python programming. Just go to PyCharm. Here let me create some tuples is equal to, I want to create some 2, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 4, 7. Next I want to print these tuples. Here I want to create a variable count is equal to tuples dot count. In this count I want to give an integer number which is 4. What this count method will do, it will count these integer numbers which are available in our tuples elements. We have 4, 1, 2, 3. We have 3 elements which is 4. It counts it and it stores in my count variable. Let me print it. Print count. Just run it. You can see here in my first print tuples it's printing all those numbers. After that it's printing the count of my 4 integer number. Here it's printing 3 because we have 3 4s. Now I want to see 7 count. 7 we have only 1 in this. You can see it's printing 1. This is how you can use count method of your tuple data structure. And we have index method. Index method returns index number of the element which we provide. For example, tuple q is equal to, let me create some index tuple print tuples index is equal to tuples dot index. I want to get my index number of some p element, and I want to print it, print index. Now it will retrieve index number of my p character. P is in my 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in 8 index number. Let me print it. Sorry, it's tuple q. Let me run it again. You can see here it's printing index tuple because here I am printing tuple q. Next, I want to get the index number of p character. That's the reason it's printing 8 because in 8th index p is available in my tuple. This is how you can use count method and index method of your tuple data structure. Next, we will see how to add an element into tuple. We will create some tuple r is equal to sum 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to print it, print tuple r. Next, tuple r is equal to tuple r plus I want to add 5 and I want to print it, print tuple r. I am adding 5 element to my tuple r elements. This is called concatenating elements. Just run it. You can see here at last it has added 5 and it's printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how you can add elements to your tuple data structure. Next, we will see how to delete a tuple. For example, let me create some tuple z is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me print it first. Print tuple z. Now let me delete it. Delete del tuple z. After deleting, let me print it tuple z. Now let's run it. You can see here name tuples is not defined. Where we are getting error? In line 4 we are getting error. Tuples is not defined. Why? Because we are deleting it by using del function. That's the reason it has been deleted. Here it's printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because this is print method of my before tuple. Now let me remove this del function. Now you can see it will print without errors. It's showing me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because we are not del function here. This is how you can delete a tuple by using del function. Next, we will see how to remove an element or item from a tuple. For example, let me create some tuple z is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Print tuple z. Tuple z is equal to list tuple z. Tuple z dot remove. I want to remove 4. After removing 4, let me print it. Print tuple z. Just run it. You can see here 4 has removed and tuple elements has been copied to list type. Why it's copied to list type? Because whatever the elements we are storing in tuples, I am converting it to list type by using list method. Here I am using list method. By using list method, I am converting it and I am storing in tuples. That's the reason after converting it's showing as list type. This is how you can remove elements from your tuple data structure. Next we will see how to use some built-in functions of our tuple data structure. Same as list, we have enumerate method or function in our tuple data structure. It adds some counter number to our element and it returns enumerate object. Same as we have seen in our list data structure. It adds counter to our elements in our tuple starts with 0. Let me show you practically. Some bd is equal to, let's create some data, comma, big, comma, Hadoop, comma, Spark, comma, science. Let's print it. Next, eData is equal to enumerate bd, print list ed, eData. What we are doing here is, for elements which we have in our tuple, by using enumerate method, I am adding counters to these elements. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It adds counters to our elements and it returns enumerated object. Let me show you practically. You can see here it has added 0, 1, 2, 3 for our elements which we have in our tuple. Next we have all method or function. We can call function or method in our tuple. This returns true if all the elements are true. For example, I have numbers like some 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All the numbers are true. Then it returns true. If we have some 0 or false in our elements, then this all method returns false. Let me show you practically. S is equal to some 1, 3, 4, 5. All these are elements which comes under true because we don't have any zeros or false. Let me print it by using all function, all S. Just click on run. You can see here it's printing true. Let me add some 0 here. Now it prints false. You can see here because we are having 0 in this. If you have false, then also it returns false as output. Just run it. You can see here it's returning false. This is how you can use all method or function in your tuple. And also we have any method in our tuple data. What this any method will do, it returns true only if any element of an iterable is true. Means if you have some 1, 3, 4, 0, you have 0. But this here we are using any. Any means if you have any one element which is iterable to true, then result will become true. Let me show you. S is equal to some 1, 3, 4, 0. Print any S. Now it returns true. Why? We are having 0, but we are also having 1, 3, 4. If any element of an iterable is true, then result becomes true. You can see here it's returning true. This is how any method works in our tuple data structure. Next we will see length method in our or length function in our tuple. Let me create some tuples is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Print tuples. Just run it. You can see here it's printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I want to see the length of my tuple. Just print it. Print number of elements len tuples. Just click on run. you can see here it's printing number of elements as 5 because we have 5 elements, and we have sorted method in our tuple data structure. It sorts elements either in ascending or descending based on our sorting order. Let me show you. Let me create some str1 is equal to some dcba. Now I want to sort it. Print sorted str1. Just run it. You can see here it's printing in a sorted order, which is from A, B, C, D. Sorted method will return data in a sorting order. Now let's print string characters in a reverse order. Some str1 is equal to, let me create some hello. Print sorted str1 comma reverse true. Just run it. You can see here it's printing in a reverse order. OLLEH. This is how you can retrieve characters of your string in a reverse order by using sorted function. And we have sum function in our tuple data structure. This sum function will add all the elements which we have in our tuple data structure. Let me show you practically. Tuple x is equal to sum 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Print sum tuplex. Now you will get output as 15 because it will add all these numbers and it returns output as 15. Let's run it. You can see here it's returning 15 as output. It will add all your elements and it returns the output. And we have tuple built-in function in our Python. This tuple function is a built-in function which is used to create a tuple in our Python. Let me show you. Let me create some tuple x is equal to some 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. Tuple x is equal to list tupex. Let's print it. Next I will create one more tuplex is equal to tuple tuplex. Let's print it. Tuplex. Just click on run. First it will print as a list data structure type. After that, by using tuple built-in function, I am converting this tuplex from list to tuple and I am storing in tuplex and I am printing it. Just run it. You can see here. First it's showing elements in square brackets. After that it's showing elements in parentheses. From first lecture we have seen whatever the elements you see in square brackets, those elements will be stored in our list type. And if you see any elements which is stored in parentheses, then those data comes under tuple. Here first we are printing list type. After that I am converting by using tuple built-in function. After that we are printing tuple type. So this is how you can work with some built-in functions methods in our Python tuple. Next we will discuss about set data structure in our Python. Set data structure. This set is a data structure which stores the elements in an unordered collection. Means whatever the elements you are storing by using this set data structure, those elements will be stored in an unordered collection. When it comes to list or tuple, elements will be stored in an ordered form. But when it comes to set, in set data structure, whatever the elements you are storing, those elements will be stored in an unordered collection. Our set will not follow any order in storing a elements, and set allows only unique elements. Whatever the duplicate elements you are storing by using set data structure, those elements will be removed from a sequence. We will see how to create a set and how to use set data structure in our Python. First, let me make a note about this. Set is an unordered collection of unique elements. It is mostly used for removing duplicates from a sequence. How we can create set data structure? Whenever we see elements in a curly braces in our Python, then those elements comes under set data structure. Apple, some mango. This is a set data structure type. Whatever the elements we see in a curly braces in our Python, then those elements comes under set data structure type, and elements will be separated by comma in our set data structure. And also we can store elements in our set data structure by using built-in function called set. And you can store any number of elements in your set data structure. It can be any type, either it is integer, either it is float, either it is tuple, either it is string. You can store any type of elements or values in your set data structure. Those data will be stored in an unordered collection of unique elements. Set will remove duplicates from a sequence of characters. And we have two types of built-in sets in our Python. Let me show you. We have two built-in set types. Those are, we have set the set type is mutable, and we have frozen set. Set is a mutable and frozen set is a immutable and also hashable. Second, frozen set. Frozen set is it is immutable and hashable. About mutable and immutable, we have seen in our before lectures. Set is a mutable and frozen set is a immutable. Let's see how to store elements in our set data structure. Just open Python IDE. We have already discussed about mutable and immutable in our before lectures. A mutable object can be changed after its creation. But when it comes to immutable object cannot be changed after its creation. This is the main difference between set and frozen set. Let's see how to create set data structure and how to store elements in set data. Just open Python IDE. Here I just want to create some basket variable is equal to some apple, mango, some orange. Let me create duplicate elements, and this duplicate element will be removed internally by set data structure, because set stores only unique element apple, mango. In these elements apple and mango we have duplicate elements, but these duplicate elements will be removed and it stores apple, mango, orange, which are unique elements. Duplicate elements will be removed by set data structure. Let me print it. Print basket. You can see here it's printing apple, orange and mango. Now I want to see whether these curly braces with elements of data internally using set data structure or not. How we can see it? Let me show you. Print by using predefined type function. I want to get the type of my basket. You can see here it's returning set data structure as output. Means whatever the elements you are storing inside a curly braces, those elements comes under set data structure. So many students will be having confusion on set and dictionary, because set elements will be stored in curly braces and also dictionary elements will be stored in curly braces. But the only difference is set element will be having at least one element inside set. But when it comes to dictionary can have elements, cannot have elements. But when it comes to set will be having at least one element inside set. Let me show you. Let me create some name is equal to. So this is my dictionary, because I don't have any elements. Now I want to print the type of this name. Print type name. You can see here it's returning dict. Now let me create some name is equal to, or let me create some animal is equal to some lion. Now I am having at least one element inside curly braces. Then this comes under set data structure. I forgot to put double quotes. Animal is equal to lion. Now let me print the type of my animal. Type animal. You can see here it's returning set data structure, because whenever we see at least one element inside a curly braces, then that comes under set data structure. Next we will see how to iterate our sets by using for loop. Let me create for loop for some item variable in set. Inside this I want to create elements of my set, some 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4. Let me print it. Print item. Here I am storing 1, 2, 3, 4 elements in my set, and I want to iterate by using for loop with item variable. But whenever it retrieves, my set will remove duplicate elements from these elements. 1, 2, 3, 4 will be printed as out. Let me show you. Just click on run. Samp. You can see here it's printing 1, 2, 3, 4. After removing duplicates, it's returning output. And we will see what are the predefined methods we have in our Python. We have add method, we have clear method, we have copy method, we have update method. We will see how to use all these methods of our set data structure. First we will see how to use add method in our set data structure. What this add method will do, it adds a given element to a set data structure. For example, I have some elements in my set variable. I want to add one more element to that set data structure. How we can add it? By using add method, you can add more elements. But whenever you add duplicate elements, it doesn't store those duplicate elements in our set data structure. Let me show you. Let's create some my set variable is equal to set 1 comma 2 comma 1 comma 2 comma 3. Print my set dot add. I want to add 4 element to my set data. After adding, I want to print it again. Print my set. Let's see whether it adds 4 to my set data structure elements or not. Just click on run it. You can see here, first it's printing 1, 2, 3. After that, it has added 4 and it's printing as output. If I add duplicate elements, for example, let me add 2. It doesn't add this 2 to my set data structure elements. Let me show you. You can see here, it's not adding duplicate element, which is 2. It's printing only 1, 2, 3. Next, we will see how to use update method in our set data structure. What this update method will do, it adds elements to a set. For example, I have a set data structure with some 2 elements. I want to add some more elements. By using update, you can add it. Let me show you. Let me create some data set is equal to data comma some science. Next, data set dot update. I want to add big data. Next, we will print it. Print data set. Let's run it. You can see here, it's adding big data to my data set by using update method. It has added big data. It's not following any order because our set is an unordered collection. Next, we will see how to remove elements from a set. For example, to remove an element from a set, you have to use pop method. How to use pop method, we will see now. For example, num set is equal to set 0 comma 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. Some rm1 is equal to num set dot pop. What this pop method will do? This pop method will remove first element of our set element and it returns output of that element removed. Let me print that element. Print rm1. Let's run it. You can see here, it has removed 0 and it's printing 0 as output. Next, let me print it again. Print num set. You can see here, it's returning 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 has removed because by using pop, I am removing 0. And whatever the removed element, that removed element I am printing by using print. Next, I want to remove one more element. Some rm2 is equal to num set dot pop. Print rm2. Let's run it. You can see here, 1 is removed and it's returning as output. And we have remove method in our set. What this remove method will do? It searches for a given element in that set and it removes it. Let me show you practically how to use it. Num set is equal to set we have already discussed by using set function we can create set elements with set data structure 0 comma 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. These are my elements in my set. Now I want to remove some 3. How we can remove it? numset dot remove. I want to remove 3. You have to pass 3 as argument. And let's print it. Print numset. Just run it. You can see here 3 is removed from our numset elements. This is how you can remove elements by using remove method. Next we will see how to use discard method in our set data structure. What this discard method will do, if element is present in our set data structure, it removes that element. If element doesn't contain in our set elements which are contained, then nothing will be removed from these elements. Let me show you. For example, in our num set we have 0, 1, 2, 3 is removed, 4, 5. Let me give 6 as a parameter for this discard method because 6 is not available in our elements. Numset dot discard 6. Print numset. Let's run it. You can see here nothing is removed from this. Now let's give 4 as parameter. Just click on run. 4 will be removed. If element is available, it removes from set elements. If it is not available, nothing will be changed from those elements. This is the difference between remove and discard methods. Next we will see how to use clear method. What this clear method will do, it removes all elements from our set elements. Let me show you. Numset is equal to set inside set we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Numset dot clear. Let me print it. Numset. Now you can see all the elements will be removed from my numset. You can see here nothing is printing as output. Next we will see how to use intersection method of our set data structure. What this intersection will do, this intersection will return whatever the elements which are in both sets. Let me show you. For example, let me create x is equal to some a comma b comma c comma d comma e. Y is equal to c comma d comma e comma some f comma g. Now in these two sets, whatever the common elements which we have in these both sets, those elements will be written as outputs. Here if you see, we have C in two sets and D in two sets. Output will be C and D. If we use intersection, let me print it. Print x dot intersection y. Just click on run. You can see here, and also we have E as common, C, C, D, D and E, E. Three elements which are common in both the sets are printing as output. Next we will see how to use Python set difference methods. This set difference method returns the set difference between two sets. For example, let me show you. Let me create A is equal to some A comma B comma C comma D. B is equal to C comma F comma G. Now let me print it. Print A dot difference B. What this difference method will do? This difference method returns the set which is difference of two sets. Means when you compare these two sets, the common element is C. Except C, whatever the elements you have in your A set, those different elements will be printed as output. Let me show you. You can see here it's printing A, D, B. It's not printing C. Why? Because A dot difference is looking difference of these two sets. C is common between these two sets. That's the reason. By removing C, it's printing as output. Let me print it in a reverse order. Print B dot difference A. Now B elements will be compared with A elements, and whatever the same elements are there, same elements will be removed, and other than same elements, whatever the different elements are there, those elements will be printed as output. Here F and G will be printed as output. C is common to A and B. Just click on run. You can see here it's printing G and F. This is how you can work with difference method in your set data structure. And we have symmetric difference in our set data structure. What this symmetric difference will do, it returns a new set which is symmetric difference of two sets. Means whatever the difference in elements, for example, if we have two sets like A and B, whatever the difference elements we have in these two sets, either in set A or in set B. For example, let me show you how to work with symmetric difference. Let me create some A is equal to set A comma B comma C comma D. B is equal to set E comma F comma G. These are my elements in my A set and B set. Symmetric difference will compare these two sets and it returns a new set which is symmetric difference of two sets A and B. Means in this set of elements which are either in set A or set B but not in both. Means the element which you have in set A or set B, those elements comes under symmetric difference, but that element should not be in both sets. Whatever the elements you have in set A and set B, those elements comes under symmetric difference, but that element should not be in A set and B set. Either it should be in A or it should be in B, but not in both. Let me print it. It prints output as A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because all the elements which we have in set A and set B are comes under symmetric difference, because we don't have any same elements in both the sets. Let me print it. Let me write print A dot symmetric difference B. You can see here it's printing G, E, F, D, A, B, D, A, C, B. Now you got an idea. Set A and set B, whatever the elements you have, symmetric difference will print all those elements, but those elements should not be in both the sets. Next we will see how to use is subset method of our set data structure. What this is subset method will do, it returns true if all the elements of set are present in another set. For example, A is equal to, let me create some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And B is equal to some 1, 2, 3. Print A dot is subset B. This is subset will compare these two sets and returns true if all the elements of a set are present in another set, which is passed as argument. This statement returns false. Why? Because A is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, B is having only 1, 2, 3. We don't have 4, 5 in our B. That's the reason this returns false. You can see here it's returning false. If we compare in reverse order, B dot is subset of A, it returns true. Why? Because B elements are comparing with A elements. All the B elements are having in my A elements which are 1, 2, 3. That's the reason it returns true. You can see here it's returning true. This is how you can use subset method in your Python. And also we have is superset method. What this is superset method will do? It returns true if a set is having every elements of another set which is passed as an argument. If not, it returns false. Let me show you. A is equal to some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. B is equal to 1, 2, 3. Print A dot is subset B. This returns true. Why? Because whatever the elements we have in A, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, every element 1, 2, 3 is having in B elements which are passed as an argument 1, 2, 3. Let's run it. You can see here, sorry, here we are using is, that's the reason it's returning false. This is superset. Just run it. You can see here it's returning true because 1, 2, 3 is available in my B, which are available in my A set. Next, if we compare it in reverse order, B dot is superset A. This returns false. Why? Because here in B we have 1, 2, 3, in A we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have more elements than B. That's the reason it returns false. You can see here it's returning false. And we have is disjoint method in our set data structure. What this is disjoint method will do? This method returns true if two sets are having a null intersection. Let me show you practically. For example, A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. B is equal to 5, 6, 7. Print A dot is disjoint B. This A dot is disjoint method will return true. Why? Because this A and B are null intersected elements, means whatever the elements you have 1, 2, 3, 4 and it continues with 5, 6, 7. But if you have 4 in 2 sets, this returns false, because if you have 4 in 2 sets, then those elements will not come under null intersected elements. Those elements comes under one intersected element because we have 4 in 2 sets. First, let me run it. It returns true. Now let me create C is equal to 4, 5, 6. Print A dot is disjoint C. This is disjoint method returns false. Why? Because in my A set I am having 1, 2, 3, 4. In my C set I am having 4, 5, 6. 4 is having in A set and B set. This comes under one intersected elements because 4 is having in 2 sets. That's the reason it returns false. This is how you can use is disjoint method in your set data structure. Next we will see how to use copy method of our set data structure. What this copy method will do? It returns a shallow copy of our set. It copies the set into another set. Let me show you. Some set X is equal to set (1, 2, 3). Print set X. Let me create one more set. Set Y is equal to set X dot copy. Print set Y. Let me run it. You can see here it's doing shallow copy of my set. It's copying all the elements which I have in my set X to set Y. Set X to set Y. This is how you can work with copy method of your set data structure. Next we will see how to work with Python frozen set. This frozen set is a new class that has same characteristics of our set class, but the only difference is here in our frozen set elements cannot be changed once assigned. Means, for example, you have assigned some 1 2 3 4 elements to a frozen set, it cannot be changed once after assigned. Frozen set is a immutable class, means we have tuples in our list. Tuples are immutable lists. Why we call tuples as immutable lists? Because tuples once assigned cannot be changed. Whatever the elements you are assigning, those elements cannot be changed in our tuples. Same as that, frozen set is a new class of our set class which is having same characteristics, but the only difference is elements cannot be changed. Frozen sets are immutable sets. We call frozen sets as immutable sets of our sets. Let's see how to work with frozen set. For example, let me create some a is equal to some 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Print type a, next see some b is equal to frozen set, some 6 comma 7 comma 8. Print type b. Let's run it. You can see here, whenever I assign some elements in curly braces and I want to print the type of my a variable, then it's internally using set data structure. Then after that, by using print statement, I want to print the type of my a. That's the reason it's printing set, because a is internally using set data structure. After that, I'm using frozen method. By using frozen method, I'm assigning some elements to this frozen set, which is b, and I want to see the type of my b, what it internally using, and it's printing frozen set has output because this b is internally using frozen set. Whatever the data or elements you have assigned to this frozen set cannot be changed. And our frozen set supports all the methods which we have seen till now, like difference, symmetric difference, is disjoint, is subset. All those methods supports in our frozen set. So now you got an idea, set is different and frozen set is different. Set elements can be changed, frozen set elements cannot be changed. Next we will discuss about Python dictionary. This dictionary is same as hash map in our Java. Dictionary is a sequence of items. Here in dictionary, whatever the sequence of items we have, each item is a pair of key and value. For example, name, Hemant, comma, course, Python. If you observe this sequence of items which we have in our dictionary, each item consists of key and value. This name is a key. And Hemant is a value. A dictionary is a sequence of items. Whatever the name, course, all these sequence of items, we call them as dictionary. And each item, which is name, Hemant, course, Python, all these are sequence of items. Each item is a key value pair format which are not sorted. Means all these key value pair elements are not sorted in our dictionary. And dictionary is most powerful data collection in our Python, which collects items as a key value pair format. We will see practically how to insert and how to update and how to delete the data or items which we have in our Python dictionary. Just go to PyCharm. First we will see how to create a dictionary. I will create a empty dictionary. mydic is equal to print type mydict. I want to see which type it's using internally. You can see here it's using dictionary. Now let's insert elements into this dictionary. mydic is equal to or mydic one more dictionary. In this I want to insert key value pair formats. One is a key. Let me store some elements into this dictionary. 1 comma 2 comma 3 3. Let's print it. mydict1. You can see here it's printing key value pair elements which we have in our dictionary. 1 is a key and this 1 is a value, 2 is a key, 2 is a value. This is how you can insert elements into dictionary. Next we will see how to add an element into dictionary. For example, let me add an element into this dictionary. mydict1 I want to give key as some 4. Value I want to give as some 4. Next we will print it. mydict1. Just run it. You can see here it's adding 4 and 4 which is key value format to our list of items which we have in our dictionary. This is how you can add an element into dictionary. Next we will see how to update a dictionary. For example, let me create a dictionary. Some mydict1 is equal to some 1 comma 2 3 Now I want to update this 3. Here you have to provide key which you want to update. I want to update 3 value from 3 to 5. Next we will print it. mydict1. Just run it. You can see here 3 value has changed to 5. This is how you can update an element in a dictionary. And next we have form keys method in our dictionary. Why we use this form keys method in our dictionary? It creates a new dictionary from the given sequence of elements. Let me show you practically. For example, let me create some keys is equal to A comma E comma I comma O comma U. All these are my keys. Next I want to provide value is equal to some vowel. Next I will create vowels is equal to dict dot from keys Here let me forward my keys comma value to these parameters. Next I will print it vowels. What we are doing here I am having keys. I want to add this value to my all these keys. For that reason I am using from keys method from my dictionary and I am printing it. Just run it. You can see here for every key which is A, E, I, O, U, vowel value is added to those keys. Vowel, 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 vowel. Next we will see how to work with get method of our dictionary. For example, let me create an employee emp is equal to some name Hemant comma course Python. Print name of the employee. I want to print name of the employee by using key. How we can print it? emp dot get. Here you have to provide key which is name. Just run it. You can see here it's printing name value which is Hemant by using get method, and also we can update it here itself. Let me show you. emp I want to provide some sal element is equal to some $1. I want to add sal element. Let me run it. First let me print it. Print emp. Just run it. You can see here it has added sal element to my dictionary. Next we will see how to use items method of our dictionary. Why we use item method? It returns a new object that displays a list of dictionaries which we have key comma value. Let me show you. For example, emp is equal to name Hemant comma some course Python. Print emp dot items. You can see here whatever the key values we have in our dictionary, it's printing all the elements. By using items we can print whatever the dictionaries we have key value formats, all those data we can print on our console. Next we will see how to work with update method of our dictionary. What update method will do in our Python dictionary? It updates the dictionary with the elements from the another dictionary. Let me show you. For example, some d is equal to 1 comma 2 some 3. Some d1 is equal to 2 2. Next d dot update d1. Next we will print it d. What I am doing here is, here for 2 key I am giving value as 3. I want to update it to 2. That's the reason I have created d1 with key 2 value with 2. By using update method I am forwarding my d1 as a parameter to my update method. Then it prints on my console. Let me run it. You can see here 2 key value has changed to 2. This is how you can update by using update method. And we have keys methods and values method and pop method in our dictionary. We will see how to use all this. We have key method in our dictionary. What this keys method will do? It returns a view object that displays a list of all the keys which we have in our dictionary. Whatever the key values which we store in our dictionary, it returns a view object which displays a list of only keys from elements. Let me show you. My dict is equal to 1 comma 2 2 my keys is equal to my dict dot keys. Let me print it. My keys. You can see here whatever the keys we have in our dictionary, all those keys it's printing as output by using keys method. And also we have values method which returns values from our dictionary elements. Let me show you. Values. Just run it. You can see here 1, 2 numbers it's printing as output which are values of my dictionary elements. This is how you can retrieve keys and values separately by using keys method and values method. And we have pop method in our, next we will see how to use pop method in our dictionary. Pop method removes and returns an element from a dictionary. Let me show you. First we will create some person is equal to some name Hemant comma some course Python. Vals is equal to some person dot pop name. Print vals. By using pop method, I want to delete this name element, and this vals will store the element which is returning. That element I want to print on my console. Let's run it. You can see here it's printing Hemant because I am removing name key value which is Hemant, and that Hemant will be stored in vals. That's printing on my console. And also we have pop item method in our dictionary. This pop item method also returns and removes an element key value pair format from the dictionary. Let me show you. Some person is equal to name some Hemant comma course Python. Vals is equal to person dot pop item print vals. Just run it. You can see here course Python is removed and returned from my dictionary. By using pop item, I am removing my element from my dictionary. That removed element I am printing on my console. Let me print it before removing, so you will get clarity. You can see here Before it has name Hemant course Python. After using pop item, it has removed an element which is arbitrary element key value, and it's returning the removed element on our console. And by using membership operators, we can test whether the key is available or not, but we cannot test value is available or not by using membership operator. Let me show you practically. Let me create some squares is equal to some 1 1 comma 3 some 5 comma 6 5 or 4. Next we will print 1 in square. Here I want to test whether 1 is available in my squares or not. This membership operator we use for checking whether key is available or not. This membership operator will not check whether the values is available or not. It will check only whether the key is available or not. Let me run it. You can see here it's returning true. One key is available in my dictionary. Let me show you it will not check values by using membership operators. Let me check some 5 in squares. Here 5 is a value, but it will not check whether 5 is available or not because 5 is not a key, 5 is a value. Membership operator will not check values. You can see here it's returning false. This is how you can work with membership operators in your dictionaries. And we have len function in our Python which is used to find length. Let me show you some squares 1 is to 1 comma some 3 9 comma 4 7. I want to see the length len squares. I want to see the length. You can see here it's printing 3 on my console because we have 3 elements in our dictionary. We have seen how to work with dictionaries, and we have seen what are the methods we have in our dictionaries and how to use it, what it internally does when we use those methods. We have seen all this. If you have any doubts, you can message me. I will clear your doubts. Thank you. Next we will discuss about operators in our Python. Python operators. Our Python supports operators like arithmetic operators and relational operators, or we can call them as comparison operator. Comparison and relational operators are same, and we have assignment operators, and we have logical operators, and we have bitwise operators, and we have membership operators, and also we have identity operators. All these are operators which we have in our Python language. Let me make a note about this. After that we will see practically how to work with these operators with examples. First let me make a note about this. Python language supports operators like we have arithmetic operators, and we have comparison or relational operators. Comparison or we can call them as relational operators. And we have assignment operators. and we have logical operators, and we have bitwise operators, this is comparison operators, and also we have membership operators, and we have identity operators. All these are operators which we have in our Python language. We will see practically how to work with these arithmetic operators, comparison or relational operators, assignment operators, logical operators, bitwise operators, membership operators, and identity operators. First, we will see how to work with arithmetic operators. Just go to Python IDE. Here just I want to create some two variables. Some x is equal to 15 and some y is equal to some 4. These are my x and y variables. By using these variables, I want to show you how to work with arithmetic operators. What result we will get if we use arithmetic operators with these variable values. First, we will see addition arithmetic operator. When you use arithmetic operator which is addition, it adds two values and it will return the result as output. Let me show you. Now by using addition operator, I want to add these two numbers. How we can do it? Just write print statement. Inside print, I want to add this x and y. This is small x. Just click on enter. You can see here addition operator is adding those two variable data and it's returning the output as 19. Next we will see subtraction operator. Print x minus y. It will subtract those two variables and it will return the output which is 11. You can see here 15 minus 4. By using subtraction operator, 15 minus 4, it's returning 11. Next we will see multiplication operator. X into y. This will multiply two variables data and it returns output. Now x multiply with y. 15 into 4. It will return the output as 16. You can see here it's returning output by multiplying x and y. Next we will see division operator. Division also comes under arithmetic operators. Here I want to divide my x variable value with y variable. Now it returns value after dividing 15 divided by 4. You will get 3.75 as an output. Next we will see modulus operator. Print x modulus y. This modulus operator will return the remainder of these two variables. For example, x modulus y, 15 modulus 4. Whatever that remainder will be the output if you use modulus operator. Now x modulus y is 15 modulus 4. What remainder you will get? You will get 3 as a remainder. That remainder you will get as an output. You can see here. Next we will see exponential operator. Print x exponential y. What this exponential operator will return? This exponential operator performs exponential calculation. Means whatever the x exponential y you are using, it will convert these variables into 15 power 4. 15 power 4 you will get output as 50625 as a output. Let me show you. 15 power 4. If you convert it, 15 power 4 is equal to 15 into 15 into 15 into 15. You will get output as a 50625 as an output. You can see here. This is how you can work with arithmetic operators which we have in our Python. Addition, multiplication, subtraction, division, modulus and exponential, all these comes under arithmetic operators. So we have seen all arithmetic operators. Next we will see how to work with Python comparison operators in our Python language. This Python comparison operators, we can also call them as relational operators. In these comparison operators, we have double equal to, not equal to, less than, greater than, less than or equal to and greater than or equal to. These operators compare the values on both sides and decide the relation among them. We will see how these comparison operators works in our Python language. Just open Python IDE. Here let me create two variables. Some x is equal to 10, x is equal to 10, y is equal to some 12. First we will use greater than operator. Print x greater than y. What this greater than operator will do? This greater than operator will compare left operand with right operand. If left operand is greater than y operand, means x is greater than y, then this condition becomes true, means 10 greater than y. But when it comes to x is equal to 10, y is equal to 12, here condition becomes false. Why? Because x is equal to 10, y is equal to 12, 10 greater than 12. 10 is not greater than 12. That's the reason here we will get output as false. Next we will see less than operator. Print x less than y. What this less than operator will do? If left operand is less than y operand, then this condition becomes true. Here we have x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 12. Means 10 is less than 12. That's the reason this condition becomes true. Why? Because 10 is less than 12. Next we will see double equal to operator. Print x double equal to y. What this double equal to operator will do? If the values of two operands are nothing but x and y. If the values of this 2 and y are equal, then condition becomes true. But when it comes to x is equal to 10, y is equal to 12, here you will get output as false. Why? Because 10 is not equal to 12. You can see here condition become false. Next we will see how to work with not equal to. Print x not equal to y. This not equal to will compare two operands. If two operands are not equal, then this condition becomes true. Means 10 not equal to 12. Here condition becomes true. Why? Because 10 is not equal to 12. You can see the output, it's true. Next we will see greater than or equal to and less than or equal to. Print x greater than equal to y. What this greater than or equal to operator will do? If the values of left operand, which is x, is greater than or equal to the value of right operand, which is y, then condition becomes true. But here x we have 10 and y we have 12. 10 is greater than or equal to y, which is false. Means 10 is not greater than or equal to 12. That's the reason condition becomes false. Next we will see less than or equal to. Print x less than or equal to y. What this less than or equal to operator will do? If the value of left operand, which is x, is less than or equal to value of right operand, which is y, then this condition becomes true. But here we have x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 12. Means 10 is less than or equal to 12, which is true. That's the reason this condition returns true. So all these are comparison operators which compare the values and decides the relation among them. It returns Boolean value as an output. Next we will see how to work with Python assignment operators. We have assignment operators in our Python language. We will see how to work with these assignment operators in our Python. Just open Python IDE. Here let me create some variables with values. Some a is equal to 4, some b is equal to 2 and c is equal to some 0. These are my variables. Now by using arithmetic operators, I want to do some operations on these variables. Let's see how to use all this. First we will see is equal to operator. C is equal to A plus B. What this is equal to operator will do? Is equal to operator will assign value by adding A plus B to C variable. First it will add A plus B and whatever the total value which you are getting, 4 plus 2 is equal to 6. That 6 will be assigned to C variable by using is equal to operator. That's the reason this is equal to is called a assignment operator. We will print C value. You can see here it's returning 6 as a output. Why? Because it has added A plus B and it has assigned value to C variable. Next we will see add and operator. C plus is equal to A. This plus is equal to is called add and operator. What this plus is equal to operator will do? First this will convert into C is equal to C plus A. It will convert C is equal to C plus A and it will add C plus A. Whatever the added value which is 6 plus 4, 10, that 10 will be assigned to my C variable. Let me show you. We will print this C. You can see here output you are getting as 10. Why? Because this add and operator will internally convert into C is equal to C plus A. Next we will see subtract and operator. C minus is equal to A. This will convert C is equal to C minus A. First it will subtract C minus A. Whatever the value you are getting which is 10 minus 4, 6. That 6 will be assigned to my C variable. Let's see. Print C. You can see here you are getting output as 6. Next we will see multiply and operator. C multiply and A. This C multiply and A will convert into C is equal to C into A. First it will multiply C into A. After multiplying, whatever the value you are getting, it will be assigned to my C variable by using assignment operator which is equal to. Means here 6 into 4. Whatever the 24 you are getting after multiplying this, the 24 will be assigned to my C variable. Let's see. Print C. You can see here it's printing 24. Next we will see division and operator. C division and A. What this C division and A will do? It internally converts C is equal to C divided by A. First it will do division for C divided by A. 24 divided by 4. Whatever the value which you are getting 6, that 6 will be assigned to my C variable. Let's see whether we get 6 or not. Print 6. Print C. You can see here output you are getting as 6.0. Next we will see modulus and operator. C modulus and A. This internally converts C is equal to C modulus A. First whatever the value you are getting from C modulus A, that value will be assigned to my C variable. Here C modulus A, C you have 6 modulus A which is 4. Whatever the remainder you are getting 2, the 2 will be assigned to my C variable. Let's see. Print C. You should get output as 2. You can see here output you are getting as 2. Next we will see how to work with exponential and operator. C exponential and A. Internally this will convert into C is equal to C exponential A. First it will do exponential calculation which is C power A, which is C you have 2 power A we have value as 4. 2 power 4 you will get output as 16. That 16 will be assigned to my C variable. Let's see whether we get 6 as output or not. Print C. You can see here output you are getting as 16.0. This is how you can work with assignment operators in your Python language. Next we will discuss about Python logical operator. In our Python language, we have logical operators like logical AND, logical OR and logical NOT. These are the logical operators supported in our Python language. We will see practically how these logical operators works in our Python. Let's go to Python IDE. I want to create a variable x is equal to sum true, y is equal to false. Now I want to use logical AND operator. Print x and y. What this AND operator will do? This AND operator, if these both operands which is x and y are true, if x and y are true, then only this condition will become true. Means if this x and y are true, then only this condition becomes true. If any one of this variable value is false, condition becomes false. Let's see the output. You can see here output it's printing as false. Next print x or y. What this logical OR operator will do? If any of these two operands are non-zero, means any of these two operands are non-zero means 1. This false is a 0. False comes under 0 value, true comes under 1 value. If any of these two operands are non-zero means 1, then condition becomes true. Here you will get output as true. Why? Because in these two operands which is x and y, you have x as a non-zero which is 1. That's the reason condition becomes true. Logical OR operator will check if any of these two operands are non-zero means 1, then it prints output as true. If both are zeros, x is equal to false and y is equal to false, then condition becomes false. If any of these two operands are non-zero, like non-zero means 1. 1 value is nothing but true. True comes under 1. False comes under 0. That's the reason condition becomes true. Next we will see logical NOT operator. Print not x or y. What this logical NOT operator will do? This logical NOT operator is used to reverse the logical state of its operand. Means this x or y condition is if you print x or y, it is printing output as true. I want to reverse this logical state by using logical NOT operator. How you can do it? By using logical NOT operator you can do it. If you use NOT operator before your logical state, then you will get output has a reverse to that logical state. Here for this logical state we have seen output it's showing us true. But if you use NOT operator before this logical state, it prints a reverse to that output. Means it prints false. Let's see. You can see here it's printing false. This is how logical operators works in our Python. Next we will see how to work with Python special operators. Python special operators. In Python special operators we have two types of operators. Those are membership operators identity operators. These are the two operators comes under Python special operators. We will see how to work with these membership operators and identity operators. Membership operators are nothing but they are used to test whether a value or a variable is found in a sequence or not. Sequence are nothing but whatever the data structures we have in our Python, like list, tuple, set and dictionary. or strings. All this comes under sequences. This membership operator is used to test whether a value or a variable is there in that sequence or not. We can test or we can find it by using membership operators. Let's see how we can find it. In membership operators, we have in and not in operator. By using these operators, we can find whether the value or variable is there in our sequence or not. Let's see practically. Open Python IDE. In this IDE, first let me create a variable x is equal to some hello world. Now I want to check or I want to test whether h character is available in my x variable or not. How we can test it? By using membership operator in. By using in operator, we can find or we can test whether h is available in our sequence or not. Print h in operator x. This in operator will check whether h is available in my x variable or not. You can see here it's printing true, means h is available in my x variable. And we have not in operator in our membership operator. This not in operator will return true if value or variable is not found in that sequence. For example, print some John, not in x. You can see here it's printing true. Why? Because John is not available in my x variable. These are membership operators which we have in our Python special operators, in and not in. And if you want to work with dictionaries with these membership operators, in a dictionary we can only test for the presence of key. You can test only whether the key is present or not, but we cannot check or we cannot test whether the value is available or not when it comes to dictionary. This is the main important point you should never forget. For example, y is equal to, let me create some dictionaries, some 1 a comma 2 B. Now I want to check the presence of key and the presence of value. If I want to check the presence of key, then it is possible by using membership operator. But presence of value, I cannot test or I cannot check if the value is available or not by using in operator. Let me show you practically. Print 1 in y. Here I am checking whether this one key is available in my y variable or not. 1 is available as a key in my y variable. Let me print it. You can see here it's printing true. Now let me show you practically that we cannot test for the presence of value. Print a in y. Here what I am doing, I want to test the presence of value by using in operator in my y variable. In my y variable, I am having value which is a, but you will get output as false. Why? Because we can only test for the presence of key by using membership operator, not the value. You cannot test for the presence of value by using in operator. Next, we will see how to work with identity operators. What is the use of these identity operators in our Python? We will see now. Just go to Python IDE. Mainly, identity operators are used to check if two values or variables are located in same part of memory or not. It will check its memory. This identity operator will check if the two values or two variables are in same memory or not. This identity operators will check and will compare memory locations of two objects. Let me show you practically. We have is and is not operators in our identity operators. We will see practically. For example, let me create x is equal to some hello and y is equal to hello and x1 is equal to some number 523, some y1 is equal to 234. Now what I want to do is I want to check whether these two variables or two values are located in same memory or not by using is and is not operators. If is operator is returning false, that means these two variables and values are in different memory locations. If it returns true, then these two variables or values are in same memory location. Let me show you practically. Print x is y. This x is y returns false. Why? Because x is in different memory location and y is in different memory location. Why? Because for every variable different memory location will be created. For x is y. This condition returns false. Why? Because x and y is having different memory locations. That's the reason it returns false. You can see here. And I want to show you is not operator. What this is not operator will do? It returns true if operands are not identical. Means, for example, we have x and y. If these two operands are not in same memory location, this is not returns true. Let me show you practically. Print x is not y. You can see here it's returning true. Why? Because x and y is not in same memory location. And same thing will be happen for x1 and y1. Let me show you practically. Print x1 is y1. It's returning false because x1 and y1 is two different memories in our program. Let me show you is not with this x1 and y1. x1 is not y1, which returns true. These two variables are in different memory locations. This is not returns true. These are identical operators in our Python special operators. Next we will discuss about Python bitwise operators. Python bitwise operators. In our Python, these bitwise operators are used to perform bit operations. Bit operations are nothing but whatever the decimal values we give, the decimal values will be converted into binary values. And these bitwise operators will work on these bits. Means like shifting them from left to right or converting bit value from 1 to 0. We have like bitwise AND operator and bitwise OR operator, and we have XOR operator, and we have complement operator, and we have left shift and right shift operators. We will see how these operators works in our Python. First, let me show you bitwise AND operator. Just go to Python IDE. Here I want to create some variables like a is equal to some 9 and b is equal to some 65. Here by using print a and b, this bitwise AND operator will compare bits of this 2 digit which converts decimal to binary. This bitwise AND operator compares of this first operand with bit of this second operand. Means whatever the first operand bit you have, that first operand bit will be compared with bit of your second operand. If both bits are 1, then the corresponding result bit is set to 1. If any of this operand bit has 0, then corresponding result bit will be 0. Now you will get output as 1. Let me explain you clearly how you are getting output as 1. Just let me show you practically. Here I have given a is equal to 9 and b is equal to some 65. These two are my decimal values which I have assigned to my a and b variables. First, this decimal value will be converted to binary. How we can convert it to binary? Let me show you. Binary value is nothing but zeros and ones. To get binary value of 9, our 9 binary value is 0000 10001. This is the binary value of my 9, and 01000001. This is the binary value of my 65. How we can get this binary value? By using 2 power How you can get binary value of your decimal value? By using 2 powers. You can get it 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, like this. It keeps on going 2 power 5, 2 power 6, 2 power 7, 2 power 8. Here we want binary value of our decimal value, which is 9. How to get binary value of this 9? You have to multiply this 2 power 3, 2 power 2, 2 power 1, 2 power 0, and you have to add it. Whenever you add it, if you get 9 as total, then that's the binary value of your decimal value. For example, now I want to get binary of my decimal value, which is 9. Let me show you how to get binary value of our decimal value. For example, I'm having a is equal to 9. This is my decimal value. I want to get binary value of this decimal value. How we can get it? Let me show you. Zero, 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 1, 0, 0 and 1. This is the binary value of my decimal value, which is 9. Let me remove this. How you can get this binary value? By using 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, 2 power 5, 2 power 6, 2 power 7. This 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2 keeps on going till you get your decimal value. Now I want to get my binary value of my decimal value, which is 9. Here you may get doubt like why I am using 2 as a digit for the powers 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. For all these powers, why I am using only 2? We have lot of numbers like 2, 3, 4, 5, 100, some infinity numbers. Why we have to use 2 because in our binary form we have only zeros and ones. Computers will understand only zeros and ones, means only 2 digits, either 0 or 1. That's the reason to get binary value of your decimal value, you have to calculate by using 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2. Why we have to use 2 means computers will understand only 0 or 1. Means only 2 digits computers understand. That's the reason we take 2 as a digit. Now let's multiply all this. 2 power 0 is 1. 2 power 1 is 2. 2 power 2 is 4. 2 power 3 is 8. 2 power 4 is 16. 2 power 5 is 32. 2 power 6 is 64. 2 power 7 is 128. So if you multiply all these 2 power 0, 2 power 1, you are getting 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Now I want to get my decimal value, which is 9, which you have to add the numbers which final result will be 9. If I add 8 and 1, I will get 9 as final value. That's the reason in place of 8 and 1, if you add 8 plus 1, then you will get decimal value as 9, right? That's the reason in place of 8 and 1, you have to put binary values 1, and in other places you have to put zeros. Then you will get binary value of your decimal value. When it comes to B is equal to 65, binary value of this 65 decimal value. This 65 is a decimal value. I want to get binary value of this 65. Just now I have explained. Now I want to get total as 65. How you can get it? Just add the numbers which you get 65. 64 plus. Now I want one number which adds 64 plus 1 is 65. Means I want to add this 1 for my 64. Then I will get 65. If I want to get binary value of my 65, in place of 64, in place of 1, I have to put 1. Then I will get binary value of my 65. Let me put it here. Now I want to get binary value of my 65, means in place of 64 I have to put 1. In place of 1 I have to put 1. Other values will be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. This is the binary value of my 65 decimal value. Now what our bitwise AND operator will do? it will compare each bit. It will compare first bit with second operand first bit. It will compare first operand second bit with second operand second bit. Like this, it will compare every bit in our operands. After comparing, it will create one more binary form. When bitwise AND operator compares each bit, first operand first bit with second operand first bit, if both bits are 1, then result will be 1, means 0, 0. Then corresponding bit will be 0. Next 1, 0. Just now we have discussed if both bits are 1, then only corresponding result bit will be 1. But here we have 1 and 0, means this is also 0. 0 and 0, 0. 0 and 0, 0. 0 and 1. Both bits are not 1, means corresponding bit will be 0. 0 and 0, 0. 0 and 0, corresponding bit will be 0. It will compare these two operands bits 1 and 1. Here both bits are having 1 in each operand, means result bit will be 1. And your final answer is 1. This is how internally bitwise AND operator will compare and check, and it returns output as 1. Internally what it is doing, I have explained everything to you practically. This is how internally it works. Next we will discuss about bitwise OR operator. Bitwise OR operator. This bitwise OR operator takes 2 bits pattern. Means for example, in before example we have seen A is equal to 9, some B is equal to 65, and we have converted into bits form, means binary form. Now in our bitwise OR operator, this bitwise OR operator 2 binary patterns of equal length. If both bits are 0, for example, let me take some binary forms. Assume it's some binary number, some 0, 1, some 0, and I'm having one more binary form, 0, 1, 1. So these are 2 binary patterns I want to compare by using bitwise OR operator. What this bitwise OR operator will do, it takes these 2 binary patterns which is having equal length, and you will get result as 0 if both bits are 0. For example, if first bit of binary form and second bit of binary form both are zeros, then your result will be 0, or else result will be 1. If both bits are 0, then only result will be 0 at third binary pattern, or else result will be 1. Let me show you with example. Some A is equal to 9 and B is equal to some 65. We have already seen the binary form of 9 and 65. Let me explain directly bitwise OR operator. First, we will take binary pattern of our 9 decimal value 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 1. This is my binary pattern of my 9. Or now let me compare with 65 binary pattern 0 1 0 0 0 0 0 1. So these two are my binary patterns of my 9 and 65. Now by using bitwise OR operator, we are comparing these two binary patterns. Just now I have explained you, if your binary formats or your binary patterns both patterns are having zeros, then result will be 0, or else result will be 1. So let's see the result. 0 and 0, result will be 0. Next 0 and 1, result will be 1. Next 0 and 0, result will be 0. Next 0 and 0, result will be 0. Next 1 and 0, result will be 1. Next 0 and 0, result will be 0. Next 0 and 0, result will be 0. Next 1 and 1, result will be 1. So this is the final result of our bitwise OR operator. Now we have to convert this binary form into decimal form. How we can convert it? Let me show you how to convert. 0, 1, 0, this is my final result. Now I have to convert it into decimal number. How we can convert it? This is 2 power 0. Next 2 power 1. Next 2 power 1. Next 2 power 2. Next 2 power 3. Next 2 power 4. Next 2 power 5. Next 2 power 6. Next 2 power 7. Now you have to consider 2 powers where you have one binary value. Here you have 1. You have to consider this 2 power 6 and 2 power 3 and 2 power 0. Now you have to multiply it. 2 power 0 you will get value as 1. 2 power 3 you will get value as 8. 2 power 6 you will get 64. Now you have to add this 64 plus 8 plus 1. If you add all these numbers, you will get decimal value of your result. Final answer is 73. Now let's see whether we get 73 or not. We will execute this same example in our Python IDE. Just go to Python IDE. A is equal to 9, B is equal to 65. Now print A bitwise OR and B. You can see result we are getting as 73. So now you got an idea how it's internally converting by using binary form bits and it's returning output as 73. So this is the process internally happens when you use bitwise OR operator. Next we will discuss about bitwise XOR operator. Bitwise XOR operator. what this XOR operator will do internally if you use it? It compares first operand to its corresponding bit of its second operand. Means it compares each bit from your first operand first binary value with second operand first binary value. If any one of this bit is 0 and other bit is 1, then the corresponding result bit will be 1, or else the corresponding result bit is set to 0. Let me show you. For example, I am having 2 bits, or you can call it as binary form. For example, just assume that first binary form of first bit is 0 and second binary form first bit is also 0. Then corresponding result bit will be 0. If both are zeros, then you will get result bit as 0. But if one bit is having 0 and other bit is having 1, then corresponding result bit will be 1. This is how binary bitwise X operator works internally. If one bit is 0 and the other bit is 1, then result bit will be set to 1. If both are zeros or both are ones, then result bit will be 0. If both are ones, result bit will be 0. If you have 0 and 1, then only result bit will be 1. Let's take an example. We will take same number, some a is equal to. Now let's compare a is equal to 9, b is equal to 65 by using this XOR operator. How it internally does? A is equal to 9 and b is equal to 65. We already know how to convert this decimal number into binary value. I have shown you in first example. Now let's directly convert this binary bits into corresponding result bit, and we will convert that result bit into decimal value. Now we already know 9's binary value is 000010001. Here next we will use XOR operator, and 65 binary value is 01000001. Now let's convert it into result binary form. Just now I have explained you, if first bit of first binary form and first bit of second binary form is 0, result will be 0. If first bit binary form is 0 and next bit binary form is 1, result will be 1. Same as that, by comparing each bit from first operand and second operand, you will get 0, 1, 00, 1, 000. So this is the final result binary value of our bitwise XOR operator. Now we will convert this result bit into decimal value. Here I have already shown you how to convert it. Same process, you have to follow same process. If you have any doubts, you can message me. Now let me show you answer directly, because in before example I have shown you how to convert binary form into decimal number. That's the reason for this example directly I am showing you answer. The answer is 72. If you get any doubt when you convert this binary form into decimal, you can message me. I will clarify your doubt. You have to follow same process which we have done in before example, where I have converted binary form into decimal by using 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 3. Same process you have to follow here. Then you will get 72 as final answer. Now let's execute this in our Python IDE. A is equal to 9, b is equal to 65. Print A bitwise XOR operator B. You can see the final result is 72. So now you got an idea how bitwise XOR operator works internally. Next we will discuss about bitwise complement operator. Bitwise Next we will discuss about bitwise complement. This bitwise complement, if you want to convert your binary form into first complement and second complement, in this process by using unary operator you can do it. What this unary operator will do? It will flip the bits. How it will flip? For example, if you have 0, this 0 will be flipped to 1. If you have 1, this 1 will be flipped to 0. If you have 0, it will flip into 1. If you have 1, it will flip into 0. For example, let's take some a is equal to some 2. Now I want to convert this 2 into complement. By using unary operator, you can convert it into bitwise complement. Let me show you how it internally converts. First, let's convert this 2 into binary form. Binary form of our 2 is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. This is the binary form of our 2. Now let's flip this binary form into first complement. If we flip, I already explained you, in place of 0, it will put 1. In place of 1, it will put 0. In place of 0, we have 1. 0, 1 and 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. In place of 1, we have to put 0. In place of 0, we have 1. This is the first complement of our 2. Now convert this first complement into second complement. How we can convert it? Let me show you. Now if you want to do second complement, just by using binary form 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, you have to add plus 1. 1. Then you will get answer as 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. This is my bitwise complement of my 2. If you convert this into decimal form, this is 2 power 0 and this is 2 power 1. Means 2 power 0 and 2 power 1. 2 power 1 is 2 plus 2 power 0 is 1. 2 plus 1, if you add it, you will get answer as 3. This 3 is our output of our bitwise complement. This 3 is the output of our bitwise complement. Now let me show you in Python IDE whether we get 3 or not. Just go to Python IDE. A is equal to 2. Print. Here you have to use unary operator. A. You will get -3. So now you got an idea how we can convert decimal into bitwise complement. Why you are getting -3? Because if binary number start with 0, you will get negative decimal value as out. If you get binary value starting with 1, you will get decimal value with positive value. We already know all these basics of our binary forms. So here the binary form is starting with 0. That's the reason we are getting output as -3. If we get 1 here, then you will get output as +3. Next we will discuss about binary left shift and right shift. Binary left shift. This binary left shift operator, what it does, the left operand's values which we have in our binary form, those values will be moved from left side to right side by the number of bits we specify in our binary left shift operator. Let me show you an example. Here, for example, a binary left shift sum 2. In this, let's take some number a is equal to some 10. This 10 is my a value. This 2 is my number of bits which I have specified to be moved from left side to right side. Number of bits to be moved from left to right side. First, this 10 will be converted into binary. Let me show you. 0, 0, 1, 0, 1 and 0. This is the binary representation of my 10 digit. This is 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 1 means 2. We already know how to calculate it. 2 power 2, 2 power 3. 2 power 3 is 8. We have seen in before examples how to convert decimal value into binary value. Now 8 plus 2 is 10. So we got decimal value which is 10. Now in binary left shift operator, what I am doing is, by using binary left shift operator, I want to move 2 bits from left to right side. That's the reason here I have given a binary left shift 2. Means I want to move 2 bits from left to right. Then internally it converts this binary form into this 1 will be shifted to first bit and 0 will be shifted to second, 1 will be third, 0 will be fourth, and this left side 2 bits will be shifted to right side. Why? Because here by using binary left shift operator I have mentioned 2. What is this 2? Number of bits to be moved from left to right side. That's the reason the zeros will be moved to right side. 1, 0, 1, 0, 0 and 0. So this is the binary representation after flipping bits by using, after moving bits by using binary left shift operator. Now we will convert this into decimal form. This is 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4 and 2 power 5. Now when you convert this, wherever we have one bit, you have to calculate total of that bit. 2 power 5 and 2 power 3. Here you will get 32 and 2 power 3, 8. 32 plus 8. You will get answer as 40. So the final answer is 40. Now you got an idea how my binary left shift operator is moving bits and showing me how it's returning value. Now for a is equal to 10, a binary left shift 2, we got output as 40. Let's see practically whether the result is correct or not. Just go to Python IDE. A is equal to 10, a binary left shift 2. You can see here the final result it's showing us 40. Whatever the calculation which we have done here, same thing is going on internally and it's showing us output as 40. Next we will discuss about binary right shift operator. Binary right shift. In this binary right shift, the left operand's values is moved right side by the number of bits specified by the right operand. Let me show you. For example, we have some a is equal to 20. Here a binary right shift I am using 2. We already know this 2 is number of bits which is moved from right to left. When it comes to binary left shift, left to right, but in this binary right shift, right to left. Now a is equal to 20 we already know. First let me show you the binary form of our 20. We have 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0 and 0. This is my binary representation of my 20 decimal value. What this binary right shift operator will do internally? It will move number of bits which I have specified from right to left. Here I have specified 2 bits. That's the reason it converts first these 2 zeros will be discarded and this data will be stored in binary representation. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. And these 2 bits which we have in our right side bits will be moved from right side to left side, because here I have mentioned 2 bits which will be moved from right to left. The 0 will be stored here. And 0 will be stored here. This is how internally it converts by the number of bits which we specify. When you convert this binary form into decimal form by using 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, we don't have any ones here, so we will calculate this 2 power 2 and 2 power 0. 2 power 2 you will get as 4. 2 power 0 is 1 and 4 plus 1 is 5. and 4 plus 1 is 5, which is our final output of our binary write shift. So this is how internal process will go on. Let me show you practically whether if we use a write shift 2, if we get 5, then whatever the internal process I have shown is 100% matching. So this is the internal process which will be happen when we use binary write shift. Let's go to Python IDE. Here a is equal to 20. Now I want to use binary write shift a, binary write shift 2. We have to get 5. You can see here final result it's showing us 5, and we have seen internal process how it will convert by using number of bits which we specify in our binary write shift operator. This is how binary left shift and binary right shift works internally. Next we will discuss about range function in our Python. Range function. Where we use this range function actually? This range function is widely used in our for loops in our Python, and it generates lists containing arithmetic progression. Means in our for loop we use this range function which returns consecutive integers between the range we have given by using parameters, and this function contains one parameter, 2 parameter and 3 parameters, and last 2 parameters are optional in our range function. First let me make a note about this, then we will see practically how to use this range function in our Python. It is widely used in for loops. It generates lists containing arithmetic progression. It returns a list of consecutive integers. This function has 1, 2, 3 parameters, where last 2 parameters are optional. Let me show you the 3 variations which we have in our range function. 3 variations of range function. First one, range stop. This range function starts from 0 till stop minus 1. Whenever you use this range function with one parameter like some stop, then it starts from 0 till stop minus 1 it executes. This is one variation of range function. Range start comma stop. This is other variation of our range function. This range function end set stop minus 1. Range start comma stop comma step. This is other variation which we have in our range function. Start and stop parameters in this range function is same as before variations, but step is added parameter in this third variation. This step cannot be 0, and default is 1. This range start stop step in this third variation, start stop is common for second variation and third variation. This step is added parameter in this third variation. This generates a sequence of numbers from A to B excluding B. In this third variation, it generates sequence of numbers from start to stop excluding stop. It increments by using step. That's the reason step cannot be 0 and default is 1. This step we use as an increment. We will see practically, so you will get 100% clarity. Next we will discuss about functions in our Python. We have two types of functions in our Python language. Those are nothing but we have built-in functions and user-defined functions. Let's discuss about these types of functions. When it comes to types of functions, in Python we have two types of functions. We have built-in functions and user-defined functions. Let's discuss about what is difference between these two types of functions. The built-in functions we have in our Python, whatever the functions which already available in our Python, those functions are nothing but built-in functions which is already given by Python. Like for example, we have print. Print is a built-in function which is provided by Python language, and we have some file function, we have len function to get the length of string or some data structures. All these comes under built-in functions. Then what is user-defined functions? When it comes to project developments, we will write some user-defined functions by ourselves as per client or business requirement. Those functions are nothing but our own functions. Our own functions, we call them as user-defined functions. Let me make a note about this. Then we will see how to write functions and how to call these functions. Then we will see how to define a function and how to call that function practically. Let me make a note about all these points. We have two types of functions. What are those two types of functions? First one, we have built-in functions. And we have user-defined functions. These are the two types of functions we have in our Python. Built-in functions, functions which we have internally provided by Python. Those functions are called built-in functions. Next, user-defined functions. User-defined functions. The functions which are defined by user or a developer by themselves as per client or business requirement are called user defined functions. So these are built-in functions and user defined functions. We already know some built-in functions, like for example we have print function and we have file function and also we have len function. All these are functions which we have internally in our Python. These functions we call them as built-in functions provided by Python. User defined functions are nothing but what are the functions we write as per project requirement or client requirement or business requirement. Those functions which we write comes under user defined function. Next we will see how to define and how to call a function. Open Python. In Python, let's define a function. How we can define a function? By using def keyword. After that, you have to give some function name, some my function, reuse. This is my function name. After that, you have to use colon. Then you have to start writing your function body. Print some hello, welcome to Python. Print welcome to coding. Return this is end statement of a function. This is end statement of a function. End of a function. This def keyword and function name comes under function declaration. And whatever the statements which you write inside a function comes under function body. Now let's call this function. Let's run it. You can see here it's printing on my console, hello, welcome to Python, welcome to coding. Next we will see how to get input values from our console to function, and we will see how to get result back to our console. Let me create a function, some def my cal sum. X is equal to int input enter any number y is equal to int input enter any number and I want to add this x value and y value, x plus y, and I want to store in my z variable. Next I want to print this value of my z. Print sum of the number z. Return z. Next we will call this function mic also. We will get x value and y value from our console, and those values will be stored in my xy, and I'm calculating it. After that I'm storing in my z, and I want to print my z value on my console by using print function, and I'm returning z value to my console, and I'm calling my function. Let's run it. Enter some number, some 10 and 20. You can see here sum of number we are getting 30 as output, which is z value. This is how you can get input values from your console, and this is how you can calculate by using functions. We will see some more examples. Sum def grand total sum arg1 comma arg2. Total is equal to arg1 plus arg2. Print the total is total. Return total. And I want to call this function grand total. Here I have to provide input parameters to this function, because here we are using arguments to store the input parameters from my function, which is returning by my grand total function. Here input parameters I want to give us some 11 comma 11. These input parameters will be stored in these arguments, argument 1 and argument 2, and I'm adding those arguments and I'm storing in my total. The total I want to print on my console. Let's run it. You can see here the total is 22. Whatever the input parameters we are forwarding when we call function, those input parameters will be stored in our function arguments. Those function arguments I have added and stored in my total variable. We are returning the total variable. And when it comes to accessing a variable, when it comes to variables, we have two types of variables, local variable and a global variable. If you want to access a local variable, you can access only within the function. For example, here we have a total variable, which is a local variable. Means this total variable is local variable to a function called grand total. You can access this total variable only within the function. You cannot access this total variable outside that function. And global variable are nothing but the variable which is defined outside the function. Those variables are called as global variable. Means you can access that global variable anywhere in any function. Let me show you an example. For example, let me create some total is equal to 0. This is my global variable. Let me create a function def sum arg1 comma arg2 total is equal to arg1 plus arg2. Here total is a local variable which is local to my sum function. Print inside the function local total. This is a local total. Return total. Let me call this sum, and I want to send some 10 comma 20. Next, let me write one more print outside the function global total. Here I have a global variable which is total, which I have assigned 0 to my total variable. After that I have created a sum function with def keyword. Inside my sum function I am having total variable which internally stores a value by adding argument 1 and argument 2. From where we are getting this argument 1 and argument 2? From arguments we are getting this argument 1 and argument 2. Here whatever the input parameters we are passing, those input parameters will be stored in this argument 1 and argument 2. That will be added and stored in my total variable. The total I am printing on my console by using print function. This is a inside function local total. This is a local total variable. After that, whenever we call this method will be executed. After that, I am writing a function to print my total variable which is outside the function, which is a global variable. Let me show you. You can see here inside a function local total is printing as 30 because inside this total variable argument 1 argument 2 which are 10, 20 coming through input parameters and storing in these arguments. Those arguments are added and stored in total variable that we are printing on console. After control comes out from this method, it executes print outside the function global total. Then this total will be executed from global variable because this total which we have written inside a sum function is local to this sum function. This is difference between local variable and global variable. That's the reason it's printing total has 0 in our output. This is the main difference between a local variable and a global variable. Next we will discuss about Python module. What is Python module in our Python? Whenever you see any file with .py extension, then those file is nothing but a module. If we want to use a function or a function, classes and variables of other modules are nothing but .py extension. You can use it in different files by using modules. Module is nothing but it's a file which ends with .py extension. We use modules to share the functions, classes and variables from one file to other file. First let me make a note about this, then we will see how to work with Python modules. Working with Python module. Module is a file which ends with .py extension. We will see how to create a module and how to use it in another file. Let me create a new file. Some Hemant. In this file, first I want to create a method, my fun. Print welcome to Python. Print some module programming. Next return. Let me create one more method, some def my fun. Print it is perfect future. Print some thank you. Next return. In this .py extension file, I have written two methods, which is my function with normal my fun and with my underscore fun. I want to use these functions in another Python file. How we can use it? First, let me save it. Let me create one more file, new Python file, some HEM. This is my one more Python file. One more Python file is nothing but it's a one more module. Whatever the file which you see with .py extension file, those files are nothing but modules in our Python. Now I want to use my Hemant.py module related functions in my hem.py module. How you can use it? By using import keyword you can use it. Import Hemant dot myfun, Hemant dot myfun. Let me write a print statement. Some welcome to modules. Welcome to modules. Let me print it. You can see here, it is perfect future. Thank you. Welcome to Python module programming. I have written in my Hemant.py. Welcome to Python module programming. It is perfect. Thank you. What I have done, whatever the functions I am having in my Hemant.py, I want to use it in my hem.py Python file. Hem.py is nothing but a module. In this hem.py module, I want to use these functions. How we can use it? By importing your module, which is Hemant. With that module name, you have to call your method. This is how you can work with your modules in your Python. Next, we will see how to work with arithmetic operations by using this modules concept. What we will do is, let me remove this. Here, let me create some methods, some functions. Def some add a comma b, return a plus b. Let me create some more methods. Def a comma b, return a minus b. Def some multiplication, mul, a comma b, return a into b. Now I will use these functions in my hem.py module. How we can use it? Let me remove this first. Import Hemant is equal to import Hemant, and let me create some variable. Sum is equal to Hemant dot. You can see here, whatever the functions we have in our Hemant.py module, all those functions we can see here. Add, mul, sub, whatever the functions we have in our Hemant.py are available here. Let me use add function. Add some 10 comma 20. Let me print it. Print sum of the number is sum. Let me run it. You can see here it's printing 30. Add function we are using from Hemant module. Now let me use sub function. Sum diff is equal to Hemant dot sub. Let me do subtraction between some 20 comma 10. Let me print it. difference of the number comma diff. Let me run it. You can see here it's printing 10. This is how you can import and use the functions of your module. And also you can change, if you want to change the module name, you can change it here, and you can use those names here itself. Let me show you. Import Hemant has some HM. Now I have changed my Hemant module name to HM. This HM you have to use here. This is how you can rename it. Let's run it. You will see same output, nothing difference, 30, 10. This is how you can rename your module if you want to rename it. We can also use predefined modules in our Python file. Now for example, I want to use math module. From math module, I want to use pi and e. The value of pi and e, I want to use it in my hem.py file. How we can use it? From math module, I want to import pi comma e. From math module, I am importing pi and e. Let me print it. Print the value of pi print the value of e. Just run it. You can see here the pi value 3.1415 etc., 2.7182 etc. Whatever the pi and e values which we have in our math modules, we have imported and we are using those modules in our Python files. This is how you can use predefined modules in your Python file, and we have seen how to create user defined modules and how to use it in our Python other modules, or we can call them as other Python files. Next we will discuss about object oriented programming in our Python. We will see what are the concepts we have in our object oriented programming. When it comes to object oriented programming, whatever the operations we perform on Python language, everything is based on creating objects. Why we create objects? To perform real world operations by using web applications, we use object oriented programming concepts. Like we have classes, object, functions, and for methods we can call functions or we can call them as methods. Functions and methods are almost same, and we have whatever variables and we have modules. All these comes under object oriented programming concepts, and we will see how to create objects of that class by using all these object oriented programming concepts. First let me make a note about this point, then we will see all the concepts whatever we have in our object oriented programming. Python is an object oriented programming language, and in Python everything is an object. Like whatever the classes we have, object, functions or methods, modules, etc. All this comes under object-oriented programming. What is the purpose of this object-oriented programming? Why we have this object-oriented programming in our languages? Any language, either it's Java or Python or any language. Why we have this object-oriented programming concepts? Because this object-oriented programming provide rules and guidelines which are supposed to be satisfied by any programming language. Whatever the OOPS principles we have, those OOPS principles are nothing but rules and guidelines which are supposed to be satisfied by any programming language. What are those OOPS principles or rules and guidelines? Whatever the principles we have like inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction and encapsulation. All these comes under OOPS principles. To satisfy a programming language or to call a programming language as object-oriented programming language, we have to use all these principles in our languages. First, let me make a note about this. Then we will see how to work with object-oriented programming principles in our Python. Object-oriented programming are the rules and guidelines which are supposed to be satisfied by any programming language in order to call that programming language as OOPS. OOPS principles we have like inheritance, and we have polymorphism, and we have abstraction, and we have encapsulation. All these are OOPS principles. We will see practically how to create a class, how to create a variables, functions or methods, how to use these OOPS principles in our Python classes. We will see how to create objects of that class. Next we will discuss about class, object, method or function. Better we call function as a method. We can call method as a function as a method, both are same, but it's better to call as a method. Let's discuss about class, object, method and instances. Instances are nothing but objects. First let's discuss about class. What is a class in our Python? Class can be described in many ways. Class we can call it as a template, because by using class we are going to create objects of that class, or we can call class as a blueprint for creating object. If you want to create an object, for example, I want to create cars object, I want to create a sports car object, a sedan car object or any car object. I want to create car objects. If I want to create any car object, first I have to create a blueprint. Blueprint is nothing but a class. By using class we can create objects. If I create a class car, by using that class, because that class is a blueprint, by using that class I can create objects of cars. And this class is a predefined keyword in our Python. Whatever the classes we have in our Python, those classes are collection of variables and functions. In a class we can have as many variables as we can, and we can have as many functions as we can. You can write any number of variables, you can write any number of functions which is related to class. Let me make a note about all these points. Class can be described as It's a predefined keyword and class is a template or blueprint for objects. And class is a collection of variables and functions. Just now I have explained you an example. If I want to create car object, first I have to create a class car. By using this class car, which is template, or we can call it as a blueprint. By using this class car, I can create car object. For example, sports car. Or some sedan. Or some other SUV car. If I want to create this type of cars object, first you have to create a class which is blueprint. By using that blueprint, you can create objects of car. This is about class. This blueprint is called a class. Whatever the objects you create by using these classes comes under object. What is a object? Object is nothing but a collection of data. Every object has state and behavior, which is called an object. Let me make a note about this. Collection of data is known as object. Or you can say it is an entity that has state and behavior. Is known as object. Here some people may get doubt like what is state and behavior. State and behavior are nothing but whatever the variables or data which you have in your class, those data comes under state. State is of two types. We have common and specific state. Common state are nothing but whatever the static variables or static data which we have in our class, whatever the common data or common state which we have in our class, those data comes under common state. Means those data are common to every object. Specific state is nothing but which is totally different state or different data from each object. Each object is having different data are nothing but specific or dynamic state. You can call them as specific state. For example, let's take a person identity, a human being identity. Let me create some variables. First let me make a note about this, then I will show you an example. State means property. State are of two types. Common state, which is static, and specific, which is dynamic. Behavior means functionalities. Functionalities can also have common, which is static, and specific, which is dynamic. Static means constant. The data which is unchanged for every object is called static. Means the data which we have in our class which is constant to every object of that class, that data comes under static, which are constant data. And we have dynamic. What data comes under dynamic data? Data which is changeable. Data which is changed for every object of that class, those data comes under dynamic data. Let me show you an example. For example, I am having some object. Object is a variable. For this object, I have a static data which is constant for every object of this class. Human. Here, object is a variable name. Human is a data which is constant, means static. This human is common for every object which you create by using a class. Next, some identity. John. Here I have created identity variable and I am storing John as a data. This John is a dynamic data, means identity will be different from every object. If I create a class some human beings or some class persons, in that class, by using that class, if I create a objects, in that objects, if I store these data, this human comes under static data. This identity John or this object's identity is John. If I create one more object, identity name will be different like Hemant or some other name. Those data comes under dynamic data. This is the difference between static data and dynamic data. And we have some properties like properties. Properties are nothing but variables with data. Some color, height, weight. All these comes under properties, which are variables to store the data. Color, height, weight. A human will be having color, he will be having height, he will be having weight. All this comes under properties. Properties are nothing but variables which stores data. And we will be having some functionalities. Functionalities comes under methods which we have in our class. What human will do? He can walk, he can see, and a human can run. Whatever the operations a human can do, whatever the operation a human can do, all those comes under methods in our object data. A human can walk, he can see, he can run. All this comes under functionalities of our class. Next, we will see how to create a class and how to create a method and how to create objects of the class. Just open PyCharm, create a new class, new Python file, some hello. This is my hello class. Let me create a class hello. Let me create a method def some my method. Here, whenever you create any method in your class, directly you will get self. Whenever we create a method in a class, directly you will get self as a first parameter. It's not a keyword. This self is not a keyword, but it's strongly recommended by Python authors. Directly you will get self as a first parameter of your method in your class. Why this self will be appeared in method in our class, we will discuss in our next example. You will see practically how to use this self parameter in your class. We will see practically. First, let me show how a class and methods and how to create an object, we will see that. Let me write some print hello oops, print some thank you. Return. I want to create a variable some my obj is equal to, I want to create this class object. How we can create hello? What I am doing here is I am creating a hello class object and I am storing in my obj variable. Why I am storing my object in my obj variable? For example, if I want to store any integer number, how we can store it? Just by creating some a is equal to 10. This is how you can store any variable data or any string data or any float data. But if you want to store any class object, how we can store it? Internally data types will be used by Python. But whenever I am storing int, I am creating a variable and I am storing those data. Same as that, whenever I create a class, if I want to create object of the class and I want to store data of that object, I have to create a class object and I have to store it in a variable. Now by using this object, I will call my method. Just run it. You can see here hello oops thank you. This is how you can create an object and you can store in variable. This is how you can call your class methods. Next we will see one more example. We will create a class with static variables and we will create a class with static data and dynamic data with functionalities or methods, and we will see how to create object of that class. Let me create a file, Python file. Let me create student class student let me create a static variable some welcome is equal to hi. This is a static content or static data. Whenever you create objects of this student class, this welcome variable data will be added to our dynamic data. Means this is the common data for all our objects. Whenever you want to add some common data or static data, the data related variables you have to create at class level, not at method or function level. Let me create a function def init self comma name comma roll number. Self dot name is equal to name. Self dot roll number is equal to roll number. Let me create one more method def display. Print name of the student. Self dot name. Print roll number of the student. Self dot roll number. Next print some welcome message. Self dot welcome. Return. Now we will create objects of this student class. Student 1 is equal to student. In student constructor, we have to assign our dynamic data. For example, John, comma, some 1001 roll number. Next, I want to call my student1 dot display function or method, which I have written here to print my name, roll number and welcome. I want to create one more object, student2 dot student2 is equal to student let me create some RAM, comma 1002. Student2 dot display. What we are doing here, we are creating a class student, which is a blueprint. By using this class, I have created two student objects, student1 and student2. In this class, I have static data and I have dynamic data, which is different from every student. Every student will be having some different data. Those different data I am collecting from my student constructor and I am storing by using a function called init. With in this init, self dot name is equal to name, self dot roll number is equal to roll number. Whatever the name and roll number which we are assigning from constructor, those name and roll number will be stored in this self dot name and self dot roll number by using self. This is the use of self in our object oriented programming. After storing that, I want to display on my console. That's the reason I have written a function called display. By using this display function, I am printing my data on my console, self.name, self.roll number, self.welcome. Self is nothing but whatever the objects you create. If student1 object is retrieving, this self will be replaced with student1, student1.name, student1.roll number. Whenever you create one more object, student2, whenever control comes to student2, self will be replaced with student2 object. Means a class will be having lot of objects. When you create objects data will be different. You have to access those data. To access those data, those different data, we have self in our class. By using this self, whatever the data you are storing in each student, those data will be retrieved separately by storing in name and roll number variables. Let me run this class. Just click on run. You can see here, name of the student John, first student object which is John, roll number of the student 1001 and self.welcome which is hi. Hi is a static data which will be added to every object. For Ram it has added, for John it has added 1002 hi Ram. How it's changing the data John, Ram, 1002? Because of self, it's changing objects data and it's retrieving and displaying on our console. So now you got an idea what is self and how to create objects, how to create functions, how to create a classes. Next we will discuss about inheritance in our Python. What is inheritance? Inheritance is nothing but reusing our class variables and methods or functions. Whatever the variables and methods which we have in our class, if we want to reuse them, that process we call as a inheritance. Inheritance is nothing but process of inheriting whatever the class members we have in our class. Those class members from one class to we want to inherit to another class. This process is nothing but we call it as a inheritance. A class which is extended by another class is known as superclass. For example, class A is extending from class B. Here class B is a superclass because class A is extending class B, and both superclass properties and subclass properties can be accessed by using subclass. Whenever, for example, you have created class B which extends class A. Here class A is a superclass, class B is a subclass. You want to access superclass members or methods which are class A variables or methods. How you can access it? By using B class reference, you can access your subclass variables and methods. First, let me make a note about this. Then we will see an example how to work with inheritance. It is the process of inheriting the class member from one class to another class is called inheritance. Class which is extended by another class is known as superclass. Both superclass properties, comma, methods and subclass properties and methods can be accessed through subclass reference variable. For example, class some person. Inside this class, if I create one more class, class student, then this class person is a parent class. We call class person has a parent class, base class or a super class. Whatever the class you are creating inside a person, this class comes under derived class, or we can call this student class as a subclass of this person class. If you want to access the properties and methods of person, you can access it by using student class, because student is a subclass of my superclass which is person. Let me make a note about terminologies. If any student is having confusion, it will be useful. Terminologies. Parent class, base class or superclass. Superclass, you can call it as a base class and also you can call it as a parent class. These three names are at the same when it comes to OOPS terminologies. Parent class, base class, superclass is a class. When it comes to here, person class, you can call it as a parent class, you can call it as a base class, or you can call it as a superclass. Next, child class, derived class, subclass. Here, whatever the example we have seen, student class you can call it as a child class, you can call it as a derived class, you can call it as a subclass. First we will see an example without inheritance. First we will see the problem, then we will see the solution, how we can achieve it by using inheritance. Just go to PyCharm IDE, create a new Python file, some animal, let me create a class which is superclass, class animal Inside this animal, let me create a function or a method which is eat, because an animal will eat. In this I want to write a print statement, print eating. Let me create a subclass in the superclass, class dog. Inside this dog class, let me create a method def eat, print eating. Let me create one more method def bark, because dog will bark, print barking. D is equal to dog, D dot eat, and D dot bark. What I am doing here is I have created a superclass which is animal. Inside this superclass, I have created a subclass dog. When it comes to superclass subclass, animal will eat. But in this animal superclass, we will be having different subclasses. Here I have taken example as a dog. We will be having cat, or we will be having some other animal. Those animals will be having different methods. But the common method for all these subclasses are eat, because every animal will eat. That's the reason I have written in superclass. But here if you observe, we have written eat method 2 times in subclass and in superclass. This is without inheriting. Without inheritance, I have written this example. I have created a dog object and I am storing in my dereference. By using this dereference, I am calling my eat method and dark method. Let me run it. You can see here it's printing eating and barking. When eat method is common for all subclasses, we no need to write it in every subclass. We can write in a superclass and we can inherit this method to subclass, and we can call this method by using subclass reference. Now we will see how to work with inheritance concept. Just remove this eat method which is there in dog subclass, and here in dog constructor you have to mention your superclass name which is animal. Now this dog is a subclass of this animal class, and you can inherit this animal class methods by using subclass reference which is dog. By using dog reference which is D, I am calling eat method. This eat method will be executed from my superclass. Let me show you. This is super eating. Just run it. Run. You can see here it's printing super eating and barking. Barking method is executed from subclass. Eat method is executed from superclass. This is nothing but we call it, this concept has a method overriding concept. And when it comes to method overloading, our Python does not support method overloading in our Python. Method overloading is not supported by Python by default, because our Python is a dynamically typed language and also interpreter based language. That's the reason our Python does not support overloading concept in our Python. And this concept we call as a method overriding, and this concept we call as a polymorphism, which is method overriding. Whenever you override any method, polymorphism is nothing but poly means many, morphism means form. The name itself, it's saying the concept of defining multiple logics to perform same operation is called a polymorphism. The name polymorphism itself, it's saying what is polymorphism. Polymorphism is nothing but the concept of defining multiple logics. Whatever the logic we are defining, if we want to define multiple logics of same operation is known as polymorphism. How we can achieve it? By using method overriding we can achieve it. Next we will see how to use encapsulation concept in our object oriented programming. What is encapsulation? Encapsulation is nothing but restricting access to a variable. For example, I have a class with some variables with some data. I want to restrict the access to those data. Directly no one should access those variables or data. How we can achieve it? By using encapsulation we can achieve it. How to implement this encapsulation? By using private methods we can implement this encapsulation concept. We will see how to implement it. First of all, we will discuss why we have to use this encapsulation concept. This encapsulation concept is mainly used for preventing data. Whatever the data we have, that data should not be modified accidentally or unknowingly. When it comes to data, data is a most valuable component everywhere. So we have to prevent data. That's the reason we use encapsulation concept to prevent the data by using private methods. We will see an example how to use encapsulation concept in our class. Let me create a new file, some car. Let me create a class car. In this class I want to create private variables. How we can create private variables? By using double underscore we can create private variables. Max speed is equal to, let me put some default 0, name is equal to empty string. Let me create a function def init self dot max speed is equal to, I want to change my max speed to 300. Next I want to change self dot name. Name I want to give us some Ferrari. Let me create one more function or method def drive print driving print self dot max speed. Next we will create a setter method def set speed comma speed self dot double underscore max speed is equal to speed. Next let me print it, print self dot max speed. Next I will create an object of this car class. Let me create some black car. Black car is equal to car. By using this black car reference, black car dot, I want to call my drive method and I want to set my speed by using set speed method. Speed I want to set to 100. What we are doing here, I have created a car class. Inside car class I am having two private variables which are max speed and name. Private variables you can create by using double underscore. I want to modify this private variables data by using a method. To change my max speed, I have created a method called setSpeed. By using this setSpeed method, whenever I call this setSpeed method by using my object reference, at that time I have assigned 100 as a speed. That 100 will be stored in this speed variable that will be assigned to my self.maxSpeed, and this self.maxSpeed data will be changed from 300 to 100. Why it will be assigned 300? Because whenever you create an object of this class, in the initial class itself we have discussed, whenever you create object, init method will be executed. When init method executed, max speed has changed to 300. That 300 will be stored in this self.maxSpeed. But whenever you are changing it by using setSpeed method to 100, then max speed has been changed to 100. First it will print this print statement which is driving. After that it will print self.maxSpeed which is 300. After that setSpeed method will be called. When setSpeed method will be called, this 100 will be assigned to this speed variable that will be assigned to my max speed, and 300 will be changed to 100. After that we are printing that 100 as output. Let me run it. You can see here, first it's printing driving. Why it's printing driving? Because I have created a class, I have created an object of this class, and I'm storing in my black car reference. By using this black car reference, I'm calling drive method. Control came to drive method. It has executed driving. After that it has executed self.maxSpeed. What is self.maxSpeed? It's not 0, it's 300. Why it's 300? Because whenever you create this car object, automatically this init method will be executed and self.maxSpeed method will be assigned and name will be changed to Ferrari. This init method is nothing but a constructor in our class. Whenever you create object, automatically this will be executed. We no need to call this init. After that, by using black car reference, we are setting speed to 100. That's the reason it has changed to 100. Next, we will discuss about abstraction in our object-oriented programming. Why we use this abstraction in our object-oriented programming? Abstraction is nothing but to hide the data, whatever the data we have internally, to hide the data and to show only functionalities, we use this abstraction concept in our object-oriented programming. We create abstract class and abstract method. This abstract class we create to restrict user to create object of that class. Whenever you create abstract class, if someone creates object of that abstract class, then internally our Python interpreter will throw an error. You cannot create object for a abstract class. To restrict user creating object for a class, we will mention that class has a abstract class. And we have abstract methods. What is the use of these abstract methods in our abstraction? If you want a method to override all your subclasses mandatorily, then you have to mention your method has a abstract method. Whenever you are using @abstract method for a method in abstract class, then whatever the subclasses you create for that superclass, it will force that subclasses to override that abstract method and to implement that abstract method. We will see practically how to do it. First, let me make a note about that. Abstraction. Abstraction is used to hide internal details and show functionalities. Abstract class is a kind of class where we don't create object for it and we cannot create. Abstract method we use to create abstract methods in abstract class and force subclasses to override those abstract methods and implement in those subclasses. This is about abstraction, abstract class and abstract methods. In our next lecture, we will see practically how to create a abstract class and how to create abstract method and how to override that abstract method in subclasses. We will see how to create abstract class, abstract method, and we will implement abstract method logic in subclass. Let me create a Python file. Hi. Let me import ABC. From ABC, import ABC, comma, abstract method. This ABC is nothing but abstract base class. From this abstract base class, I am importing abstract method annotation. By using this annotation, we can create abstract methods in our class. First, let me create a class. Class some animal ABC @ abstract method. Def some move. This is abstract method. We don't implement any logic in this method because we have to override this method in our subclass. That's the reason I just mentioned as some pass. Next, we will create a subclass of this animal class. Let me create some lion. Lion is a subclass of superclass animal. Now I have to override that abstract method. Def move. Let me write a print. I can walk and run. I want to print it. Next, let me create one more subclass. Lion class some snake. Snake is subclass of animal class. Def move. Print. I can crawl only. Now we will create objects of these subclasses and we will call our abstract method implemented methods of our subclass. Let me create a lion object. Some L1 is equal to lion L1 dot move. Let me create a snake object. S1 is equal to snake S1 dot move. Just click on run. You can see here it's printing. I can walk and run. I can crawl only. Whatever the method which we have implemented from our superclass, it's executing. Let me show you we cannot create objects of abstract class practically. For example, just remove this line and let me put animal. Just run it, you will get error. You can see here, type error, can't instantiate abstract class animal with abstract methods. You cannot create objects for your abstract classes. This is the main advantage of our abstract class, to restrict any user or other developer to stop creating objects of this class. This is how we can use abstraction principle in our object-oriented programming. Next, we will discuss about multi-threading in our Python. Multi-threading in Python. What is multi-threading in our Python? We use this concept in our Python to run multiple tasks concurrently. Whatever the task we have in our class, for example, in my class I am having two operations. I don't want to run those operations one after other. I want to run concurrently at a time with different tasks. How we can do it? By using multi-threading concept, we can achieve it and we get a fast performance in our application. In our Python, we have a predefined class which is thread, and we have a threading module. By using this class and modules, we can create multiple threads and we can run multiple tasks concurrently. At a time you can run 2 tasks, 3 tasks, 100 tasks. At a time you can run multiple tasks concurrently. What is the use of running all those operations, or what is the use of running multiple tasks concurrently? Because when you work with some MNC companies, when you work with some Python projects, you will be having some big tasks which should run at a time. Because one thread, if it's in pause state, at a time another thread should start and run concurrently. Multiple tasks should run concurrently. That gives a good performance for our application. That's the main reason of this multi-threading concept. What is the use of thread actually? Threads we use for running a program separately in a processor. In a process we can create multiple threads. That multiple threads can execute our tasks. Tasks are nothing but whatever the operations we are doing in our class. Operations are nothing but whatever the methods or functions which we have in our class. When we create objects, we call those methods. Those methods should be executed at a time by using multi-threading concept. We can execute all those methods or tasks concurrently by using multi-threading. First, let me make a note about this. Then we will see practically how to run multiple tasks concurrently by using multi-threading concept. Let me make a note about these points. So if any student is having some doubt, he will get clarified. Threading allows multiple tasks run concurrently. Thread makes application performance more faster. And thread is a functionality, or we can call it as a logic which can be executed simultaneously along with other part of program. Thread is a predefined class which is defined in threading module. So this is about multi-threading. In our next lecture we will see how to work with multi-threading practically. Next we will see how to work with multi-threading concept. Just create a new file, some hi hello. This is my new Python file. First let me import threading. Next we will create a class thread1. Class thread1 threading dot thread. Let me override a run method of my superclass. In this, let me write a for loop for I in range some 50, print some, let me print Python. Let me create one more class. Class thread2 threading dot thread. Def run for I in range some 50, print some Java. Next we will create objects of these threads. T1 is equal to thread1, T2 is equal to thread2. Next T1 dot start and T2 dot start. What we are doing here, I am creating two classes, thread1 and thread2, and I am importing threading module by using import. After importing, I am getting my thread class which is predefined, and I am overriding my run method which is available in thread class. Then this run method will be executed from my subclass. Inside run method, I am writing for loop with range 50. In my first thread, I am having Python. In my second thread, I am having Java. I want to execute these threads concurrently at a time. Thread 1, in our normal cases, these threads will be executed parallelly. First thread 1 will be executed, after that thread 2 will be executed if you don't use multi-threading concept. But here we are using multi-threading concept. That's the reason this thread 1 and thread 2 should be executed concurrently at a time. And we are creating two thread objects, thread 1 and thread 2. We are storing in T1 and T2 references. We are calling start method. This start method is available in my thread class. This thread class internally has start method. That start method internally calls run method. Then my run method will be executed from my thread class. Let's run it. Hi, hello. You can see here it's executing concurrently at a time. Python, 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 Java, 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 Python, Python, Java. It's not executing one after other. It's executing concurrently Python, Java, Python, Java. But if you observe, it's executing two threads at a time in my processor. Python, Java, Python, Java, Java, Python. Why it's executing two threads at a time? Because my CPU is more faster and it's taking two threads at a time and it's executing two threads at a time. How we can stop one thread when other thread is in running position? We can stop it by using sleep function which is available in our predefined time class. From time import sleep, just some 2 seconds, 0.2, sleep, 0.2. Now whenever my first thread has executed, after 2 seconds second thread will be executed. Just run it. You can see here it's still executing Java Python. Why? Because here whenever thread 1 is executing, after sleep it's executing thread 2. But whenever we call start method, control is going to start our thread starting its running position. So here we have to use sleep function with some 0.3. Now let's run it. You will not get any conflicts in processor. It will execute one after other concurrently. You can see here Python Java. After one thread execution, other thread is executing concurrently. Python, Java. Now you got an idea how we can run multiple tasks concurrently. Concurrently means at a time. At a time I want to run my thread 1 and thread 2. That's the reason by using multi-threading concept we are running thread 1 and thread 2. It's executing Python, it's executing Java. It's executing my task concurrently. If you observe here Java Python, but if we don't use sleep function, because of fast processors nowadays, whatever the laptops or computers we are using, all those are super fast processors which we have in our recent days. Those processors are very fast. That's the reason it's executing 2 threads at a time when it's in running position. That's the reason if we stop it by using sleep, then whenever one thread is executing, after that other thread will be executed by processor. This is how you can work with multi-threading concept in our Python language. Next we will discuss about access specifiers in our Python. Access specifiers. What is the use of these access specifiers? We have 3 types of access specifiers in our Python. Those are public, private and protected. What is the use of this public, private and protected attribute? These attributes will restrict accessing variables and methods in certain conditions. What are those conditions? We will discuss briefly about all those and we will see practically. First, let me explain about private attribute. Private is an attribute and access specifier which can be used freely in our Python. Means whatever the public methods and variables we have in our Python, they can be updated and accessible from anywhere in our program. But if you want to access, but when it comes to protected attribute, it's a restricted attribute. It should only be used under certain conditions. What are those conditions? Protected attribute should not be used outside the class unless inside of a subclass definition. Protected attribute you should not use outside the class unless it is a subclass of that class. When it comes to private attribute can only accessed inside a class. Whenever you create any private variable or private method, those private variables or method can be accessible only inside that class. It cannot be accessible outside of that class. Let me show you practically how to access these private, protected and public members. We have 3 types of access specifiers: public, protected, private. We will see how to access members of private, public and protected access specifier. Just go to PyCharm, new file, create some file like let me create some John. Let me create a class, some John. Def init self dot If you want to create private variable, you have to use double underscore before that variable name. If you use double underscore before your variable name, this variable comes under private variable. This is a private variable. I am private. Next, self dot protected. If you want to create a protected variable, you have to use single underscore pro. This is my protected variable. I am protected. Next, self dot some public. If you want to create public variable, no need of any underscores, directly you can create it. I am public. Now let's create object of this class. Some object ob is equal to John. By using this object reference, we will print this data. First, let me print ob dot public variable. Next, print ob dot protected. Next, print ob dot private. These are my variables which I have in my John class. This double underscore pri is a private variable. Single underscore pro is a protected variable. And this is my public variable. Now I am accessing those variables by using my object reference ob. You can access public variable, protected variable, but you will get error for this private variable because you cannot access private variable outside of that class. Here you are creating object of this class and you are accessing private variable outside of this John class. So you will get error. As John object has no attribute error, you will get attribute error. Let me show you. You can see here it's printing I am public, I am protected, but it's not printing pri, double underscore pri. John object has no attribute pri. So now you got an idea. You cannot access private variable outside of a class. Then how you can access a private variable from outside of a class? If you want to access, first you have to create a method like some def sum. This is my method. In this method, let me write a print statement, my private variable. Comma self dot double underscore pri. This is my sum method. By using sum method, I am accessing my private variable. Let's call this method by using object reference sum. Now you can access private variable. You can see here it's printing. First let me remove this. This is error before we got. Now we are accessing private variable by using sum method. Let's run it. You can see here it's printing my private variable. I am private. We are accessing our double underscore pri variable by using a method called sum. Means we can access private variables by using a method. So now you got an idea about access specifiers in our Python. Next we will discuss about how to handle errors. What are the types of errors we have in our Python? We will discuss about all those now. Errors in Python. When it comes to errors, we have two types of errors in our Python. What are those two types? We have compile time errors and runtime errors. These are two types of errors which we have in our Python. When you will get compile time errors? If you do any syntactical mistakes, like some missing semicolon, missing some semicolon in statements, you will get compile time errors. Next, when you will get runtime errors? Runtime errors you will get when user has entered some wrong input values or due to some logical mistakes, you will get runtime errors. You will get runtime errors when user enters wrong input values. We will see practically how to handle this compile time errors, runtime errors. Just go to Python, create a new file, Python file, some EE. What we'll do is, let me create some a is equal to some 4, b is equal to some 2. Now let me print a divided by b. Let's run it. You can see here output, it's showing us 2.0, which is a divided by b. What if we divide any number with some 0? You cannot divide any number with 0. You will get error if you do it. Let me show you. You can see here it's showing 0 division error. Division by 0. Whatever we have a and b variables, a is equal to 4, b is equal to 0. We are dividing a by b. A divided by b, we are getting error as 0 division error. This comes under runtime error. How to handle this runtime error? By using try except we can handle these errors. Let me show you. Just remove this. Let me create a try. Print a divided by b. Except exception, print. I want to print you cannot divide any number with 0. I want to print this statement as output if we get any error. Now let's run it. You can see here we got exception in a divided by b, but by using try except, I'm handling these errors by using this exception. Whenever we get exception in this, control goes to my except exception. Inside whatever I have written, you cannot divide any number with 0, is printing as statement has an output. This is how you can handle errors in your Python. Whenever you work with some projects in MNC companies, there you need to open some database connections and you have to close that database connections. Whenever you open database connection, that's your responsibility to close the database connection. What if you get any errors like this? Let me show you. For example, I have opened some, let me print it, print here, open. After that, let me print close. Just run it. You can see here it's printing open. It's printing open. We got exception and control came out of this try block. That's the reason it's not printing close. Means you cannot close any database connection or database related connections in try block. What if you write this print statement in exception? Let me write here. Just run it. Yeah, open. After open, control came to print a divided by b. We got exception, control came to exception, you cannot divide it by b. close is executing. What if you don't get any exception? Let me show you. Here we don't have any exception. Now it's executing open A divided by B. We don't have any exception. That's the reason control is not going to accept exception. That's the reason close is not executing. Then how to close any database connection if we want to close in some project developments? There you have to use finally. By using finally block, you can close database connections. Just run it. You can see here, either you get error or you don't get any error. That's not the issue. If you get error, if you don't get error, finally block will be executed mandatorily. This is the importance of our finally block. When you open any database connection, the database connections should be closed inside a finally block when you work with projects in MNC companies. For example, let me show you. We got error. B is equal to 0. Now control came to try block. We got error. That's the reason it executes. You cannot divide any number with 0. But after that it will execute finally. Let's see. You can see here. You cannot divide any number with 0. But close is also executed because it's in finally block. This is how you can handle errors in your Python programming, and this is how you can open or close database connections by using finally block.